The speed of a 4-meridian foundation establishment cultivator on his flying sword was astonishing once he released his spirit energy. The wind howled in his ears as the blood-robed youth rode his white-boned staff, chasing after Su Zimo, who was running away in the distance. A few seconds later, the blood-robed youth realized to his shock that despite his terrifying speed, he could not catch up to Su Zimo, who was sprinting on the ground. Even if he used all his strength, it was useless. At most, he could only ensure that Su Zimo could not shake him off. This guy's physique is actually so strong that he possesses such burst power? The blood-robed youth's evaluation of Su Zimo was already very high. But now, he realized that he had still underestimated this person. Right then, Yu Fei's voice rang out. That lad's bloodline is extremely strong, and he's already at the legendary tsunami blood state. His physique and bloodline is not weaker than ancient remnant beasts. In fact, it's even comparable to pure-blooded ferocious beasts. As a golden core spirit demon, Yu Fei's gaze was naturally brilliant. At that moment, he traveled through the skies with hands behind his back, following after the blood-robed youth with a relaxed expression. Yu Fei, take me along to chase after him. Seeing that he was unable to catch up to Su Zimo, the blood-robed youth was indignant as he said with a darkened expression and cold gaze. All right. Yu Fei agreed to it casually. In midair, Yu Fei's body changed constantly. It was contorting, shrinking in some places, twisted in others as his bones and tendons rang out with the sound of beans being fried. In the blink of an eye, Yu Fei had transformed into a gigantic blood-eyed crow. The blood-robed youth understood what it implied and with a single leap, hopped onto the blood crow that Yu Fei had transformed into. Although he was carrying someone, Yu Fei's speed increased rapidly and his body almost turned into a stream of light. So fast! Su Zimo turned back and was secretly alarmed. The speed of a golden core spirit demon was way faster than he was. Carrying the blood-robed youth, Yu Fei descended in front of Su Zimo before long, blocking his path forward. With a spin, Yu Fei returned to his human form and followed behind the blood-robed youth indifferently. Fu, you can't escape. Looking at Su Zimo, who was speeding over with no intention of slowing down, the blood-robed youth scoffed coldly. He waved the white-boned staff in his left hand and muttered a mysterious incantation. After his incantation, 5 pitch-black skulls flew out from the white-boned staff, splitting in 5 different directions before striking at Su Zimo. Ah! Before they arrived, the 5 skulls let out blood-red rays of light from their sockets while crying sinisterly. Oh! Upon seeing that, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. That technique seemed to have exceeded the limits of spirit arts. Those 5 skulls were even emitting a terrifyingly baneful aura. How much blood and how many lives did it take for something so evil to be created? Su Zimo collected himself quickly, his gaze icy and his expression unchanged. The situation in front of him was clear. Even if he were to retreat, it would be difficult to escape death. If he chose to fight head-on, he might have a chance of dragging someone down with him. In the blink of an eye, the 5 skulls landed on Su Zimo's body, chomping down with wide-open mouths. Boom! With a loud bang, the sound of tsunami and thunder could be heard from Su Zimo's body. Blinding lightning shone from Su Zimo's body in a terrifying manner. The pitch-black skulls were merely slightly blocked by the lightning, lessening the evil aura that they emitted. Suddenly, they broke through the lightning barrier and bit Su Zimo's flesh. How strong was Su Zimo's body? With body petrification, even a middle-grade flying sword would not be able to hurt him. However, those 5 skulls managed to tear through Su Zimo's skin the moment they bit down. Sucking continuously, the skulls gulped down excitedly on Su Zimo's blood essence as the red glow in their eyes intensified. It was as though they were gaining a life of their own. If you want to eat, I'll let you have your fill. Right then, Su Zimo bellowed all of a sudden. No longer suppressing the demonic chi in his body, he released everything alongside his surging bloodline. That was the power of blood chi. It was even stronger than the power of blood alone. At that moment, demonic chi swirled around Su Zimo as his bloodline rumbled, causing his body to expand. His eyes revealed an endless chill in them, looking massive as if an ancient demon with a fervent killing intent had possessed him. Naturally, most cultivators could detect the appearance of demonic qi. However, Su Zimo was far away from the battlefield at the moment. He was almost at the boundaries of Dongling Valley. Given that distance, the cultivators that were stuck in the battlefield could not sense the demonic qi that was coming forth from Su Zimo. Furthermore, they did have the attention nor energy to do so. As for the blood-robed youth opposite Su Zimo, he was shocked as his expression changed. The difference between him and Su Zimo was too close. At that distance, Su Zimo was practically an invincible god. The skulls that were initially sucking Su Zimo's blood were suddenly repelled by a terrifying power of blood qi. The tides had turned entirely. Initially, Su Zimo was disadvantaged and could have been turned into a blood slave at any time. Now, they were in a completely different situation. The blood-robed youth's life was hanging on a thread. Boom! Su Zimo's gaze was sharp as a knife. With a roar, he strode forth, causing the ground to tremble violently. Hand your life over! Su Zimo stretched his arms, grabbing at the blood-robed youth whose face was pale and was retreating endlessly. Su Zimo was trying to use a killing move of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, divine steed dismemberment. If he managed to grab the blood-robed youth, the latter would not be able to escape a fate of being torn apart. From Su Zimo's point of view, as long as he could drag this blood-robed youth down with him before he died, he would have made a killing. The blood-robed youth was close to being caught by Su Zimo when suddenly, a figure appeared behind him. Golden Core Spirit Demon Yu Fei. He was equally surprised when he saw Su Zimo releasing demonic qi. However, his reaction was extremely fast. Before Su Zimo could do anything, Yu Fei blocked in front of the blood-robed youth and saved the latter from the gates of hell. Piak, piak. Sneering coldly, a hint of mockery flashed in Yu Fei's eyes as he reached out and grabbed Su Zimo's wrist. At the same time, Yu Fei's chest faintly emitted an even stronger aura that managed to suppress Su Zimo's blood qi. Inner core. That was his inner core. With his wrists grabbed by Yu Fei, Su Zimo felt weak all over and his eyes dimmed. What a pity. He was so close. If he had a single second more, the blood-robed youth would have died for sure. Once Su Zimo released his power of blood qi, he was confident that he would be able to kill even a 4-Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator. Su Zimo, you're very strong indeed, Yu Fei said coldly. But with me here today, you won't be able to hurt young master at all. This time, Blood Crow Palace's lord had specially instructed Yu Fei and Peng Fei to protect the young master. If anything were to happen to him, the palace lord would kill the both of them for sure. Ah! Su Zimo howled at the skies with widened eyes. His black hair swayed without any wind as his blood qi burst forth. Bang! Boom! Boom! Su Zimo's bloodline rumbled, causing thunder to roar and demonic to swirl around him. As his large tendons and bones trembled, his strength had already reached its limit. Even so, Yu Fei, who was standing opposite Su Zimo, maintained his composure. He gripped Su Zimo's wrists tightly without budging a single inch at all. This was a complete suppression in terms of strength and cultivation realm. There was no technique to speak of. When the quality of a golden core was extremely high with pure spirit energy, it would be able to achieve a harmony with the heavens and earth, forming a phenomenon. That was how golden core phenomenons were born. Because demons did not possess spirit energy, there would naturally be no golden core phenomenons as well. However, the inner cores of demons were formed through the qi of the skin, flesh, tendons, bones, marrow, and 5 organs. A combination of their entire body's essence, that was the source of their power. By condensing an inner core, the demon's skin, flesh, bloodline, bones, marrow, and organs would completely transform, causing their strength to increase exponentially. That power was more than enough to completely crush any Foundation establishment spirit demons. Looking at Su Zimo, who was struggling, Yu Fei raised his chin, as if he was looking at a lesser being, and curled his lips with a cold expression. Fu. The blood-robed youth walked over slowly. He sneered as a mocking look flashed in his eyes. To him, Su Zimo was like a rat that had fallen into the hands of a cat right now. No matter how he struggled, nothing would change. I told you, you won't be able to escape today. Coming before Su Zimo, the blood-robed youth said sternly as his eyes lit up. Turn into my blood slave obediently. The blood-robed youth waved his white bone staff and recited an abstruse incantation. Within the voids, a strange power began to emanate. The eyes of the blood-robed youth glowed with a sinister shade of faint green. Su Zimo met with his gaze and instantly felt himself going dizzy. Not good. In that instant, Su Zimo lost his mind and felt as if he had fallen into an endless darkness. Sinking endlessly, he could not extricate himself. An extremely evil power began to invade Su Zimo's mind. Su Zimo's eyes faintly emitted a green glow. Ah! He roared continuously from the depths of his heart and shouted at the top of his lungs. However, he could not break free from that mental control. No one can control me. Lowering his head, Su Zimo's body trembled violently and the veins on his neck were exposed. His face's blood vessels were visibly seen as he did not give up despite the enduring pain. The blood-robed youth's technique was an extremely powerful secret skill, blood slave art. Once a cultivator's mind was corroded by blood slave art, they could fall into a mental illusion which was extremely difficult to break out of through their own efforts. Therefore, blood slave art was something that must not be interrupted or disturbed by external forces while it was being executed. The blood-robed youth felt that this was an extremely appropriate situation for him to deploy blood slave art. Su Zimo was restrained by Yufei and could not budge. The three of them were far away from the battlefield and no one could interrupt the execution process. The blood-robed youth could almost envision Su Zimo kneeling before him with a reverent and pious expression as a blood slave. However, be it the blood-robed youth or Yufei, they forgot something. That was the only variable. That variable did not merely affect the fates of Su Zimo, the blood-robed youth, and Yufei. It affected the entire battle of Dongling Valley as well. Perhaps, none of them would foresee that the effect of the variable would not merely end here. After today, that effect would continue and eventually affect the entire Tianhuang mainland, stirring huge waves within. At the boundaries of Dongling Valley, Su Zimo extended his arms, rooted on the ground. He trembled endlessly with a pained expression. His arms were held down firmly by two large hands. Opposite him was the golden core spirit demon, Yufei. Beside Yufei stood the blood-robed youth. With his head lowered, Su Zimo's black hair was let down. Right then, Su Zimo felt a strange movement in his chest. In that slightly opened robe of his, a little beast hid inside. It looked at the miserable Su Zimo and its round and pitch-black eyes sparkled as if it was a vast galaxy, deep and mysterious. Su Zimo was originally trapped in that mental illusion, surrounded by complete darkness. All of a sudden, an external force barged in, paving a path through that darkness. The next moment, Su Zimo caught sight of a little beast. It was like a little dog, looking at him with its head tilted as it blinked its pitch-black and sparkling eyes. "Night Spirit," Su Zimo muttered softly. When he met with little beast's gaze, Su Zimo was shocked and suddenly broke free from the mental illusion. Night Spirit's gaze seemed to possess a mysterious power that could purge away the evil from Su Zimo's body. Even though he managed to break out of the mental illusion, Su Zimo was sweating profusely and almost out of strength. "Hurry and escape." Su Zimo's lips trembled as he said with a hoarse voice. Although Night Spirit had a mysterious background and managed to help him break free from the mental illusion, it was still too young. It had been less than a month since it was born. What could a month-old baby do? Notwithstanding a human baby, even a month-old pure-blooded ferocious beast would have delicate skin and tender bones, pitifully weak at best. Of course, even though Night Spirit was young, it was extremely intelligent and had already gained sentience. Su Zimo knew that Night Spirit could understand his words and could read the situation as well. His fate was already decided. Now that he was in the hands of a golden core spirit demon, there was no way he could escape. However, it was different for Night Spirit. It looked like a weak puppy through and through. Be it the blood-robed youth or Yufei, None of them would bother about it, giving it a great chance to escape alive. Upon hearing Su Zimo's words, Night Spirit's expression was calm and it did not move. It remained hidden in Su Zimo's embrace without exposing itself, merely listening with its head tilted, as though it was trying to pay attention to what was going on outside. Ugh! Almost at the same moment as when Su Zimo broke out of the mental illusion, a muffled groan came from the other side. The blood-robed youth covered his head with both hands. He was in extreme pain as his deep green eyes were bloodshot while his facial features were contorted, looking extremely frightening. If blood slave art was interrupted by any normal external force, the impact on the caster wouldn't be that great. But this time, the blood-robed youth's blood slave art was reflected by a mysterious force. The failure of the technique along with the backlash from the force struck the blood-robed youth like a thunderbolt. His head felt like it was splitting as he nearly fainted. "Oh!" Yufei frowned. He was still gripping Su Zimo's arms tightly as he turned around to the blood-robed youth and asked in concern, "What's wrong, young master?" At that moment, Su Zimo's chest moved. A black shadow darted out, running on Su Zimo's arm onto Yufei's arm within a couple of steps. Like a ghost, the black shadow was extremely fast and appeared at Yufei's chest in the blink of an eye. Pausing for a brief moment, the black shadow suddenly raised its paw. 5 extremely sharp claws poked out, flashing with a cold glint, swiping at Yufei's throat with a bloodied smell of death. At the same time, the blood-robed youth endured the pain in his head and gritted his teeth. "Watch out! There's something else on Su Zimo's body." However, it was already too late when he said that. The moment Night Spirit struck, Yufei felt something and turned around instinctively. The next moment, his pupils constricted violently and his heart stopped beating. Poof! A flash of blood appeared as Yufei's Adam's apple was torn apart by Night Spirit alongside a huge chunk of flesh. Fresh blood splattered all over Su Zimo's body. Night Spirit's timing could be described as perfect. The entire process was smooth and fluid like water. In that brief moment, Night Spirit displayed a precise and keen sense of timing towards the situation. That was a capability that no one had imparted to him. It was completely through instinct. Killing instinct. When he saw that, Su Zimo was stunned. The blood-robed youth's mind went blank and he was stunned as well. That strike was way too ruthless. Even if Yufei was a golden core spirit demon, there was no way he could survive given that serious injury. Yufei's eyes were widened and a black glow suddenly burst forth from his chest. With a backhand punch, he struck towards Night Spirit's head. It was the final gamble of a golden core spirit demon at the brink of death. The entire process seemed very slow, but in fact, it occurred in the split of a moment. Yufei had already reacted extremely quickly. Right after his throat was ripped by Night Spirit's claws, he wanted to kill Night Spirit on the spot at the very first instant. Since his large arteries were severed and he had suffered immense loss of blood and chi, Yufei had already realized that he would definitely die. However, he wanted to kill Night Spirit right before he died. Against Yufei's incoming punch, Night Spirit leaped and turned its head, dodging to the side with all its might. Bang! Even so, Yufei's punch struck Night Spirit on the waist heavily. Hia! Night Spirit cried out in pain and there was a clear depression on its waist. Like a kite with a snapped string, Night Spirit was sent flying into Su Zimo's arms after that punch. With its eyes closed, Night Spirit coughed out blood repeatedly and was already unconscious. When he saw that, Su Zimo felt his heart ache. Compared to the true strength of a golden core spirit demon, Night Spirit, who was only a month old, was truly much weaker. This was akin to an infant that was a few years old wielding a dagger in his hand. Even though he had the power to kill an adult, he would never ever be a match for the adult. In reality, if not for the fact that Yufei had been severely injured with his strength decreased drastically after the massive loss of chi and blood, that punch would have very likely blown Night Spirit's body apart. That punch seemed to have drained Yufei of all his vitality. Young master, hurry, escape. Yufei's face was pale and his throat was broken as he spat out words intermittently. Despite that, he was trying his best. After those 4 words, he fell to the ground with a thud. His eyes were lifeless and the ground was swiftly stained red by his blood. Placing Night Spirit back into his robes, Su Zimo looked at the blood-robed youth opposite him with a cold, murderous gaze. At that moment, Su Zimo was not in a good state. He had managed to break free from the mental illusion thanks to Night Spirit's help. However, he had taken a huge toll during this period of time and was both mentally and physically exhausted. It was akin to having gone through a battle with a top expert. The blood-robed youth was not in the best state either. The blood-robed youth was still suffering waves of pain from the disruption of blood slave art along with the power backlash. He was clearly somewhat dazed. Given their terrible conditions, if they were to truly fight, no one could tell who would be the eventual victor. However, when he saw how Yu Fei died and recalled Yu Fei's final words, the blood-robed youth already had the urge to retreat. Furthermore, who was he? As the young master of Blood Crow Palace, his status was immeasurably noble. Why did he have to engage in a life-and-death bout with this Foundation establishment cultivator before him? As long as he were to avoid this person for the time being, the latter would definitely die once the golden cores from the battlefield arrived. At that thought, the blood-robed youth was decided. Retreat. Right then, Su Zimo's gaze turned over, sharp as a knife as if wanting to tear him into pieces. That gaze was completely unlike a human's gaze. It was more like an ancient ferocious beast that was extremely hungry, violent, brutal, and bloody. The blood-robed youth's heart skipped a beat and his guts shrank, taking a half-step back subconsciously. Bang! That single half-step caused Su Zimo's aura to increase massively. Using the momentum, Su Zimo deployed the plow heaven stride and charged forward. Churning his power of blood chi, he punched with his backhand like a massive seal that descended from the skies. Su Zimo's eyes were filled with endless coldness without the slightest hint of mercy. Just moments ago, he was nearly controlled and turned into a blood slave by this blood-robed youth. Night Spirit was severely injured and might even die. Most of the sharpest Foundation establishment disciples of Ethereal Peak had perished. 2 sect elders had perished as well. Those blood debts had to be repaid by this blood-robed youth's life. Save me! The blood-robed youth was appalled as he shrieked while pulling out a white bone shield from his storage bag. Injecting spirit energy to it, the white bone shield expanded massively and the blood-robed youth tossed it out hurriedly to block above his head. Having lost his courage, the blood-robed youth could no longer attack and could only defend. In his opinion, as long as he could last 10 rounds, there would definitely be Golden Core reinforcements from the Golden Core battlefield not far away. They would save him and kill Su Zimo at the same time. On the Golden Core battlefield, the 10 Golden Cores with Peng Fei leading them surrounded and attacked Wen Xian and Elder Yu, possessing complete control of the situation. If not for Wen Xian's Golden Core phenomenon, both of them would have died a long time ago. However, releasing a Golden Core phenomenon consumed a lot of spirit energy. Wen Xian could not hold on for much longer. When he heard the cry for help, Peng Fei's expression changed. Quickly, go and support the young master. Nothing must happen to him. Peng Fei pointed at 2 Golden Cores and shouted. The 2 of them extricated themselves hurriedly and flew through the air, speeding towards the direction of the blood-robed youth. Everything was happening just as the blood-robed youth expected. Indeed, he would receive Golden Core reinforcements after his cry for help. However, the blood-robed youth was wrong about one thing. Bang! Su Zimo's fist landed on the white bone shield and let out a deafening bang. Trembling violently, a series of cracks appeared on the bone shield as its light dimmed. The white bone shield was shattered by a single punch of Su Zimo's. Pest! Instantly, the blood-robed youth gasped and his expression changed. Right after, Su Zimo's figure flashed and he arrived in front of the blood-robed youth. A cold light burst forth from within Su Zimo's eyes as he reached out and grabbed the blood-robed youth's arms, forcefully tearing them apart. At the same time, he bent his knees and charged forth like a divine steed. Divine steed dismemberment. Xing! A mist of blood filled the air. Ah! In the midst of a shrill scream from the blood-robed youth, Su Zimo had forcefully ripped his arms off. Right after divine steed dismemberment was divine steed trampling. Su Zimo kneed against the blood-robed youth's chest, and with a leap, he used the momentum of the blow. Both legs were at the blood-robed youth's throat as Su Zimo trampled twice on his head. Without a single pause, Su Zimo's body had already passed the blood-robed youth. The two killing moves connected seamlessly and could only be described as perfect. The moment Su Zimo landed on the ground, the blood-robed youth fell face first as well. His chest was caved in and his throat was torn apart while his face was mangled beyond recognition. The blood-robed youth was thoroughly dead. The blood-robed youth was wrong about one thing. Su Zimo did not need 10 rounds to kill him. He merely needed 3 rounds. Right as the blood-robed youth died, Black Crow Mountain, which was thousands of kilometers away, suddenly burst forth with an extremely terrifying aura as though the apocalypse had arrived. Every living creature on Black Crow Mountain was scared out of their wits, sprawling on the ground motionlessly. Who is it? How dare you kill my disciple? From the depths of Black Crow Mountain, a deep and sinister roar came from a huge palace that contained endless fury and killing intent. I'm going to tear you to pieces and turn your bones to ashes. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening bang, the entire palace shook violently. The blood mist around it grew thicker and was almost materialized. The entire palace seemed to be floating in a sea of blood, faintly discernible. A figure rushed out from the palace and suddenly opened his mouth, sucking hard. Splash! The sea of blood surged, forming a huge vortex that gushed into the figure's open mouth relentlessly. In the blink of an eye, the sea of blood disappeared. A middle-aged man stood in the air with his black hair draped over his shoulders. His face was thin and he wore a dark red robe while a sinister gaze shone from his faint green eyes. Caw, caw! Suddenly, an ear-piercing screech could be heard from Black Crow Mountain. Initially, that sound was far away. However, it came close in the blink of an eye. A gigantic crow with bloodshot eyes was flapping its wings, streaking across the skies of Black Crow Mountain and approaching. That was the king among the many blood-eyed crows of Black Crow Mountain. The Blood Crow King. When the Blood Crow Palace's lord first arrived at Black Crow Mountain, this crow was the first creature he subdued. It had gained quite a bit of benefits by following Blood Crow Palace's lord. By now, its cultivation was already equivalent to the peak of a nascent soul. Master! The Blood Crow King arrived at the skies above the palace and suddenly descended. When it landed on the ground, it transformed into a black-robed cultivator who knelt on the ground with a respectful expression. Come, follow me out there. The gaze of Blood Crow Palace's lord was ice-cold as he said in a chilling voice, I want to see who's the one who dares lay a hand on my disciple. I'll make him pay with his blood. Dongling Valley. The blood-robed youth perished in a pool of blood. The time it took for 3 rounds was merely a couple of seconds. It was too short. The 2 Golden Core reinforcements were too far away to be able to arrive in time to save the blood-robed youth. Upon seeing this scene, the 2 Golden Cores were dumbfounded. Both of them seemed to have thought of something terrifying as the color drained from their faces. Looking terrible, their bodies shivered faintly. The blood-robed youth was the only legacy disciple of Blood Crow Palace's lord. They arrived at Dongling Valley while escorting the blood-robed youth. Now that the blood-robed youth had died tragically here, the palace lord might take it out on them in a fit of anger. Their only chance of survival was on the green-robed cultivator not far away. They had to capture this person alive and present him to the palace lord. That was their hope for survival. Swash! Swash! Their eyes turned bloodshot and their faces were filled with killing intent. Circulating the spirit energy in their dantian fervently, they charged in Su Zimo's direction at top speed. On the other side, Su Zimo had exhausted almost all of his stamina after killing the blood-robed youth in 3 moves and was now panting. Be it in terms of combination, strength, or timing, those 3 moves were executed to his limits. He had managed to kill a 4 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator in a one-on-one fight. Even if Su Zimo was in peak condition, he may not have been able to produce that feat. if not the fact that he was able to unleash a formidable power of blood chi given his lesser mastery of the organ's refinement section as well as the blood-robed youth's loss of courage resulting in a weakness in his aura, it would be hard to tell who would have been the victor. After killing the blood-robed youth, Su Zimo turned around and looked at the two golden cores nearby with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Swoosh! Flicking his sleeves, a supreme-grade flying sword shot out. Shing! The first thing Su Zimo did was to cut open Yu Fei's chest with the flying sword to retrieve the demon beast inner core within. Right after, he sliced off the blood-robed youth's head and took the latter's storage bag. This person is dead and his head is with me. If you want it, come and take it. Ha 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 ha. Su Zimo held the blood-robed youth's head in his hands as he threw his head back and laughed uproariously with a loud voice that rang in all directions. Su Zimo's current location was quite far away. He was almost at the boundaries of Dongling Valley. Coupled with the fact that he had killed the blood-robed youth in 3 moves, that speed was so fast that no one else had noticed it other than the 2 golden cores that arrived. However, his voice was reverberating through Dongling Valley endlessly right now and everyone could hear it clear and well. The clash between both sides met with a momentary pause. Be it the cultivators of Blood Crow Palace or disciples of Ethereal Peak, regardless of their cultivation realms, they glanced at Su Zimo's direction subconsciously. Following that, everyone's expressions changed drastically. The disciples of Ethereal Peak let out joyous looks. However, the masses of Blood Crow Palace were pale as a sheet, looking ashen. Capture that person alive. Don't let him escape. Peng Fei roared in anger. There were now only 8 golden cores of Blood Crow Palace that were surrounding Wen Xian and Elder Yu. The moment they heard Peng Fei's roar, 2 more golden cores left the battlefield and sprinted in the direction of Su Zimo with lightning speed. Poof! 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 The pressure on Wen Xian decreased drastically. He took advantage of a golden core's absent-minded state and shot forth with his phenomenon. Many slender raindrops poured down on that person's body, producing countless bloody holes on his body. With a dimmed gaze, that person fell from midair. Peng Fei grit his teeth. He had planned on capturing Su Zimo personally, but now he had no choice but to stay here. Swallowing a mouthful of elixirs, Peng Fei frantically circulated his spirit energy and activated the power of the storm, hoping to kill Wen Xian and Elder Yu as soon as possible. In the air, there were many blood-eyed crows that were surrounding the remaining 40-odd disciples of Ethereal Peak initially. Now, all the blood-eyed crows swarmed in Su Zimo's direction with bloodshot eyes. More than half of the hundreds of Foundation establishment cultivators from Blood Crow Palace were diverted away as well. As such, the pressure on the people of Ethereal Peak decreased immensely. Everyone suddenly caught sight of a glimmer of hope, a sliver of life. Due to the death of the blood-robed youth, the entire situation had taken on a slight, mysterious change. The battlefield was in a mess. No matter what, Qin Yu and Ji Chengtian were legacy disciples of Ethereal Peak. One at 5 Meridian and the other at 4 Meridian Foundation establishment, they were extremely strong. As long as they could make use of this situation to escape from Dongling Valley and send a message to the sect, everyone would have a chance of surviving. On the other side, there were now 4 golden cores that were rushing at Su Zimo. The blood-eyed crows in the skies were swarming over alongside more than half of the Foundation establishment cultivators on the ground. That massive army was akin to a raging wave that was surging over. In the face of the oncoming wave, Su Zimo appeared extremely minuscule, and he was almost drowned by the dense crowd and the blood-eyed crows that covered the skies. One could imagine his ending. Qin Yu turned back and looked in Su Zimo's direction with tightly gripped fists and a complicated gaze. "Bro!" Little Fatty could not help but exclaim. Lung Ro let out a reluctant expression. Everyone of Ethereal Peak knew that this sliver of life was obtained single-handedly by Su Zimo with his life on the line. Right now, none of the golden cores bothered if they were dead or alive. Even the Foundation establishment cultivators blocking their way were reduced by more than half. Almost everyone's attention was drawn by Su Zimo. "Hurry, let's go!" Qin Yu clenched his teeth and waved his arm, shouting in a low voice. If he were to be hesitant and indecisive at a moment like this, he would only cause everyone to die. Joining forces, Qin Yu and Ji Chengtian walked at the front and released their spirit arts continuously. With the help of the sect's secret skills, their flying swords shuttled through the battlefield, splattering blood everywhere. Even though the people of Ethereal Peak were covered in injuries, all of them endured their pains and gathered their spirits. They followed closely behind the two of them and charged their ways out of Dongling Valley. On the other side, Su Zimo was in a bad state. When he used the Fiend Suppression Seal previously, almost all the spirit energy in his Dantian was drained. Thereafter, he was mentally and physically exhausted resisting the corrosion of the blood slave art. Finally, he burst forth at his peak and killed the blood-robed youth cleanly in 3 rounds, expending the last of his stamina. Su Zimo was at his weakest right now. Not far away, for golden cores sped over with a boiling killing intent followed by a dense swarm of blood-eyed crows and hundreds of Foundation establishment cultivators from Blood Crow Palace. Dust and smoke billowed as murderous intent filled the skies. Despite the circumstances, there was no sign of panic on Su Zimo's face. His eyes were calm and his expression was composed. He was channeling a secret skill. There was a blood refinement fiend sutra etched on the lid of the coffin of the fiend sect's inheritance ground. Originating from the blood refinement fiend sutra, this secret skill was called blood escape. The blood refinement fiend sutra detailed the use of bloodlines and described how one should activate the power of bloodlines. Blood escape was no exception. Once released, blood escape would burn up a third of the body's bloodline in exchange for a momentary speed burst, allowing one to escape hundreds of kilometers away. Of course, there were extremely obvious side effects to blood escape as well. By burning up a third of one's bloodline, be it humans or demons, they would turn extremely weak. Their limbs would go cold and breathing would become significantly difficult. In fact, they might even faint. How long a person would remain in that weakened state depended on their individual physiques. The stronger one's physique was, the faster they would recover to normal. However, given ordinary circumstances, it would take at least 10 to 14 days of recuperation for a complete recovery. With the onslaught of the massive army ahead, Su Zimo could only choose to turn and escape. However, the direction behind him was in the opposite direction of Ethereal Peak. If he were to blood escape hundreds of kilometers in that direction, the distance between Su Zimo and Ethereal Peak would only increase even further. Left with no other choice, Su Zimo could only turn and escape. Channeling the mental cultivation technique of blood escape, Su Zimo conjured hand seals and bit his tongue gently, causing a stream of essence blood to spray. Dong! 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 His heart suddenly started to beat rapidly, as if it was about to leap out of his chest. It was as though someone was drumming from the heavens, giving off a dull and powerful sound. Each time his heart beat, it would circulate a fresh stream of blood around his limbs. On that stream of blood, a flame burned in secret. It was extremely strange and emitted endless power. Su Zimo took a deep breath of air and activated Divine Steed Fleeting, dashing out of Dongling Valley. Swash! He turned into a sanguine flash of light and in almost the blink of an eye, disappeared from everyone's sights. It was too fast. Everyone was stunned for a moment, looking lost and confused. Several seconds later, the 4 golden cores were the first to realize what happened. They released all their strength and chased in the direction where Su Zimo vanished. A secret skill as such is definitely using his vitality in exchange for a momentary burst in strength. He won't be able to last long. Chase after him. That's right. Using that secret skill will definitely weaken him extremely once he comes to a stop. The several golden cores in midair were sharp and quickly saw through the essence of blood escape. One of the golden cores yelled, "Blood Crow Army, track that man down. After you find him, don't alert him. Just stay on his trail and wait for our reinforcement." Caw, caw. An ear-piercing screech broke out from the sea of blood-eyed crows in the skies, as if responding. Soon, many blood-eyed crows delved into the voids and disappeared. Even though the blood-eyed crows were only Foundation establishment spirit demons, their speed of flying through the air was not inferior to golden cores. Su Zimo ran with all his might. Although he did not turn back, He could guess that the group of unknown cultivators would definitely not give up. They were definitely hot on his tail. His blood was still burning. Su Zimo had to ensure that he broke free of their pursuit before a third of his blood was burnt up. Blood escape could increase his speed by multiples in a short period of time. However, it wasn't an infinite increase, and it was based on the cultivator's foundation. At the end of the day, Su Zimo was only a foundation establishment cultivator. In other words, even after using blood escape, Su Zimo may not be much faster than golden cores in terms of speed. Golden cores were an entire cultivation realm above him. Before long, Su Zimo arrived at a dense forest. After sprinting for a while, he suddenly stopped in his tracks and with a flash, pounced onto a leopard nearby that could not dodge in time. That leopard could only be considered as a wild beast that had just gained sentience. Even though it bore some intellect in its eyes, it did not know how to cultivate yet. Wrapping the head of the blood-robed youth around the tail of the leopard, Su Zimo threatened it. "The further you run, the better. Don't take it off." The leopard could read the killing intent in Su Zimo's eyes, and it trembled in fear, nodding furiously. The moment Su Zimo released his grip, the leopard left in fear. When it saw that it was far enough, it fled like the wind. Su Zimo turned back and sneered coldly. He had to do something to distract his pursuers. Su Zimo believed that the leopard was enough to disturb his pursuers and send them into panic such that they could not track him down. Taking a deep breath of air, he continued sprinting ahead. After some time, the energy produced by blood escape was expended thoroughly. This meant that Su Zimo's bloodline had been burnt by a full 1/3. The moment he came to a stop, Su Zimo felt the entire world spin and he almost fell to the ground. He tried his best to compose his breathing, clutching his fists to maintain the clarity in his mind as he staggered forth. He could not just sleep there. He had not gotten out of danger just yet. Su Zimo had to look for a relatively secluded place and set up some simple array formations before he could rest assured that he was concealed. Before long, he found a cave at the foot of a mountain not far away. Heading in, Su Zimo took a look inside and heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that there were no demon beasts. Given his current state, even if he encountered a spirit beast, he would probably have to engage in a tough battle. Su Zimo fell to the ground, his bones and tendons feeling as though they were about to split. Enduring the pain, he took Night Spirit out of his robes carefully and hugged it in his embrace. He was worried about Night Spirit. Even though Yufei's lifeblood was greatly drained because of that swipe to his throat, he was still a golden core spirit demon after all. That counterattack before his death was extremely terrifying. Even if Su Zimo was the one in Night Spirit's situation, he could not guarantee that he could survive. However, Su Zimo was stunned when he took Night Spirit out. Back in Dongling Valley, he saw with his own eyes how Night Spirit's waist was caved in through Yufei's punch. It clearly suffered serious injuries to its organs and was coughing out blood, as if it could die at any time. But now, Night Spirit's body had returned to normal. Curled up in Su Zimo's embrace, Night Spirit was no longer bleeding from its mouth, breathing slowly and steadily. When it sensed Su Zimo's gaze, Night Spirit suddenly raised its head and blinked its tiny eyes. Pitch black like gemstones, they looked at Su Zimo filled with life. The man and beast looked at one another. Ha ha! When he saw that Night Spirit was fine, Su Zimo was delighted and could not help but laugh out loud. Hia! As if sensing Su Zimo's joy, Night Spirit opened its mouth slightly and cried in response. Su Zimo carried Night Spirit up and examined it carefully. He was shocked to discover that Night Spirit had an extremely strong self-regeneration ability. Even though it was not fully recovered, the wounds on its internal organs were already beginning to heal and its broken bones were reconnected. From their escape from Dongling Valley till now, Night Spirit had not consumed any elixirs and was completely reliant on its own body's ability to repair and adjust. It was less than a month since Night Spirit had been born. Of course, the greater Night Spirit's potential was, the more stringent the conditions were for it to grow. If it was a ferocious beast cub, its parents would naturally be pure-blooded ferocious beasts as well. Extremely powerful, they could provide sufficient food and resources for the ferocious beast cubs. However, Su Zimo was merely a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator right now and honestly could not provide much for Night Spirit. He took out Yu Fei's inner core from his storage bag and placed it under Night Spirit's nose, wanting to feed it. If not for Night Spirit's assassination, Su Zimo would have been reduced to a blood slave of the blood-robed youth by now. Therefore, he did not hesitate nor feel pained in the slightest bit feeding Night Spirit the inner core. Twitching its nose slightly, Night Spirit sneezed and turned its head away, pouting its lips with disdain in its eyes. Burp! When he saw that, Su Zimo was speechless. That inner core could be considered the most precious thing he had. He did not expect that Night Spirit would look down on it. You must be crazy, letting up on such a good thing. Having narrowly escaped death along with the fact that Night Spirit survived, Su Zimo was in a great mood and could not help but chide jokingly. He put away the inner core casually, prepared to consume it himself later. I'll put you down first. Let me go set up some array formations and we'll hide here for a couple of days. Su Zimo told Night Spirit. Unexpectedly, Night Spirit arched its body and tried to burrow into Su Zimo's embrace repeatedly, as if it was most comfortable there. Unable to reject, Su Zimo stuffed it inside his robes again and came to the entrance of the cave to begin setting up array formations. After burning a third of his blood, Su Zimo was extremely weak by now. However, he did not dare to rest. He had to make every second count and lay out a couple of array formations before he could set himself at ease. Su Zimo had just drawn a couple of formation patterns when he came to a sudden stop. An extremely strange feeling surged in his heart, as if he had been targeted. There was no danger or warning signs. However, Su Zimo felt that something was amiss. It seemed like there was a pair of eyes hidden somewhere staring at him. He remained expressionless and continued to draw his formation patterns. However, most of his attention and gaze were constantly scanning the surroundings, trying to find the origin of that unpleasant feeling. After a while, Su Zimo found nothing. Did I imagine it? His eyes flickered and he frowned in deep thought. It would be best if he had imagined it. Otherwise, right then, Night Spirit popped its head out from Su Zimo's chest. Hia! Night Spirit called out. Su Zimo was in deep thought and did not pay attention to Night Spirit's cries. Hia! Hia! After a while, Night Spirit cried out 2 more times, seeing that Su Zimo was ignoring him. It used its paws to scratch on Su Zimo's chest gently, but it did not extend its claws. What's wrong? Coming to his senses, Su Zimo lowered his head and asked. Night Spirit's head was raised as it looked in the direction of the sky with an icy gaze. There was a tiny speck reflected in its pitch-black pupils. Oh! Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he raised his head suddenly. Up above in the skies, there was a black dot hidden within the clouds, faintly discernible. Given that distance, if it was any normal foundation establishment cultivator, their eyesight would not be enough to make out what that figure dancing in the skies was. However, Su Zimo's eyesight was extremely powerful, and he recognized that the black dot was a blood-eyed crow. Not only that, there were even more black dots gathering towards that area in the clouds. With the blood-eyed crows giving directions, it won't be long before a golden core finds his way there. Suddenly, Su Zimo felt a chill run down his spine. He had not managed to shake off his pursuers at all. If he had not sensed that something was amiss and Night Spirit discovered the source of his feelings, he might have been surrounded and killed here without even knowing why. Escape. Su Zimo's first reaction was to continue escaping. However, the world was so huge. Where could he escape to? There were too many blood-eyed crows. In addition, they were fast and had a keen sense of smell. No matter where Su Zimo escaped, it was inevitable that he would be caught. The blood-eyed crows were the eyes of his enemies, and they were everywhere. This meant that Su Zimo would always be under the enemy's surveillance. There was nowhere to run. Furthermore, he was in an extremely bad condition. The blood that he had burnt earlier had not recovered, and he no longer had any energy left. What should he do? Su Zimo closed his eyes and tried his best to compose himself, thinking hard of a way to break out of this situation. He believed that there must be a way for him to escape from the surveillance of the blood-eyed crows. After a while, Su Zimo suddenly opened his eyes. He had an idea. He took out the demon beast inner core from his storage bag and swallowed it whole. Su Zimo was prepared to use blood escape once more. Making use of blood escape 2 times in a row meant that he would have to burn up 2/3 of his blood, and there was a high chance he could die. However, he had no other choice. He could only consume the inner core in advance to prevent and mishaps. Right now, Su Zimo was at his weakest. If he did not make use of blood escape, he would not be able to escape far and would definitely be caught by the golden cores behind. Taking out a map from his storage bag, Su Zimo took a good look at it. Soon, he put away the map and channeled blood escape. His body turned into a sanguine light as he made a slight change of direction and dashed for it. This time, Su Zimo was no longer running aimlessly. There was only one place to escape from the blood-eyed crow's surveillance. Jishui River. Blood-eyed crows were Foundation establishment spirit demons after all. They did not have inner cores and could not internalize their breathings. As such, they naturally could not dive into Jishui River. Su Zimo was different. He had both immortality and demonic cultivations. Although he did not have an inner core, he could use his spirit energy to form a protective barrier and repel water. The map indicated that Jishui River ran through the entire territory of the Great Zhou dynasty. No one knew where Jishui River began and ended. The map did not indicate it as well. However, that was not important. What Su Zimo had to do was to dive into Jishui River and drift with the flow. That was how he could escape the tracking of the blood-eyed crows entirely. Su Zimo sprinted the entire way, running through the night. The next morning, he finally arrived at the riverbed of Jishui River. The moment he arrived, Su Zimo's expression was pale and his consciousness was gradually blurring. If he had not consumed that demon beast inner core, he would have been a dead man by now, making use of blood escape twice. No matter how strong one's physique was, they would not be able to withstand burning 2/3 of their blood essence. This time, he was almost completely exhausted. Su Zimo staggered and lost control of his body and balance, falling forward head first into the river. Broop, broop, broop. A series of bubbles appeared on the water surface. Stirred awake by the waters, Su Zimo shook his head and struggled to stand up. His mind was slightly cleared up. Night Spirit tunneled out of Su Zimo's robes, and after swimming a little in the river, it actually began to float. From the looks of it, Night Spirit was pretty adaptable to water as well. Su Zimo grit his teeth and carried Night Spirit, conjuring a barrier of spirit energy with great effort. Finally, he leaped and disappeared completely into Jishui River. The river was cold. For someone who had burned most of his bloodline, that level of coldness was already seeping into his bones. Su Zimo trembled from head to toe, hugging Night Spirit tightly with widened eyes as he dived down. He gathered his spirit and did not dare to be careless, wielding the supreme-grade flying sword in his left hand while surveying his surroundings constantly. Jishui River was not a friendly place. The danger inside was definitely not less than the forests in the vast wilderness. There were many powerful demon beasts lurking within Jishui River as well. If he was not careful, he might die here. Su Zimo did not dare to dive too deep. Typically, stronger demon beasts would lurk in the deeper waters. Right now, Su Zimo was surrounded mostly by chi condensation spirit demons that had just learned how to cultivate. The many aquatic demon beasts were truly dazzling to look at. All of those spirit beasts merely looked from afar, and none of them dared to approach casually. All of a sudden, as though they were frightened by something, the spirit beasts scattered at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, a danger rang in Su Zimo's mind. The river surged in a slanted manner as a huge water column flowed in the opposite direction, filled with a ferocious killing intent and formidable aura. It was a spirit demon. A Foundation establishment spirit demon had appeared. Zang, zang, zang. Su Zimo endured the pain in his dantian and forcefully injected spirit energy. His sword trembled continuously. The reason why Su Zimo activated the flying sword right away was because he wanted to fight against that spirit demon. However, he suddenly put away the flying sword on second thought. Whoosh! The spirit beast emerged from the water and Su Zimo could finally take a good look at it. Green Armored Crocodile. The green armored crocodile was one of the most common demon beasts in Jishui River. It earned its name thanks to the massively indestructible armor that lined its entire body and its massive size. Moving extremely fast in the waters, the green armored crocodile appeared before Su Zimo almost in the blink of an eye. At that moment, Su Zimo felt like he was facing a mountain instead of an aquatic demon beast. Swoosh! The moment it arrived before Su Zimo, the green armored crocodile opened its massive mouth without a second thought and devoured Su Zimo as a whole with ease alongside the river water. Su Zimo stood inside the green armored crocodile's mouth. Even though he seemed incomparably small, he was extremely calm. Just as the lower jaw of the green armored crocodile was about to close, Su Zimo drew out his supreme-grade flying sword again and activated the 4 spirit patterns on it. He said with a cold voice, "You better not move." At that moment, Night Spirit extended its claws and tapped its paws gently on the tongue of the green armored crocodile. It did not use much strength, but the green armored crocodile's tongue was already bleeding. "Listen to me now." Standing in the green armored crocodile's mouth, Su Zimo said slowly, "Swim down along with Jishui River. I'm going to borrow your stomach for the time being. Once my body recovers, I'll leave. Besides, I promise I won't harm your life." The green armored crocodile had already cultivated to a spirit demon level and had gained sentience. Su Zimo believed that it would definitely understand his words. Indeed, after a momentary hesitation, the green armored crocodile nodded its head. That was a good choice. Could either believe in Su Zimo, or it could die right away. Hugging Night Spirit, Su Zimo slid down the green armored crocodile's throat into its stomach. At the same time, he crushed the protective talisman given to him by Lung Ro. A barrier of light surrounded Su Zimo. Even though it was slightly smelly in the green armored crocodile's stomach, it was a place undisturbed by anyone. It was the perfect hiding ground for him to calm down and recuperate in peace. If Su Zimo were to hug Night Spirit and continue flowing down Jishui River, he would have no time to recuperate. This arrangement was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Su Zimo intended to stay in the green armored crocodile's stomach for the time being. After he and Night Spirit's injuries were healed, he would leave and return to shore. Shaking its head and tail, the green armored crocodile disappeared from where it was, swimming down the river. 3 days later, a large number of blood-eyed crows circled above Jishui River, densely packed and covering the skies. Peng Fei and the other cultivators who had participated in the Dongling Valley battle stood by the shore. They looked at the surging river with a terrible expression, remaining silent. Before they set off, they had 10 golden cores. Now they were only left with 6. Peng Fei's face was slightly pale. He seemed to be seriously injured and had rushed over before he could recover. The number of Foundation establishment cultivators had decreased by half as well. Caw! Caw! Before long, an ear-piercing screech could be heard from the distant horizon. All the blood-eyed crows paused for a moment and split into 2 sides in the skies, as though they were welcoming a powerful existence. Before long, a gigantic, pitch-black blood crow king sped over. On its back was a middle-aged man dressed in blood-colored robes. Hands behind his back. His face was thin and his eyes were gloomy. "Greetings, Palace Lord." The masses of Blood Crow Palace knelt on the ground hurriedly. Lowering their heads and shivering from head to toe, none of them dared to make eye contact with the Palace Lord. Gritting his teeth, Peng Fei bolstered his courage and said, "Palace Lord, what happened was..." Peng Fei recounted everything that had happened in Dongling Valley. In reality, none of them saw how Yu Fei died. That was also the most confusing part of the entire situation. If Yu Fei did not die, the young master would not have died as well with the protection of a golden core spirit demon. You mean to say that a 4 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator and a golden core spirit demon actually died in the hands of a mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator despite their combined efforts? The Blood Crow Palace's lord looked at Peng Fei as his green eyes sparkled. Even though his tone was calm, it exuded an inexplicable coldness. With so many people, it was supposed to be a one-sided massacre. None of the people from Dongling Valley should have been able to escape. But what happened? Against the questioning of the palace lord, Peng Fei and the others lowered their heads and no one dared to reply. The air seemed to be frozen and layered with a murderous intent. The palace lord exuded a terrifying aura of authority that was impossible to resist. At that moment, all the cultivators of Blood Crow Palace that were kneeling down felt that they were insignificantly small in the face of the palace lord, as though they were facing a divine god. I can understand if it was a golden core who had managed to escape. But how did a mere foundation establishment cultivator manage to escape despite being surrounded by so many people? I want to know just how that foundation establishment cultivator had managed to escape. The palace lord's voice turned louder and sharper. Many cultivators revealed looks of pain, but none of them dared to say anything. A bunch of trash. The palace lord's gaze was icy as his glabella flickered with a strange glow. Eyes laden with killing intent, he stretched his palms slowly and pressed down on the air in the direction of Peng Fei and the others. The initially flowing river seemed to be under immense pressure as it stopped mysteriously. Poof! There was a crisp sound. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Peng Fei's body suddenly exploded into a blood mist. He was dead on the spot without even a corpse left. When they saw that, the people kneeling behind Peng Fei were scared out of their wits. They felt as if someone was grabbing their hearts and they even forgot to breathe. Someone like Peng Fei who had managed to cultivate a golden core phenomenon was dead just like that without even a chance to explain himself. The gaze of the palace lord swept past everyone coldly. Each time his gaze swept past someone, that person's face would turn terribly pale as if he could smell the aura of death. I'll give you guys a chance to atone for your mistakes. Track down Su Zimo. Dead or alive, I want to see him. The moment the palace lord's voice rang out, everyone felt a sense of relief as though they had just passed through the gates of life and death briefly. Soon, everyone dispersed. Some of them dived into Jishui River while others looked around the shore for clues. Caw! Caw! The Blood Crow King suddenly raised its head and cried. As if they had received some instructions, the many blood-eyed crows circling in the skies dispersed. The Blood Crow King walked forward and said in a dark voice, "Master, I've ordered them to search along Jishui River. However, the river is truly too long, and it's hard to determine where Su Zimo will get on shore. No matter, I have my methods," the palace lord said indifferently. The Blood Crow King seemed to have thought of something as its eyes lit up. It nodded and said, "That's right. Young master used blood slave art on that person. Even though he's dead, Su Zimo's body must contain remnant energy of the curse. As long as you search for it using your secret skill, we'll definitely be able to determine that person's location." That's right. Jishui River has a way of blocking my secret skills probing. A vicious glint flashed in the palace lord's eyes as he said coldly, "However, as long as Su Zimo leaves Jishui River, I'll definitely know about it." Su Zimo did not know it at that point of time. However, his accidental decision to dive into Jishui River to escape the surveillance of the blood-eyed crows had instead caused him to avoid a momentary calamity. Inside the green-armored crocodile's stomach, Su Zimo's consciousness was already fading out. The damage to his body was too great after using blood escape twice in a row. Su Zimo tried his best to stay awake. Opening the blood-robed youth's storage bag, he did not even look and poured everything out. He searched for a few bottles of healing elixirs and swallowed them before putting away the rest of the items. He then started to heal himself. Before this, Su Zimo had consumed a demon beast's inner core, and a massive source of essence was sealed within his body. With the help of the inner core and the many miraculous elixirs, Su Zimo began cultivating before long. Huff, huff. Boom, boom. The tiger-leopard thunder sound sounded. Essence chi grew endlessly within his 5 organs and his bones and tendons crackled repeatedly. New blood regenerated and flowed continuously, bringing forth new life to Su Zimo's body. Time quickly passed. After a long while, Su Zimo's body finally recovered. His injuries had healed. Whoosh, bang, boom, boom. The bloodline in his body surged like a tsunami. That surging bloodline contained endless flashes of lightning mixed with dull, resounding sounds of thunder that made one's heart rattle. The stomach of the green armored crocodile was filled with demonic chi so thick that it almost materialized. All of those demonic chi were produced through Su Zimo's cultivation. To its shock, the green armored crocodile discovered that its body was also improving under the tempering of that demonic chi. To think that this was a demon beast with a core. I was truly mistaken. The green armored crocodile thought that Su Zimo was a demon beast with a core that had merely taken on a human form. After some time, Su Zimo opened his eyes, filled with a bedazzling, divine light. It was like a shooting star streaking through the dark night. Su Zimo's robes around his chest area moved and a little head popped out, peering with its bright and pitch-black eyes that were filled with spirit. The man and beast looked at one another and Su Zimo smiled. It was always a joyous event for one to survive a disaster. After refining the demon beast inner core, Su Zimo made progress on the organs refinement section as well. Although there was still a long way to go before attaining greater mastery, it was already not easy for him to get to this stage. I wonder if little Fatty, Lung Ro and the others managed to escape. How are Peak Master Wen Xian and Elder Yu doing now? The thought of everyone from Ethereal Peak had Su Zimo sighing inwardly. Till now, they did not know the background of the faction that attacked them at Dongling Valley. However, it was clear that the other party was prepared. On the one hand, the Battle of Dongling Valley was for revenge. After all, it was Su Zimo who killed all the cultivators from this faction outside Linfeng City. However, the greatest possibility was that the other party was doing it for the sect competition. In the sect competition, there would be ranking roles for spirit, elixir, talisman, and weapon refinement. Only the top 10 of each role had the rights to enter the ancient battlefield. Even though the ancient battlefield was extremely dangerous, it was extremely important for every single foundation establishment cultivator. With danger came opportunities. In every single sect competition, Ethereal Sect would occupy the most number of spots for the spirit ranking. At the minimum, they occupied 3 spots. Now that all 3 legacy disciples of Ethereal Peak were gathered, what would it imply if the blood-robed youth had managed to turn them all into his blood slave and have them under his control? That would mean that the blood-robed youth would have gained 3 spots at the very least for the sect competition. Given his own strength as a 4-Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator, the blood-robed youth would have been able to occupy another spot. That was a total of 4 spots. If the blood-robed cultivator enslaved a few more powerful Meridian cultivators, the spirit ranking role would most likely be filled with his men. In fact, that was also what the Blood Crow Palace's lord wanted. It was to ensure the young master's safety in the ancient battlefield. Unfortunately, all those plans had turned into dust. Before he could die on the ancient battlefield, the Blood Crow young master had already perished outside. After recovering from his injuries, Su Zimo did not linger in the stomach of the green armored crocodile. Arriving on shore, Su Zimo rode on his flying sword and surveyed his surroundings before taking out his map to compare against it. As he had expected, he was even further away from Ethereal Peak. With his current location, it would probably take him a month of speeding without rest or sleep if he wanted to return to Ethereal Peak. Oh! Right then, Su Zimo frowned. A stabbing pain surged in his mind without any warning. Right after, Su Zimo's vision went into a trance. It was as if he saw the already dead blood-robed youth standing before him, smiling with a weird gaze and a sinister grin. Su Zimo's eyes flashed with a strange, green glint that lingered for a brief moment before disappearing. Squinting his eyes, Su Zimo looked worse for the wear. Even though the blood-robed youth was already dead, there was still some remnant power of the blood slave art left in Su Zimo's body. Furthermore, he had not noticed it when he was recuperating previously. The cultivators of this mysterious faction had access to extremely treacherous methods that were unpredictable and impossible to defend against. Was it a coincidence for that strange stabbing pain to occur, or was someone manipulating it from behind the scenes? Su Zimo's eyes flickered and he frowned in deep thought. He was more inclined to think that someone was behind this. After all, He did not feel that stabbing pain back when he was in the stomach of the green-armored crocodile, and it appeared not long after he left Jishui River. Everything was way too coincidental. Moreover, if someone was manipulating it from behind the scenes, what was the other party's motive? Are they trying to determine if I'm alive, or are they trying to track me down and locate me through it? After pondering for a while, Su Zimo let out a long breath and muttered softly, "These guys are really impossible to shake off." If his theory was correct, it would imply that he could avoid the other party's detection inside Jishui River. However, Jishui River could not stay in Jishui River forever. He had to come up with a solution. To sever the root, he only had two options. The first option was to try and think up a method to purge that sinister power within his body. The second option was to think of a way to get rid of his pursuers. Both options were not exactly realistic, and Su Zimo could not do it with his strength alone. He had no clue how to go about the first option. As for the second option, Su Zimo had a vague idea. Naturally, the second option was way too treacherous, and there was a high chance he could be implicated as well. Spreading the map open once more, Su Zimo searched for his next landing spot. The map indicated some dangerous areas. Some indicated the source of danger, while others were vague and brief. Among them, there was a dark blood-colored cross drawn on one of the spots. It was proof that that was the most dangerous area. Su Zimo did not know much about the place other than it was a ruin. A ruin of the primordial era. Because the primordial era was too long ago, it did not leave many things behind. However, there was definitely something unique about this primordial ruin for it to be able to survive till this day. A vicious glint flashed in Su Zimo's eyes as he put away the map and sped towards the primordial ruin. Let's see what sort of danger lies within this primordial ruin, and whether it's enough to destroy you guys. Su Zimo planned on leading his pursuers to that primordial ruin. It was almost evening. Su Zimo did not rest at all and sprinted the entire way. He did not know how many cultivators were chasing him, nor did he know what their cultivation realms were. However, the earlier he arrived at the primordial ruin, the greater his chances of being able to set a trap and kill his pursuers. Morning. Travel worn. Su Zimo finally arrived at the periphery of the primordial ruin. When he arrived, Su Zimo was shocked to discover that there were quite a number of cultivators around him. There were chi condensation, foundation establishment, and even golden core cultivators who stood floating in the air. At a glance, there were tens of thousands of cultivators gathered. It was extremely dense and shocking. A few of the cultivators were very likely even nascent soul-perfected lords. At nascent soul realm, the spirit-peering art could no longer reveal one's cultivation realm. Su Zimo merely had a feeling that the auras of those people were extremely terrifying and even surpassed the golden cores. Something's wrong. Su Zimo was confused. Initially, he thought that these people were from the mysterious faction and were specially waiting for him here. If that was the case, the mysterious faction's methods would be truly unpredictable. However, after observing them in secret for a while, Su Zimo discovered that these people were clearly not from the same sect. They came from all over the place. Su Zimo was even more puzzled. Even though he had yet to actually step foot into the territory of the primordial ruin, why were all those cultivators gathered here? Of course, in order to hide his identity, Su Zimo had long put his sect badge into his storage bag as well. Fellow Taoist, what are you guys gathering here for? Su Zimo casually pulled out a chi condensation itinerant cultivator and asked. The moment the itinerant cultivator saw that Su Zimo was a foundation establishment cultivator, he let out a respectful expression. The person cupped his fists. Fellow Taoist, you do not understand. A month ago, a golden beam of light shot forth into the skies from the territory of the primordial ruin ahead. It lasted for a long time and even brought forth lightning and thunder. Before Su Zimo could speak, another itinerant cultivator passing by could not help but chime in. I heard that it was rainbow-colored and extremely extraordinary. It said that there were even sounds of dragons roaring and phoenixes crying. Tisk, I've seen a true dragon before. Even though it was just a scale and half a claw, it was shocking enough. That single scale was bigger than our entire bodies, and that claw was longer and sharper than our flying swords. A cultivator beside him joined the crowd in a seemingly important manner. His spit flew everywhere and his eyes glowed as he spoke. It was clear that he was exaggerating as everything he said blew further and further out of proportion. Not really understanding, Suzimo asked again, So, that proves that there must be treasures in the primordial ruin ahead. Furthermore, the treasure has just appeared. There's another possibility. A powerful cave abode restriction within the primordial ruin may have disappeared, causing a phenomenon due to the many treasures within. Yes, it might be a sect from the primordial era that has left behind some inheritance for me to inherit. The surrounding cultivators discussed their guesses. However, I heard that the primordial ruin is an extremely dangerous place? Suzimo asked again. Yes, someone nodded. There have always been such rumors. However, not many people know exactly the sort of danger that lies within. Ever since the ancient times, there have been cultivators dying here almost every year. It's inevitable that there's danger. However, since it's a primordial ruin, it means that many of the things left behind are from the primordial era. If you manage to find a treasure, you might just soar impossibly. At the mention of that, many cultivators looked excited and their eyes lit up. Any item left behind from the primordial era that was still intact would definitely be a treasure. Over the past month, cultivators were constantly streaming over from outside the primordial ruin. On the one hand, it was because of an ancient treasure that might have appeared within. On the other hand, the primordial ruin was way too attractive for many cultivators. The ancient battlefield was a secret ground left behind from the ancient era, forming a separate dimension of its own. If the ancient battlefield was enough for many cultivators to covet over, what about a secret ground that was left behind from the primordial era? Many cultivators encountered heavenly-defying opportunities from the ancient battlefield and shot to the top because of it. If one were to obtain opportunities from the primordial ruin, what sort of outcome would that be? Cultivators may find themselves obtaining the potential to dominate the world. Sects may find themselves leaping to become the strongest sect within the entire Great Zhou dynasty. In fact, they might even turn into the top sect of the entire northern region of Tianhuang mainland and be ranked on par with the immortal sects. Of the tens of thousands of cultivators, the majority were itinerant cultivators, but there were some factions from sects as well. Of them, Heaven Azura sect and Purple Cloud sect were the strongest. In the Great Zhou dynasty, those sects were only second to the 5 major sects, and Suzimo had heard of them before as well. The few nascent souls were from those 2 sects. Roar! Not far away, a roar suddenly sounded. A golden lion with a terrifying aura rushed over. It had a massive body and an intimidating presence, glaring with its eyes that were as large as bronze bells in a cold manner. That golden lion was extraordinary, and it was clear that this was a spirit demon that had cultivated an inner core. Many cultivators were shocked and scattered sparsely. Striding through the air, the golden lion came beside a nascent soul and lowered its head and body obediently. Yes. Nodding his head, the nascent soul leaped and rode it. Ta, ta, ta. A series of hurried hooves sounded. From the skies afar, a pure white horse with a single horn on its head sprinted over. It blew its nose repeatedly with an extremely fast speed, arriving beside another nascent soul. Before long, the beasts of the several nascent souls present arrived. All of those beasts possessed terrifying aura and were all spirit demons with inner cores. However, there was still a vague hint of fear in their eyes as the beasts looked towards the primordial ruin in the distance. Let's go! A nascent soul of Heaven Azura sect gave an order and led his disciples in the direction of the primordial ruin. Right after, a nascent soul of Purple Cloud sect led his disciples over as well. The primordial ruin is so dangerous. Should we observe from here first? If we continue observing and there's really a treasure, someone else might snatch it away first. Let's follow them then. This might be the last chance for us to follow a group of a nascent soul. Even if we fail to obtain a treasure, we'll have a higher chance of surviving as well. The remaining cultivators discussed, and soon, 2 major factions were formed. Most of the cultivators chose to follow in the tracks of Heaven Azura sect and Purple Cloud sect towards the primordial ruin. Only a small number of cultivators hesitated, planning on observing from where they were. Initially, Su Zimo had no intention of heading in so early. However, he had just discovered that there were traces of blood-eyed crows up in the skies. Furthermore, their numbers were growing. This meant that the closest blood-eyed crows had already caught up. It won't be long before his pursuers arrived at where he was. I can't delay anymore. A vicious glint flashed in Su Zimo's eyes. If he was targeted outside the primordial ruin, he would truly have nowhere to escape. Mixing within the crowd, Su Zimo headed for the direction of the primordial ruin. A large, dense and dark forest stood in the periphery of the primordial ruin. The closer they were to the primordial ruin, the denser the trees were as an ancient aura was exuded. Every single tree was extremely thick. Extending to the skies, their trunks would require more than 10 people hugging around to surround. As the cold breeze blew, scattered sunlight peered through the dense leaves, giving everyone some warmth. The group of cultivators was massive and amounted to tens of thousands, looking rather imposing. Despite that, they seemed insignificantly small in the face of this primordial forest. Unknowingly, Night Spirit had burrowed out. It laid against Su Zimo's chest and stuck its head out, surveying the place coldly with its pitch-black eyes. Even the golden lion, unicorn and other beasts with inner cores that the nascent souls rode on walked through that primordial forest with fear and caution. However, Night Spirit did not seem daunted in the slightest bit. All of a sudden, a miserable scream was heard from the front. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he stopped in his tracks and looked over. Not far ahead, an anaconda coiled around the branches of a tree, and its body was almost one with the tree. If not for that fact that the anaconda was chomping on a few people in its mouth, causing a blood mist to spew out, even Su Zimo would not have been able to detect it with his eyesight. That anaconda was way too big. A large part of it was hidden in the leaves, but just the exposed portion alone was more than 100 feet. Those few cultivators were not even enough to fill the gaps in its teeth. The most terrifying thing was that even golden cores were defenseless as their bodies were crushed with a single chomp and devoured whole. Bang! The sleeves of a nascent soul cultivator swayed as he struck suddenly, causing a terrifying force to surge out and land on the anaconda's body heavily. The anaconda's body was slanted by the impact, causing several pieces of scales to fall and revealing the flesh underneath. However, instead of retreating, the anaconda became even more ferocious as it let out a cold and cruel look in its eyes. Pest! Suddenly, the anaconda opened its mouth and sucked as though it was about to swallow the entire world. A strong wind howled. The gigantic turbulence was almost materialized like a sword and saber. Gushing forth, even the branches of the tree were snapped as leaves fell. There was no way weaker cultivators could control their bodies from being sucked into the anaconda's mouth. This was the true anaconda eclipse. Even though Su Zimo had cultivated this, he was still immensely shocked to see it right now. Bastard, you're courting death! Another nascent soul cultivator hollered and struck, causing 3 flying swords to shoot out. Those 3 flying swords carried an extremely terrifying force with them that far surpassed the scope of spirit arts. As the 3 flying swords were about to enter the anaconda's mouth, the nascent soul cultivator that attacked seemed to have realized something as his expression changed. Not good. Hurry! Disperse! He exclaimed as he waved his robes and swept away the 3 flying swords he shot out, fleeing into the distance immediately as well. Su Zimo's eyes twitched. There were 2 fist-sized bags protruding from the head of the anaconda, looking like a pair of horns. It's not an anaconda, it's a flood dragon. If it was an anaconda, it could only be considered as a remnant beast. However, if it had managed to cultivate into a flood dragon, it would be equivalent to a pure-blooded ferocious beast. The few nascent souls in the group fled into the distance immediately, and the massive army of cultivators behind them did not dare to linger as they followed close behind. The crowd was in a mess as everyone tried their best to escape. Bang! The tail of the flood dragon descended suddenly, causing a bloody mist to burst forth in the air as it crashed into the crowd. It was too tragic. Hundreds of cultivators perished instantly, be it chi condensation, foundation establishment, or golden core cultivators. All of them were like ants in the face of this flood dragon and could not withstand a single blow. And at that moment, everyone had yet to step foot into the primordial ruin. This meant that the massacre had just begun. The primordial forest was 100 times more dangerous than the Tsonglang mountain range. Any random demon beasts here were pure-blooded, ferocious beasts that could scare off nascent souls who did not dare to take them head-on. Escaping in the midst of the chaos, Su Zimo bent down and used all his limbs to slither through the dense forest nimbly like an anaconda. In such an environment, Su Zimo's chances of survival were far greater than other cultivators of the same level. Because, to a certain extent, Su Zimo was a demon as well. He knew the habits, methods, and the laws of survival in the jungle. Initially, Su Zimo was somewhat worried that Night Spirit might run amok. It was true that Night Spirit had killed a golden core spirit demon back in Dongling Valley. However, Su Zimo was clear that Night Spirit's strength was far from that of a golden core spirit demon. Yet, to Su Zimo's surprise, not only was Night Spirit not afraid, it was extremely docile and stayed in his embrace obediently, merely peeking out with its head to survey the surroundings. Not long after, Su Zimo finally escaped from the attack range of the fierce flood dragon. Before he could catch a breather, Su Zimo's expression changed as he felt an even greater danger approaching rapidly. Not good. We have to leave this place as soon as possible. According to his experience of surviving in Tsonglang mountain range, the bloody smell of the battle behind them would attract even more powerful demon beasts. Those beasts would not be any weaker than that flood dragon. They should all be pure-blooded, ferocious beasts. If he was trapped here by those pure-blooded, ferocious beasts, he would definitely die. It was only now that Su Zimo understood why Heaven Azura sect and Purple Cloud sect did not chase away all the itinerant cultivators following them. The main goal of those two sects was to use the itinerant cultivators as bait to attract the ferocious beasts in this forest so that they could seize the opportunity to escape. The same way those itinerant cultivators were making use of the two sects were doing the same to them. The flood dragon's obstruction soon split the tens of thousands of cultivators into two camps. Among them, most of the cultivators were stopped by the flood dragon, while the few nascent soul cultivators of Heaven Azura sect and Purple Cloud sect led their disciples and sped towards the direction of the primordial ruin. Behind the two sects were some itinerant cultivators tagging along. Su Zimo was one of them. Most of the cultivators who were able to break through the flood dragon's interception had capabilities of their own. Su Zimo took a glance. Among the itinerant cultivators, there was indeed a cultivator that Su Zimo had some slight impression of. That man was wearing gray robes and held a folding fan in his hands. Looking to be in his 30s, he had a pale, beardless face with a slightly rotund body and ordinary features. However, his eyes were particularly spirited. When they were outside, Su Zimo had a short chat with this person. This was somebody who was full of nonsense and could even boast to the nines. Previously, the comments regarding the dragon's roars of the primordial ruin and how a true dragon's scales were larger than a human came from this person. There was no one who believed in those exaggerated words of his. Su Zimo had investigated this person's cultivation realm, and it was merely at early-stage foundation establishment. He's got some means. Su Zimo nodded silently. To be fair, Su Zimo was able to catch up to this point purely because of his demonic cultivation techniques. As for this gray-robed cultivator, the fact that he was able to get here with the strength of an early-stage foundation establishment was indeed impressive. Seemingly sensing something, the gray-robed cultivator turned back and glanced at Su Zimo, smiling in an extremely friendly manner. Right then, another commotion broke out before them. In the forest, a huge tiger leaped out. Its body was dozens of feet tall, and it lunged at the crowd instantly with an apparent ferocity. What was even scarier was that the tiger had 9 tails. 9-tailed, tiger-shaped. Su Zimo recalled for a moment, his expression serious as he said slowly, "Pure-blooded, ferocious beast, Lu Wu." The gray-robed cultivator frowned at the same time and muttered, "To think that it's a Lu Wu." Lu Wu was one of the ancient ferocious beasts. Born with 9 tails in the form of a tiger, it possessed terrifying strength. The moment the Luwu leaped into the crowd, the golden lion roared ferociously in an attempt to scare the Luwu back or even kill it. However, the Luwu merely swayed its 9 tails and lunged forward. In a single round, it bit and snapped the neck of the golden lion, causing blood to gush out. A bloody mist filled the forest. The master of the golden lion, a nascent soul, fled into the distance without even thinking. The many cultivators had already lost their order as they fled in a panicked chaos. However, a forest was not as simple as they thought of it to be, let alone a primordial forest. It was easy for them to enter, but getting out was far from simple. Pest! Pest! In the forest, a centipede that was more than 10 meters long and as thick as a water bucket slithered forth. It was red all over, moving its thousands of feet with a ferocious gaze. Charging into the crowd, the red centipede sliced the formation into 2 once more. Powerful beasts appeared continuously from the forest, most of them pure-blooded ferocious beasts. Su Zimo had no way of fighting and could only flee in the chaos. In such a forest, even nascent souls were useless. They were fleeing all the same at the sight of the pure-blooded ferocious beasts. Su Zimo found it hard to imagine what kind of terrifying existence he would encounter if he really entered the primordial ruin. It was too tragic. There were more than 30,000 cultivators who had entered this forest. Now, there were a mere few thousands left and the others were doomed to be buried in this forest. If they were down to a few mere thousands just by crossing this forest, how many of them would survive till the end? About 50 kilometers away from the primordial ruin, a huge pitch-black crow flapped its wings and sped over like lightning. A middle-aged man wearing blood robes sat on the crow. That was the Blood Crow King and Blood Crow Palace's lord. Oh! The palace lord frowned gradually and his gaze shimmered after he deployed the tracking secret skill. What's wrong, master? Did that Su Zimo hide in Jishui River again? The Blood Crow King asked. No, with a grim expression. The palace lord furrowed his brows and grit his teeth. That lad is about to enter that area. Ah! The Blood Crow King did not understand and froze for a moment. After a brief moment, the Blood Crow King came to a realization as a look of fear flashed in its eyes. It asked in a testing manner, "That area?" "Yes." The palace lord nodded. The Blood Crow King analyzed. "That lad has a motive. He's probably trying to lure you there. You must not fall for it, master." Pausing for a moment, the Blood Crow King continued, "Furthermore, what sort of a place is that? Even nascent souls and void reversions might not be able to escape unscathed. A mere foundation establishment like him is bound to die in that place. That lad is very scheming," the palace lord said with a sullen expression. "This is a plot. Even if I know his intentions, I have to go. Even if he dies, I have to see it with my own eyes. Master, you must be careful. You must not be rash." "It's all right. This is quite a brilliant plot. It's just a pity he missed something." The palace lord waved it off and scoffed coldly. "He does not know my identity, nor does he know what lies within that area. As a last resort, even if we alarm the existences there, given my identity, I should be able to escape fully without any problems. Let's go. I want to see where else that Su Zimo can escape to." The primordial forest was filled with a strong and pungent stench of blood. A bloody mist permeated the branches and leaves of the trees, condensing into drops of blood that slid down quietly. Amidst the thorns, gravel, and branches, ripped corpses were strewn everywhere. All of them died in miserable states, either torn into 2 or crushed into meat slime, and were completely unrecognizable. That forest had turned into a living hell, filled with blood and cruelty. Wild beasts roared one after another, causing the ancient trees to shake and the ground to quake. Su Zimo believed that there were people who regretted it the moment hints of an oncoming massacre were shown. However, it was already too late for them to want to back out of the primordial forest. The beasts of the forest had already severed their retreat route completely. The people remaining were getting fewer and fewer. Su Zimo witnessed with his own eyes a nascent soul cultivator walking right at the front, dragged away by a seemingly harmless flower. leaving behind nothing but a momentary tragic cry into silence. In the forest, even the most basic vegetation was left behind from the primordial era and was extremely terrifying. The pressure was intensifying. While Su Zimo was familiar with the rules of survival in a jungle, it was difficult for him to get out alive if even nascent soul cultivators could not promise the same. At that moment, Su Zimo noticed that the gray-robed cultivator had suddenly changed directions. No longer following behind the crowd from Heaven Azura sect and Purple Cloud sect, he tunneled to another bush. Su Zimo's heart stirred as he pondered. While Heaven Azura sect and Purple Cloud sect had nascent souls leading the way right now and were extremely strong, they were also a greater target for the primordial beasts. It would indeed be safer comparatively if he were to take another path right now. Of course, that was only a relative comparison. Within that forest, there were dangers everywhere and there was nowhere that was absolutely safe. Su Zimo's eyes flickered and he too changed directions, following behind the path of the gray-robed cultivator. Like an anaconda, Su Zimo slithered through the forest and he caught up to the gray-robed cultivator before long, following afar from the back. The gray-robed cultivator's speed wasn't fast and he would even slow down occasionally. Furthermore, the gray-robed cultivator's actions were rather odd. He held a folding fan in his right hand while opening his left palm, and his thumb kept coming into contact with his other fingers from time to time at an extremely fast speed. It was as if he was calculating something. What puzzled Su Zimo the most was that despite the tens of thousands of cultivators who had perished in this forest, the person's face did not show the slightest bit of fear. That sort of mental fortitude was way too terrifying. Right then, the gray-robed cultivator ahead suddenly paused and hid himself. Upon seeing that, Su Zimo did not dare act rashly as well. He pressed himself to the ground and awaited with bated breath. A moment later, a warning flashed in Su Zimo's mind. Right after, a large shadow swept past their heads, covering the skies and emitting a ravening aura as it charged towards the direction of Heaven Azura sect and Purple Cloud sect at an extremely fast speed. Su Zimo's face was pale and he broke out in cold sweat. It was true that Su Zimo could sense danger ahead of him in this primordial forest using his spirit perception as well. However, it would be too late by then. Rising, the gray-robed cultivator continued rushing forth. That person has some means. If I follow him, I might be able to get out of this forest. Su Zimo followed closely behind. Sure enough, Su Zimo avoided several attacks from the ferocious beasts by following and pausing according to that person. In Su Zimo's eyes, that gray-robed cultivator suddenly became unfathomable. Before long, the gray-robed cultivator in front turned back suddenly, as if having sensed something. Going low immediately, Su Zimo hid himself. The gray-robed cultivator swept his glance and paused slightly at Su Zimo's hiding spot where he smiled meaningfully before turning front and continuing on. This time round, the gray-robed cultivator's steps were strange as he swept left and right. Suddenly, he burrowed into the forest and disappeared from Su Zimo's line of vision. Su Zimo gave chase right away but realized that he had lost track of the gray-robed cultivator. He realized then that his actions had been exposed. When the gray-robed cultivator sensed it, he chose to shake Su Zimo off. Fufu. Su Zimo gave a faint smile and observed his surroundings carefully before choosing a direction to run after. Traveling in a forest as such would definitely leave traces. Others might not be able to see it, but with Su Zimo's experience of living in a forest, he could find the slightest of traces and determine the direction where the gray-robed cultivator had left. Of course, such a method would decrease Su Zimo's speed significantly. A moment later, he looked over and could not help but heave a sigh of relief. The edge of the primordial forest was not far ahead. All of a sudden, Su Zimo's expression changed starkly as he dodged to the side without a second thought. Clang! A deafening sound rang behind him. Turning back, Su Zimo gasped and his entire body went cold. A massive ferocious beast with 8 legs and flames burning on its body stood in front of Su Zimo with a feral expression. An ancient ferocious beast, divine pyrospider. While the divine pyrospider could not spit silk, its 8 claws were sharper than any weapons out there. The divine pyrospider's claw had slammed down earlier like a gigantic saber with thorns on it, leaving a deep ravine in the ground. If Su Zimo had been a half-step slower, he would be split into two. Given Su Zimo's cultivation realm, he would be burnt to ashes if he touched any bit of flame on the divine pyrospider's body. Su Zimo did not dare to linger any longer and turned to flee. Clang, clang, clang. The divine pyrospider chased closely behind at an extremely fast speed, causing sparks to fly everywhere each time its claws swiped across rocks. Bang! Boom! Boom! Suddenly, a deafening boom echoed from behind Su Zimo. Not far behind him, a pitch-black hole appeared beneath the divine pyrospider out of nowhere. Dark and deep, it was filled with a piercing killing intent. A trace of panic flickered through the divine pyrospider's eyes and it wanted to escape. Boom! Suddenly, a massive pitch-black beard of flesh appeared from that hole, coiling around the divine pyrospider's body like a massive anaconda. Kikiki! A series of ear-piercing screams could be heard from the divine pyrospider as it struggled furiously to no avail. In the blink of an eye, it was yanked down into the cave and disappeared from sight. Su Zimo gulped. He did not even manage to make out what was inside that hole. Swish! Not far away in the forest, a commotion broke out. The sound of the footsteps of ferocious beasts filled with killing intent could be heard. Su Zimo suddenly released his power of blood chi and his body was shrouded with a demonic chi. Releasing divine steed fleeting, he charged in the direction ahead with all his might. Silver-winged cicada, blood-seeking millipede, wind-slicing eagle and many other pure-blooded ferocious beasts were charging over with a murderous intent like devils. Gritting his teeth, Su Zimo had a resolute gaze. 50 feet, 30 feet, 10 feet. Swoosh! Finally, his vision cleared up. Su Zimo had finally gotten out of the primordial forest. When the many ancient ferocious beasts arrived at the edge of the forest, all of them stopped in their tracks in unison with a tacit understanding. With a look of fear in their eyes, they gradually retreated. Tens of thousands of cultivators had entered the forest at the back. However, Su Zimo believed that less than 1% among them could leave that forest alive. As one of them, Su Zimo should be happy. However, the sight of the many beasts that were slowly returning to the forest, Su Zimo suddenly realized that the moment he rushed out of the forest was also the moment he had stepped foot on the land left behind from the primordial era. The primordial ruin. This was the location that was marked highly dangerous on the map. All of those cruel, violent, pure-blooded, ferocious beasts were wary of this primordial ruin. What sort of ancient secret was hidden in this place? Turning slowly, Su Zimo looked over. That single look caused his pupils to contract and even his heart to stop beating. There was an endless amount of white bones. At a glance, there was no end and it filled the entire land. Of those bones, many belonged to humans, but there were many that belonged to remnant ferocious beasts as well. Almost none of them were preserved properly, all shattered and scattered on the ground. This was a true sea of bones. Standing in the face of this sea of bones, Su Zimo seemed incomparably small. It was as if he would be swallowed whole by the sea of bones the moment he walked in. There was an inexplicable fear, an indescribable suffocation, an endless oppressiveness and a faint scent of blood. Right then, Su Zimo's chest moved and Night Spirit suddenly burrowed out, leaping down. Looking at the sea of bones in front, Night Spirit's nose twitched. It had a strange expression and its eyes shone with a mysterious glint. All of a sudden, not far away at the edge of the primordial forest, two figures were the first to run out. They were covered in blood and looked terrible. It's them! Su Zimo swept his glance and recognized their identities. The two of them were nascent souls from Heaven Azura sect and Purple Cloud sect. Both of them glanced at the forest behind them with lingering fear. When they turned back and saw the sea of bones, they were also rooted on the spot, unable to contain the shock in their eyes. Even nascent souls felt minuscule in the face of this sea of bones. What sort of a tragic battle could it have been that left such an intimidating ruin? Hurry and escape! It's right up ahead. Hurry, hurry! Help me! A series of cries sounded from the forest nearby. Not long after, another group of cultivators came forth from the forest. More than 100 in numbers, they bore disheveled hairs and tattered clothes as they fell and sat on the ground, panting heavily. There were golden cores and foundation establishment cultivators among them. Of the massive tens of thousands of cultivators' army, including the nascent souls and golden cores, there were only more than 100 who survived. The others had all died in the forest without getting a chance to even catch sight of the primordial ruin. Su Zimo merely cast a single glance in that direction before turning back. He did not wish to attract the attention of those cultivators. All of a sudden, Night Spirit let out a whimper. Opening its mouth, it bit on Su Zimo's shirt gently and kept pulling in the direction of the Sea of Bones. "You want to head in?" Su Zimo frowned and asked in a soft voice. Night Spirit nodded. "This Sea of Bones is not simple and we don't know what dangers lurk within. Let's wait for them to scout the area first." "There's no hurry," Su Zimo said. Night Spirit shook its head. Suddenly, it raised a hind leg and peed on Su Zimo. Of course, Su Zimo could dodge it with ease. However, a realization struck him: a Night Spirit had already gained sentience and was extremely intelligent. It would definitely not try to dirty him for no reason. If it chose to do so, there must be a meaning behind it. "What sect are you from? What's your name?" Right then, the two nascent souls walked over. They looked at Su Zimo with superiority, their tone cold and unquestionable. "I'm Su Zimo. I'm not of any sect." Su Zimo replied indifferently, half in truth. "That's perfect. Go take a spin in this Sea of Bones. If you come back alive, you can take your picking from our Heaven Azura sect or Purple Cloud sect. Both our sects will be willing to take you in," one of the nascent souls said. "That's right." The other nascent soul nodded his head. "Su Zimo, this is a huge opportunity for you." Su Zimo sneered in silence and did not reply. No matter what, he would have to go through the Sea of Bones. The difference was whether he was going to do it now or later on when his pursuers arrived. By the looks of the situation now, if he did not enter the Sea of Bones, the two nascent souls beside him would kill him on the spot. Furthermore, Night Spirit was still insistent, looking at Su Zimo with expectant eyes and urging the latter to head in. At that thought, Su Zimo no longer hesitated as he strode towards the Sea of Bones. Night Spirit followed beside Su Zimo's feet like a small black dog. There was a vague hint of excitement in its eyes. The moment Su Zimo stepped foot into the Sea of Bones, he sensed something unusual. The spirit energy in his dantian seemed to be sealed by an invisible force. Although it had a similar effect to the spirit lock formation, it was even scarier than that. Taking a deep breath, Su Zimo walked towards the depths of the Sea of Bones. Surrounded by bones, it was eerie and scary, yet unusually quiet. A half-hour later, Su Zimo had already walked far into the Sea of Bones, but nothing unexpected or untoward happened to him. "Master, let's head in too. If there's really something good, that lad's going to beat us to it," someone from Heaven Azura sect suggested. "Yes," the two nascent souls agreed at the same time. With an order, they led the remaining disciples into the Sea of Bones. With their spirit energy locked, even golden cores could not tread through the air and had to walk on the ground. Only nascent souls could fly at a low altitude above the Sea of Bones. The two cultivators had already decided that they would just follow in Su Zimo's tracks. They wouldn't get too close nor stay too far. If anything were to happen, Su Zimo would be the first to die and they would have a chance to get away. However, an earth-shattering change happened in the Sea of Bones not long after the two cultivators entered. Su Zimo looked back. A series of massive waves surged in the Sea of Bones. Seemingly triggered by something, the endless white bones bounced up from the ground and took on various forms through the augmentation of some mysterious power. Some of them formed a gigantic palm of white bones, emerging from the Sea of Bones and grabbing at the crowd fiercely. More than half the cultivators from the two sects perished once more. A blood mist spewed out. Some of the bones turned into ferocious beasts made of bones that bore immense strength, killing anyone they saw with a violent ferocity. Bones started bouncing in the vicinity of Su Zimo as well. However, the bones seemed to turn a blind eye to Su Zimo and Night Spirit and were all rushing to the cultivators of the two sects not far away. Could it be because of Night Spirit's pee? Although Su Zimo was unwilling to believe it, that seemed to be the only possibility. Bang! A nascent soul fought head-on with a white-boned beast. His expression changed drastically as he stumbled 3 steps back. Right on the heels of that, the nascent soul's body exploded into a bloody pulp, leaving nothing behind. In the face of those bone beasts, even nascent souls could not withstand a single blow. When he saw that, Su Zimo knew that it was over for Heaven Azura sect and Purple Cloud sect. This sea of bones was going to be their resting place. The winds and clouds suddenly changed as the bone waves surged. As if triggered by something, the endless white bones stirred and took on the form of various remnant ferocious beasts. Terrifying existences rose one after another from the sea of bones. A murderous aura filled the air as blood rushed into the sky. Su Zimo could not identify the origin of those remnant ferocious beasts based on their skeletal structure alone. However, there were many humanoid skeletal structures among them that had terrifying combat strength as well. The remaining 100-odd cultivators from Heaven Azura sect and Purple Cloud sect, including the nascent souls and golden cores, were slaughtered by the countless white-boned ferocious beasts. Fresh blood splattered and broken limbs were strewn everywhere as tragic cries rang out incessantly. At the sight of that, Su Zimo felt his scalp go numb while his limbs went cold. Was this the power of a primordial ruin? If these living beings possessed such terrifying combat strength after their deaths, what sort of cultivation realm did they possess while they were alive? Who was it that could have buried them here, forming such a boundless sea of bones? What was in the depths of this sea of bones? In an instant, countless questions flashed through Su Zimo's mind. At that moment, he truly felt how insignificant he was. Even though he was already a Foundation establishment cultivator and could achieve sword kinesis flight, he could not shrug off the shackles of being a mere mortal. Su Zimo walked towards the depths of the sea of bones. It was as if he was headed for an extremely unfamiliar era. He was entering a civilization that was buried in the sands of time which no one knew about. The tragic cries behind him faded gradually. None of the cultivators from the two sects were spared from being buried in the sea of bones. The mighty white-boned ferocious beasts scattered and fell to the ground once more. The sea of bones regained its silence. It was so silent that it was frightening. It was as if the killing and slaughter earlier on was nothing but Su Zimo's imagination. A slight gust of breeze blew and Su Zimo felt a chill run down his spine. Unknowingly, he had already broken out in cold sweat. He glanced at Night Spirit beside his feet. He could vaguely guess that Night Spirit had something to do with why the powerful existences in the Sea of Bones did not attack him. As for Night Spirit, it was very alert, sniffing around while leading the way with Su Zimo at the back. In that endless sea of white bones, there was only that man and beast. They were surrounded with extreme desolateness with no signs of life at all. The fog in front of them grew heavier gradually and the visibility was very low. In that thick fog, there was a mixture of moistness and stench of blood. After a long time, Su Zimo found a grayish-white stone pillar standing in the fog in front of him. Extremely thick, it rose from the ground and extended into the skies. In the face of that stone pillar, Su Zimo appeared extremely small. Reaching out, he touched the stone pillar. It was beyond his expectations. This gigantic stone pillar was a relic of the primordial era, weathered by the elements and washed by the sands of time. Despite that, its surface was smooth as jade without any bit of coarseness. Typically, even supreme-grade spirit weapons would lose their spirituality if they were exposed outside for hundreds of thousands of years, let alone stone pillars. Furthermore, it was at least tens of millions of years from the primordial era till now. This stone pillar is a treasure. If only I could carry it away. Su Zimo circled a couple of rounds around the stone pillar and thought to himself. Naturally, that was merely a casual thought. Given Su Zimo's strength, he could not even stuff the stone pillar into his storage bag. Even if he could, there was no way he would do so. The Sea of Bones was already so terrifying. Who knew what was the purpose of a mighty stone pillar erected here? What if he were to alert the terrifying existences in the sea of bones once more should he move the stone pillar? Circling around the stone pillar once more, Su Zimo did not find any signs from its surface. Weird. Su Zimo's eyes flashed with doubt. He originally thought that there would be some information carved on the stone pillar, perhaps drawings or indications of the primordial era. However, the surface of the stone pillar was smooth without anything at all. A strong gust of wind blew past the sea of bones, causing the fog to dissipate slightly. Looking around, Su Zimo's gaze froze and he exclaimed softly. 1,000 feet away from this stone pillar, there was another stone pillar erected in the same row. Su Zimo walked over and took a look. This stone pillar was almost identical to the first one. It had a smooth as jade surface without any signs on it. As he continued walking along that direction, a similarly thick stone pillar would appear almost once every 1,000 feet. What's going on? Su Zimo pondered for a moment, but he had no clue. Under Night Spirit's urging, he continued walking forward. Before long, Su Zimo stopped in his tracks once more. He had already arrived at the end of the Sea of Bones. The end of the Sea of Bones was a tall mountain that towered into the clouds. The top of it was lush, filled with vibrant life and rich vegetation. There was even green water swirling around the foot of the mountain, as though it was a paradise. From the dead and heavy atmosphere of the Sea of Bones to a flourishing mountain peak, Su Zimo could not recover from the sudden change for a moment. Suddenly, a possibility struck him. The Sea of Bones behind him was truly just the boundary of the Sea of Bones. The mountain before him was the true center of the primordial ruin. Or perhaps even this mountain was not the center of the primordial ruin. Perhaps the true secret of the ruin awaited those who crossed this mountain? Be it the primordial forest or the Sea of Bones behind him, those were merely barriers protecting the center of the primordial ruin. Hia! Hia! Night Spirit cried and urged Su Zimo to continue ahead. When he arrived at the foot of the mountain, Su Zimo's heart stirred, as if he sensed something. He glanced sideways at a forest at the side. Not far away, a figure appeared from an old tree. Dressed in gray robes, he had a slightly rotund figure with a beardless face, holding a folding fan in his hands. It's you! It's you! Both men exchanged glances and were stunned for a moment before exclaiming. Su Zimo had not expected that he could come across that gray-robed cultivator again at this place. Back in the primordial forest, Su Zimo had already realized that the gray-robed cultivator was far from simple and had some tricks up his sleeves. However, after entering the Sea of Bones, Su Zimo thought that the person would perish within. He never expected that the person would arrive at the mountain before him. While Su Zimo was shocked, the gray-robed cultivator was even more shocked. Given his eyesight, he could naturally tell that Su Zimo was only a Foundation establishment cultivator. There was no possibility of him hiding his cultivation realm. Right from the get-go, the gray-robed cultivator knew that the tens of thousands of cultivators that coveted to step foot into the primordial ruin would all die. Apart from him, no one else could survive. He had not expected that this seemingly normal green-robed cultivator would actually be able to cross the Sea of Bones. He could understand how the green-robed cultivator was able to pass through the primordial forest. After all, this person was smart and had followed behind him in the forest. However, he had already dumped this person right at the very end. Interesting. Walking slowly towards Su Zimo, the gray-robed cultivator let out a malicious smile. Narrowing his gaze, Su Zimo let out a wary look. Even though the gray-robed cultivator before him was only at early-stage Foundation establishment, Su Zimo did not dare to be careless. The person reeked of a strange and unfathomable aura from head to toe. Furthermore, the fact that this man was able to cross the primordial forest and Sea of Bones with ease was reason enough for Su Zimo to be wary. Arriving around 10 meters in front of Su Zimo, the gray-robed cultivator stopped in his tracks all of a sudden. Raising his brows, he asked with a fake smile, "Fellow Taoist, you're really following tightly. I didn't manage to shake you off at all." Su Zimo looked at the person calmly and remained silent. A hint of mockery flashed in the gray-robed cultivator's eyes and his expression darkened. His smile was suddenly wiped away as he asked in a cold tone, "Tell me, what's your background? Why are you following me?" Having said that, the gray-robed cultivator stared fixedly at Su Zimo's face, hoping to find a clue in his expression and gaze. "I'm not following you." Su Zimo shook his head expressionlessly. That was the truth. Failing to gain anything, the gray-robed cultivator frowned and thought internally, could it really be a coincidence? No, the gray-robed cultivator changed his mind. Even if it's a coincidence, I can't let him continue forth. If my plans were to be spoiled because of this person, the losses would be immense. How did you manage to cross the sea of bones? The gray-robed cultivator asked all of a sudden. Walking. When he heard that, the corner of the gray-robed cultivator's mouth twitched. He wanted to say something but stopped. Sweeping his gaze across Su Zimo, the gray-robed cultivator looked at Night Spirit who was beside Su Zimo's feet. Upon seeing Night Spirit, the gray-robed cultivator could not help but roll his eyes. He mocked, "Fellow Taoist, your preferences are truly extraordinary. Most people would look for the cubs of ancient remnant beasts or pure-blooded ferocious beasts to be their fighting beasts. But look at you, rearing the cub of a black dog. None of your business." Su Zimo sneered and retorted. The gray-robed cultivator did not get angry either, merely waving the folding fan in his hand and saying with a smile, "Fellow Taoist, let me give you a piece of advice. Since you're able to cross the sea of bones, I advise you to turn back and stop continuing forward. This is not a place for you to be." The gray-robed cultivator pointed at the mountain by the side and said with a serious expression, emphasizing every single word. Su Zimo did not say anything. He wanted to head back as well. To be precise, Su Zimo had never intended to step into this place right from the get-go. He was only here because he had nowhere else to go. If he were to head back now, he would only be met with his pursuers. Furthermore, he managed to arrive here by relying on Night Spirit's guidance and persistence. It was not that easy for Su Zimo to retreat. "You're not retreating?" The gray-robed cultivator frowned and muttered, "That's troublesome. I can't let you follow me and spoil my plans. You can head your way and I'll head mine. We won't have to interfere with one another." Su Zimo was also wary towards the gray-robed cultivator and did not want to have a clash with the latter. After a brief silence, the gray-robed cultivator shook his head. "No, that's too risky. Since you refuse to leave, you can't blame me." "Oh!" Upon hearing that, Su Zimo's expression changed. Without thinking, he immediately attacked first. The two of them were extremely close. If nothing unexpected happened, Su Zimo was 70% confident that he would be able to take down the gray-robed cultivator. Boom! With the plow heaven stride, a clear footprint appeared on the ground, causing the surrounding soil to fly everywhere. In almost an instant, Su Zimo appeared in front of the gray-robed cultivator and channeled his bloodline, causing the sound of tsunamis and rumbling thunder to echo from his body in a terrifying manner. Faced with Su Zimo's attack, the gray-robed cultivator did not panic at all when he heard the sounds coming from Su Zimo's body. Instead, he exclaimed softly and his eyes filled with curiosity. "Such mighty power of bloodline? How did you manage to cultivate it?" Without saying a word, Su Zimo swung his arm and punched the top of the gray-robed cultivator's head. It was like a huge seal that suddenly fell. Not bad, not bad. Against Su Zimo's attack, the gray-robed cultivator did not avoid nor dodge and was even in the mood to nod and praise him. Suddenly, the gray-robed cultivator stretched out his folding fan and tapped Su Zimo on the wrist lightly. That tap was done extremely swiftly, landing with absolute precision. Even the timing was perfect as well. Bang! Su Zimo's wrist went numb and the power of that punch dissipated entirely. Right after, a piercing pain surged from Su Zimo's wrist, as if it was snapped. The gray-robed cultivator chuckled. Out of nowhere, he produced a rope and tossed it in Su Zimo's direction gently while muttering, "Restrict!" That rope coiled around Su Zimo's body immediately, tying his arms and legs to both sides of his body while circling round after round. In the blink of an eye, Zimo was completely restricted by that unassuming rope and could not move at all. A black shadow fluttered out. Night Spirit, don't move. Zimo called back Night Spirit immediately. In reality, the moment the gray-robed cultivator attacked, Zimo had already realized that this person was definitely not at early-stage foundation establishment. It could be a golden core or even a nascent soul. At the very least, the cultivation realm of the gray-robed cultivator was far superior to his. Against such a powerful cultivator, it would be useless even if Night Spirit were to charge at him. Instead, it might even be killed by the gray-robed cultivator. Stopping in its tracks, Night Spirit glared at the gray-robed cultivator coldly. It raised its head and a deep growl came from the depths of its throat, filled with killing intent. Heh! The gray-robed cultivator walked before Night Spirit and squatted, saying with a smile, "You've sure got some guts, black dog cub. How dare you attack me?" The proximity between the man and beast was extremely close. Night Spirit could reach him just by raising its paw. However, Night Spirit did not make a move still after a while, merely looking at him with a cold gaze. Smiling, the gray-robed cultivator tapped Night Spirit on the head with his folding fan. "Not bad. You're quite clever. How lucky of you." Zimo exhaled deeply. Naturally, he could tell that the gray-robed cultivator was deliberately luring Night Spirit to attack earlier on. If Night Spirit had truly attacked, not only would it fail to injure the gray-robed cultivator, the latter would even take the opportunity to kill it. The gray-robed cultivator stood up and looked at Zimo with a helpless expression. He spread out his hands and said, "Since you're unwilling to leave, I can only hold you here. By the way, this is the demon-suppressing rope." "Oh, I don't think you've heard of it," the gray-robed cultivator continued. "Even pure-blooded ferocious beasts would be tied up tightly by the demon-suppressing rope. Although your body is strong, it's not comparable to pure-blooded ferocious beasts. So, don't bother lest you bring about suffering for yourself." Zimo did not reply. The gray-robed cultivator turned over and took a few steps. Seemingly worried, he said, "Stay here obediently. I'll be back in a little while and help you undo the demon-suppressing rope." With that said, the gray-robed cultivator tunneled into the forest with swift steps. Heading towards the peak, he disappeared before long. Two figures stumbled out of the primordial forest and descended before the sea of bones. "Thank you for saving me, Master," the Blood Crow King said with lingering fear. If not for the Blood Crow Palace's lord, given its own strength, it would not have been able to make it out of the primordial forest. The palace lord nodded and turned back to look at the remnant ferocious beasts that were gradually retreating in the forest before heaving a sigh of relief. Even with his strength as a void reversion, he had to exercise caution while crossing that primordial forest. If he had truly encountered the king of the forest, even he would have to retreat to protect himself. "Master, are we still chasing? That lad's only a foundation establishment cultivator. Could he have truly made it out of that primordial forest?" The Blood Crow King's tone was clearly filled with doubt. Surveying his surroundings, the palace lord noticed some traces left behind by Heaven Azura sect and Purple Cloud sect. He nodded his head. "Yes, that lad is quite lucky. He must have joined the crowd and managed to get out by chance." Narrowing his gaze, the palace lord looked at the sea of bones before him in silence. There was a deep shock in the depths of the Blood Crow King's eyes. There were so many white bones piled into a sea. Furthermore, these bones left behind from the primordial era had yet to decompose till this day. Just how strong were the owners of these bones back then? "Master, are we crossing this sea of bones?" the Blood Crow King asked at the side warily. Since there was no trace of Zimo in this place, logically, it should mean that Zimo entered the Sea of Bones. However, for some reason, the Blood Crow King felt a sense of trepidation when he faced the Sea of Bones. The palace lord nodded. "I'll locate that lad using the secret skill. Blood Curse Attraction." The palace lord shouted softly and a dark glow emanated from his eyes. Like ink, the glow started to spread out before condensing into the word character for green in midair, emitting strange energy ripples. "Oh, the palace lord exclaimed softly as the character dissipated. The Blood Crow King asked, "What's wrong, master?" Frowning, the palace lord shook his head. "It doesn't make sense. That lad's location shows that he's already crossed the Sea of Bones. How did he manage to do it as a Foundation establishment cultivator? Could there be more to the background of that lad than it seems?" The palace lord's gaze flickered as he fell into deep thought. "Wait here. I'll go take a look myself," the palace lord said to the Blood Crow King before walking to the edge of the Sea of Bones and chanting a mysterious incantation. Right after, the palace lord bit his tongue gently and spat out a drop of blood essence. That blood essence, under the augmentation of the incantation, formed a blood-colored barrier that enveloped the surroundings of the palace lord. The palace lord stepped foot into the Sea of Bones. He was a few steps in when the Sea of Bones surged with bone waves, seemingly sensing something. Countless white bones surged from the ground, taking on the form of white-boned ferocious beasts. Terrifying and menacing, mysterious flames danced in the sockets of their skulls. Roar! Waves of roars sounded from the Sea of Bones as the winds and clouds churned. The Blood Crow King's legs turned jelly as it witnessed the scene from the edge of the Sea of Bones. Given his cultivation, it could naturally sense the frightening aura that was being emitted from those white-boned ferocious beasts. Any one of those white-boned ferocious beasts would be able to crush him into pieces with ease. Surrounded by the many white-boned ferocious beasts, the palace lord continued forward with a calm expression. The white-boned ferocious beasts stared at the palace lord and identified the blood mist surrounding the latter. After hesitating for a long time, they dispersed and fell back into the Sea of Bones, turning everything calm once more. At the moment when the palace lord released his secret skill to investigate Su Zimo's whereabouts, at the end of the Sea of Bones, at the foot of a godly mountain, Su Zimo's eyes turned a faint green hue as he felt a sudden, sharp pain in his mind. Right after, Su Zimo's vision blurred and once more, he saw the blood-robed youth who had died in his hands charging at him with a sinister smile. That throbbing pain and hallucination disappeared in an instant. Before long, a commotion stirred from the Sea of Bones behind him, as if someone had barged in. "They're actually chasing me here?" Su Zimo's expression turned extremely terrible. He originally thought that the primordial forest alone was enough to discourage his pursuers from continuing. But from the looks of it, the other party still decided to enter the Sea of Bones. There were only two possibilities now. If the other party could cross the Sea of Bones, he would definitely die. The second scenario was that the white-boned ferocious beasts in the Sea of Bones would kill off all of his pursuers. Su Zimo did not dare to take the gamble. Looking at the rope that was tying him up, Su Zimo tried to budge but realized that it did not show signs of loosening. Sneering internally, Su Zimo released his blood chi explosively. Bang! Boom! Boom! His bloodline churned within his body, letting out a rich demonic chi as blood filled his flesh while his tendons shook. Su Zimo's body was expanding. Buzz! The demon-suppressing rope shone brightly, forming a resplendent atmosphere, before suppressing Su Zimo's blood chi instantly. Ugh! Su Zimo's expression changed as he grunted. The demon-suppressing rope did not loosen. Instead, it dug deeper into Su Zimo's flesh such that blood oozed out, staining his green robes. Instantly, Su Zimo calmed his blood chi and allowed his body to return to normal. The wounds that were inflicted on his body by the demon-suppressing rope were nothing but superficial wounds. With Su Zimo's immense healing powers, he would be able to recover very quickly. However, how he should escape remained a tricky problem. Su Zimo could not just wait foolishly for the gray-robed cultivator to return and undo the demon-suppressing rope for him. He would probably be a dead man by then. A thought flashed through Su Zimo's mind. Since he was unable to break free from it directly, how about attempting tendons transformation? A series of crackling sounds could be heard from Su Zimo's body as his tendons and bones echoed at the same time. Su Zimo's figure shrank rapidly at a discernible pace. In the blink of an eye, he had shrunk to a mere meter tall and was extremely short. However, to Su Zimo's shock, the demon-suppressing rope had changed along with him. It kept shrinking while remaining tightly wrapped around his body such that he couldn't escape. This was the reason why the demon-suppressing rope was so powerful. After demon beasts managed to cultivate an inner core, they could alter their appearances and take on a human form, no matter what sort of massive beasts they originally were. However, if they were bound by the demon-suppressing rope, they would not be able to escape no matter the sort of transformations they undertook. Suzimo was at his wit's end. Right then, Night Spirit came over and extended its sharp claws that flashed with a cold glint. It hooked onto the rope and tore it apart continuously. Moments later, the demon-suppressing rope snapped. The moment it snapped, the light on the demon-suppressing rope dimmed and it fell from Suzimo's body. Suzimo was elated. Hia! With an urging cry, Night Spirit turned around and sprinted up the mountain. Suzimo followed hurriedly. The gray-robed cultivator tiptoed his way through the mountain, looking nervous and furtive. He held his folding fan in one hand and a metal rod as thick as a finger in his other. At the tip of the metal rod, a slender needle passed through it, constantly spinning and guiding his direction. Once in a while, the gray-robed cultivator would stop in his tracks and wait for the needle to stabilize in a certain direction before heading in that direction. With the constant pauses, the gray-robed cultivator's speed was not fast. This old man's earth spirit ruler is not reliable at all. Spinning here and there, it's not even giving me a fixed direction. The gray-robed cultivator mumbled as he walked. On the other side, Night Spirit brought Suzimo through the forest of the godly mountain at an extremely fast speed. Its nose twitched as it sprinted, as if smelling for something, as it walked further and further into the godly mountain. After a long time, Night Spirit came before a gigantic cave and stopped. Suzimo raised his head and looked at the cave in shock. His mouth was slightly agape and he was speechless for a moment. The size of the cave was way beyond his imagination. In front of the cave entrance, Suzimo was like an ant before a majestic palace hall. He felt incomparably small. Just who was it who could have opened up such a massive cave in this godly mountain? There were no signs of any saber or axe marks at the boundaries of the cave. Such a method could be considered as a work of God. What sort of a purpose did this cave hold with its size? Ooh, ooh! Night Spirit bit the hem of Suzimo's shirt and continued to tug at him, gesturing for him to enter the cave quickly. Taking a deep breath of air, Suzimo could not help but turn and look back before entering the cave. That single look caused Suzimo to stare fixedly, unable to shift his gaze away. The massive cave was halfway up the mountain. Suzimo had the high ground vantage from where he was, and he naturally had a wider view of the sea of bones behind him. He could vaguely see that there were 2 rows of stone pillars in the sea of bones, and they were nearly as tall as half the mountain's height. The top of the 2 rows of stone pillars leaned towards the middle, embedding into a huge, thick beam that was full of spikes and was several times thicker than the stone pillars. What exactly is this thing? There was a flash of doubt in Suzimo's eyes. He had a nagging feeling that the stone pillars and beam resembled something when combined. After pondering for a while, Suzimo had no clue and followed Night Spirit into the cave. At the same time, the Blood Crow Palace's lord crossed the sea of bones safely and let out a heave of relief. The palace lord was motionless as he focused his senses and could not help but sneer. Still fleeing? I want to see where you can flee to. Following the guidance of the blood curse, the palace lord rushed up the godly mountain. Before long, a figure with gray robes appeared in front of a huge cave on the middle of the mountain, wielding a folding fan in one hand and the earth spirit ruler on another. The old man did not lie. Even though the earth spirit ruler's a little slow, it didn't get it wrong. I really found it. Looking at the gigantic cave before him, the gray-robed cultivator could but help but chuckle with a smug expression. If it's meant to be, it's meant to be. If it's not, there's no need to force things. Shaking his head, the gray-robed cultivator waved his folding fan and sang softly in delight as he entered the cave. Suzimo had long realized that ever since they stepped foot into this primordial ruin, Night Spirit had been different from usual. It was a little excited and nervous at the same time. This was the first time complex emotions as such appeared on Night Spirit. Back when Tao Lord Extreme Fire perished, he did not make it clear whether Night Spirit came from a primordial or ancient ruin. Su Zimo had the suspicion that Night Spirit might have some intricate connection with this primordial ruin. A bolder assumption would be to guess that Night Spirit originated from this primordial ruin. After all, Night Spirit's behavior had been peculiar along the entire journey. The cave was extremely empty and there was almost no obstruction. Rushing for a long time, the man and beast finally arrived at the deepest part of the cave. At the end of the cave stood a grayish-white oval object that was as tall as a person. Su Zimo stared in disbelief as he muttered to himself, "That's an egg. What sort of a demon beast would lay such a massive egg?" Su Zimo came before the gigantic egg and reached out to touch and feel it. There were no patterns on the egg, which meant that it had not been born for long. A month at best. In that case, the phenomenon that the many cultivators witnessed a month ago should have been caused by the birth of this demon beast egg. Su Zimo recalled all the information he had regarding demon beast eggs. After a moment, he still could not recall anything about the sort of demon beasts that could possibly give birth to this frighteningly massive egg. Night Spirit navigated through Su Zimo's robes and arrived at his chest area before long. Watching him with blinking eyes, seemingly showing off. Gazing at the egg before him, Su Zimo frowned and pondered. He had the feeling that if he were to connect the scattered pieces of information along the entire journey, he should be able to obtain an answer. The stone pillars, the beam, the cave, the egg. A flash of light flickered through Su Zimo's mind. At the thought of that possibility, Su Zimo's expression changed starkly. Back when he first saw the gray stone pillars in the Sea of Bones, Su Zimo was puzzled. Why would there be so many stone pillars in the Sea of Bones? Furthermore, the surface of those stone pillars were smooth as jade. Why wasn't there any trace of aging despite the gap between the primordial era and present times? What sort of stone could be so resolute? It was till this very moment that Su Zimo finally understood. Those were not stone pillars at all. Those were bones. It was the skeleton of an incomparably strong being in the past. The two rows of stone pillars were in reality the ribs of this powerful life form. As for the even thicker beam in the middle that was filled with spikes, that was the spine of the life form. The reason why it was in the Sea of Bones was because they were bones to begin with. This cave that he was in right now should have been opened up by the race of that terrifying life form. Just what sort of a being was it that could have possessed such a frighteningly massive body? Even after dying for so many years with its flesh decomposed, the bones were still smooth as jade and were immortal. What sort of cultivation realm did this life form possess in the past? A primordial life form. To think that primordial life forms which were already extinct in Tianhuang mainland were buried here. If there were no surprises, the gigantic egg before him should have been laid by that massive primordial life form. At that thought, Su Zimo gulped. Piak. Suddenly, a crisp sound reverberated in the cave behind him. Su Zimo's pupils constricted instantly. Sprawled against his chest, Night Spirit had actually reached out with its claws and pierced the huge egg in front of them. Night Spirit, you... Su Zimo was speechless. Even though Night Spirit had not been born for long, it was extremely intelligent and sharp. Whether it was the stunning display of killing a golden core spirit demon back in Dongling Valley or its various actions upon entering the primordial ruin, it was clear that Night Spirit was extraordinary. But this time, Su Zimo realized that Night Spirit had gotten into trouble. Furthermore, it was a trouble that could get them killed. The egg in front of them had clearly just been born. This also meant that the unknown primordial life form that laid this egg could possibly be nearby. Even though he had not witnessed the terror of that primordial life form personally, he could understand everything through the forest and sea of bones outside. A single finger of that terrifying life form should be enough to crush them into a pulp. Hia! Night Spirit cried out softly, as if it wanted Su Zimo to hug it. Su Zimo's mind was in a mess as he carried Night Spirit by instinct. Stretching its neck, Night Spirit only relented its claws when it got closer to the gigantic egg. A tiny hole appeared on the surface of the egg, leaking out with a golden juice that was shining with a bedazzling, crystalline glow. Instantly, Night Spirit opened its mouth and sucked at the whole. Gulp, gulp. Night Spirit swallowed heavily. It's eating? Su Zimo watched everything in disbelief with widened eyes. Instinctively, he wanted to yank Night Spirit away. However, on second thought, even if he were to carry Night Spirit away right now, they've already caused the trouble. It was clear that the egg was not going to survive. Furthermore, ever since Night Spirit was born, despite Su Zimo, Monkey, Spirit Tiger, and Little Crane's immense efforts to prepare various sources of food for it, it was mostly disinterested. Night Spirit did not touch the flesh of wild beasts, ordinary spirit beasts, and spirit demons at all. It would only have a slight taste when it came to the flesh of ancient remnant beasts. During this period of time, Night Spirit's body had barely grown as well. It merely gained a little bit of weight with some coarseness to its skin where faint patterns had started to appear. It was rare to see Night Spirit so fond of this egg juice. It had an intoxicated expression as it devoured with a slight hint of greediness. Su Zimo's heart softened as he lamented to himself, "Forget it. Let it have its fill then." The egg juice entered Night Spirit's stomach continuously and the eggshell became a little transparent. It was clear to tell the speed in which Night Spirit was devouring the egg juice. Under Su Zimo's gaze, Night Spirit consumed a full half of the egg juice before coming to a stop. The demon beast egg was as tall as a person. And how old was Night Spirit? If he had not witnessed it personally, Su Zimo would not have been able to imagine how Night Spirit could have taken in that much egg juice with its tiny little body. Night Spirit's belly was rotund and was almost like an airbag. A gentle shake could echo with the sound of water flowing within. It looked at the egg in front of it, still unsatisfied. Sticking out its tongue, its eye lit up and it licked its lips. "Aren't you afraid of dying from overeating?" Su Zimo shook his head and chided in laughter. However, it made sense. Such an opportunity might never happen again. It was no wonder why Night Spirit was so greedy. "Since you're done eating, let's quickly retreat and see if we can escape." Su Zimo had a feeling that the shattering of that egg might have already alarmed the frightening existence in the primordial ruin. "Hia!" Night Spirit called out. The moment it opened its mouth, it spat out a cluster of shiny and bedazzling rays. In that glow, there was an extremely rich and pure life essence. Su Zimo's body shuddered as his flesh was being nourished by that glow. He could sense the various magical changes that were happening within his body. Shutting its mouth, Night Spirit gestured and pointed to the demon beast egg in front of it. "You want me to eat the rest?" Su Zimo understood what Night Spirit meant and was shocked. It nodded immediately, indicating that the egg juice was the most delicious thing ever and urged Su Zimo to consume it quickly. Su Zimo was a little hesitant. Night Spirit started gesturing once more, telling him that it could no longer eat anymore and that it would be a waste to leave the remaining egg juice here. Gritting his teeth, Su Zimo's heart hardened. Since they were already in big trouble, what was he still worrying about? Placing Night Spirit into his robes, Su Zimo walked up and lifted the gigantic demon beast egg with both hands before gulping down in mouthfuls from that small little hole. The taste is a little strong, not entirely delicious. A thought flashed through Su Zimo's mind. The refreshing and smooth juice flowed down his throat into his stomach. Boom! In that instant, Su Zimo felt like his body was about to explode. The energy contained in that juice was much more than Su Zimo had imagined. The moment it entered his stomach, the energy burst out into streams of divine lights that ran wildly in Su Zimo's body, flowing through all limbs. It was nourishing his skin, flesh, tendons, bones, marrow, and 5 organs. At that moment, Su Zimo realized that the juice in that egg was a great tonic for him. It was even better than any demon beast inner cores or whatnot. If he could digest all the energy of that juice, he might even be able to attain greater mastery of the organ's refinement section. Opportunity. This was an unimaginable opportunity for him. Of course, the prerequisite was for him to be able to escape that place. Su Zimo swallowed heavily. He finally understood the feeling of why Night Spirit was still longing for it even after it finished eating. There was probably nothing in this world that could be purer than the energy of that juice. That power was way too strong. It barged wildly through Su Zimo's body, spilling with brilliant rays of light through his pores. A bedazzling light surrounded Su Zimo and shrouded all around. In that luminescence, he vaguely resembled a god. Su Zimo knew that the energy contained by that juice was extremely rare. With a deep breath, he quickly closed his pores shut to seal the essence qi within his body. However, the energy was way too massive and thick. It was difficult to contain everything in a short while given Su Zimo's physique. His eyes, nostrils, ears and mouth began to emit rays of light, surging with vitality in a frightening manner. Under the rush of that power, a faint, green glint appeared in Su Zimo's eyes. Before long, the evil power that was hidden in Su Zimo's eyes was purged by the pure power of the egg juice. That evil power was none other than the one left behind in Su Zimo's body by the blood-robed youth's blood-slave art. 2 green droplets of water trickled from the corner of Su Zimo's eyes down onto the ground, condensed without dissipating and emitting a ghastly light. Su Zimo was elated. He never expected that he would be able to get rid of the latent danger within his body after consuming the egg juice. This meant that as long as Su Zimo escaped from this place, his pursuers could no longer track him using any secret skills. Before long, Su Zimo drank all the juice from the demon beast egg. He did not wish to waste the essence energy in his body and immediately worked to close his pores, eyes, ears, nostrils, and mouth. The warm currents surged through his entire body, and it felt like exploding. Body tempering, tendons transformation, bones strengthening, marrow cleansing, organs refinement. The 5 sections of sutras reverberated in Su Zimo's mind. He tried his best to suppress that energy. After a short while, the energy was evidently calmer and was no longer colliding rampantly within his body. Even then, Su Zimo did not dare to unlock his pores, eyes, ears, nostrils, and mouth. All of a sudden, Su Zimo's heart stirred. He could vaguely sense that someone was speeding towards his direction with their robes rustling loudly. His expression changed slightly, and he quickly turned back. After entering the cave, the gray-robed cultivator put away the earth spirit ruler. Even though the cave was massive and did not seem like it was made by humans, the interior was not complex. He would definitely reach the deepest part of the cave if he walked along it. After a while, the gray-robed cultivator suddenly stopped in his tracks and frowned. Strange. Why does it feel like something is off? The gray-robed cultivator murmured before continuing forward, opening one of his palms and starting to divine by using his thumb to make contact with the other 4 fingers. Oh! A moment later, the gray-robed cultivator's expression changed starkly as he gasped, "Unforeseen circumstances? How did this happen?" He grit his teeth and hastened in speed, rushing towards the depth of the cave. Could someone have arrived before me and spoiled my plans? Who could it be? That's impossible. There were only 2 of us who managed to cross the primordial forest and sea of bones. Furthermore, I restrained that green-robed cultivator using my demon-suppressing rope, and there's no way he could have broken free from it. What went wrong? The gray-robed cultivator's mind was in a mess as countless thoughts filled his mind. Turning around a corner, his vision cleared up. A gigantic egg entered his view. The gray-robed cultivator finally calmed down. Heaving a sigh of relief, he thought to himself, thank goodness, I'm not too late. The egg is still here." However, the gray-robed cultivator found himself worked up at the next moment. There was a green-robed cultivator beside that gigantic egg. The green-robed cultivator seemed to have heard his footsteps and turned around suddenly. That person's robes around the chest was undone, and there was a little dog head popping out from it. The man and beast were pursing their lips tightly with a strange expression, as if they were holding their breaths. "It's you guys!" The gray-robed cultivator was stunned for a moment, slightly dazed. He could not understand why the person that he had restrained at the foot of the mountain with the demon-suppressing rope had arrived before him. It's him. Su Zimo was also stunned for a moment. Instantly, Su Zimo realized that the goal of that gray-robed cultivator was the demon beast egg beside him. A little guilty, Su Zimo could not help but avert the gaze of the gray-robed cultivator. because the gray-robed cultivator's mind was entirely focused on the demon beast egg. He did not notice Su Zimo's abnormality. He walked forth and said at the same time, "Fellow Taoist, I'm not going to bother about how you managed to break free from the demon-suppressing rope. However, that egg is mine. But of course, given your cultivation, you're not going to be my match if you insist on fighting me for the egg." The gray-robed cultivator was filled with confidence as he glanced askew at Su Zimo. Su Zimo did not say anything. He did not even dare to breathe. Right now, as long as Su Zimo were to open his mouth and speak, beautiful lights would definitely burst forth from his mouth in a bedazzling manner. At that moment, the gray-robed cultivator had already arrived in front of the demon beast egg. He swept his gaze across the surface and frowned, muttering softly, "Why is there a white spot that's glowing?" The voice stopped abruptly. The gray-robed cultivator could no longer continue. He stared straight at that tiny hole on the demon beast egg. With a livid expression, the corners of his mouth twitched as if he was at the brink of collapse. Bu Night Spirit was simply way too young and could not hold it in anymore as it opened its mouth and shouted. A massive aura of essence appeared for a brief moment. "Oh!" Seemingly sensing something, the gray-robed cultivator spun around. Su Zimo saw that they could no longer hide it and no longer held back, opening his mouth and exhaling deeply. Right after, brilliant light spilled from Su Zimo's mouth and nose, forming a dazzling atmosphere. Fuck dash. There was no way the gray-robed cultivator did not know what happened upon seeing that. Instantly, he was fuming and his mouth swelled from anger, nearly puking out blood. There was no way Su Zimo would dare to linger any longer as he deployed Divine Steed Fleeting and sped out of the cave immediately. "Fuck! You're still trying to escape?" The gray-robed cultivator bellowed with reddened eyes. Waving his arm, the sleeves of his robes expanded as he circled around Su Zimo a couple of times before yanking the latter back. "Hey, what are you doing?" Su Zimo's voice was questioning despite his situation. Unexpectedly, the moment he opened his mouth, a ray of light sprayed on the gray-robed cultivator's face. Fuck dash. The gray-robed cultivator was trembling from anger as he grabbed Su Zimo's collar and said through gritted teeth, "You actually ate the egg. You fucking actually ate the egg. That's a waste of that treasure. Do you know what sort of a life form that egg contains, kid?" When he saw the frenzied appearance of the man, Su Zimo was afraid that he might lose his mind and replied honestly, "I don't know." "You ate it without knowing it?" The gray-robed cultivator let loose of Su Zimo and wailed as if his parents had passed away. "I went through so much hardship to come all the way here just for this egg. But you bloody ate it up. Damn it." At that moment, the gray-robed cultivator even had suicidal thoughts. This Foundation establishment cultivator who had appeared out of nowhere had screwed him to death. If the old man were to know about this, he would probably be mocked to death. "Kid, just wait to die. To think that you would dare eat that egg. Fufufu." Looking at Su Zimo, the gray-robed cultivator sneered. Su Zimo did not reply. The more the gray-robed cultivator thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt. He moved forward and clenched his teeth. "How much of it did you eat? You're even spewing out light from your mouth. How did you manage to eat everything alone?" Burp. Right then, Night Spirit, who was initially hidden in Su Zimo's robes, popped its head out and burped. There were also a few shining rays of light that spewed from its nose and mouth. Fuck dash. The gray-robed cultivator rolled his eyes and felt dizzy, almost fainting. Even that dog ate so much of it. Why you?" He pointed at Su Zimo's face and was so pissed that he was speechless. All of a sudden, the gray-robed cultivator seemed to have thought of something and ran to the egg hurriedly. He flipped the folding fan in his hand and smashed it into pieces. There was not much juice left in the egg. Only some were still stuck on the eggshells. "I don't care anymore. I'm going to try some too." The gray-robed cultivator muttered to himself and could not be bothered any longer. Raising a piece of eggshell with both hands, he stuck out his tongue and licked it without any regard for his image. Under the guidance of the Blood Curse's power, the Blood Crow Palace's lord arrived at a cave in the middle of the godly mountain. This cave Raising his head, he looked at the massive entrance, and a hint of fear and hesitation flashed through the depths of his eyes. Could that lad have really ran inside? Frowning, the palace lord's eyes flickered, and he was momentarily at a loss. Given his identity, forcefully crossing the primordial forest and sea of bones might not anger the terrifying beings of this place. At most, he would just reveal his identity. However, stepping foot into this cave would definitely lead to fatal trouble. Right as the palace lord was hesitating, an extremely terrifying aura and a lethal killing intent suddenly came from behind the godly mountain. When he sensed that aura, the palace lord's expression froze. The depths of the cave. The gray-robed cultivator licked every single piece of eggshell thrice. The eggshells were so clean that they could reflect figures and could be used as mirrors. Su Zimo was dumbstruck. He lowered his head and looked at Night Spirit, thinking to himself, even if Night Spirit were to lick it, it probably wouldn't be able to lick this cleanly. This person's zodiac sign must be a dog. There was no way Su Zimo could have known that just the egg juice stuck on the shell alone was enough to have the gray-robed cultivator go crazy. The energy was extremely pure and rich without a single bit of impurities. If it was completely absorbed by the body, the changes to one's physique was obvious. Grinding his teeth, the gray-robed cultivator glared at Su Zimo and Night Spirit at the side begrudgingly. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. That man and beast had eaten so much that their bodies could not take it in completely, such that they spewed out light the moment they opened their mouths. What a waste. It was one thing for someone else to eat the juice, but a dog. At the side, Su Zimo frowned as the uneasiness in his heart intensified. He had long wanted to leave this place, but the gray-robed cultivator had no intention of letting him do so. Out of helplessness, Su Zimo could only stand there and wait while watching the gray-robed cultivator lick the eggshells in a frenzied manner. Seeing that the gray-robed cultivator was about to lick them once more, Su Zimo could not help but probe. Fellow Taoist, why don't you bring those eggshells with you, so that you can continue licking when you get back? The gray-robed cultivator paused in his actions and his mouth cramped while fire burned in his eyes. Eggshell? Why the fuck am I left with just the eggshells? It's all because of you and that black dog of yours. Before the gray-robed cultivator could get angry, Su Zimo reminded him, I truly did not know what the life form in that egg was. But what I know is that if we don't leave right now, we're definitely going to be dead. Pouting his lips, the gray-robed cultivator licked his lips, unsatisfied. He glanced askew at Su Zimo with disdain and waved off his hand casually. Let's correct that statement. You're the one that's definitely going to be dead, not me. Su Zimo frowned. Seemingly thought of something else, the gray-robed cultivator continued. Right, I've got to correct that even further. Even if you were to escape now, it's too late. By eating that egg, you've already alarmed the life form in this place. Even if you can fly into the heavens or burrow into hell, you will still die. Don't forget, you ate it too. Su Zimo pointed to the eggshell in the hands of the gray-robed cultivator and sneered. I don't believe that the life form here will spare your life. Fufu. Chuckling, the gray-robed cultivator shook his head. You don't have to worry about that. I naturally have my own means of leaving this place. You can just wait here for death obediently. When he heard that, Su Zimo's mind went rampant even though he looked indifferent on the surface. Swoosh! Right then, an extremely terrifying aura descended and enveloped the surroundings of that entire godly mountain, surging in from outside the cave. Roar! 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 Right after, a loud and clear roar rolled from the sky behind the godly mountain. It was extremely fast and came close almost in an instant. Su Zimo had lived in Songlang Mountain Range for an entire year and had seen countless demon beasts. However, he had never heard a roar as such. It was reverberating and its magnitude swept through the 9 heavens in all directions. A boundless power and anger was contained within that roar. Bang! Boom! Boom! The entire godly mountain began to shake as cracks appeared in the cave, causing countless rocks to roll down into dust clouds. This was what earth-shattering truly meant. A mere roar could cause the godly mountain to crack apart and even show signs of collapsing. Under the terrifying roar, Su Zimo's body burst out with a bloody mist. His muscles and flesh were cracked with bloody lines in a frightening manner. Grunting, Su Zimo's head was splitting and his face was pale. The power of the sound was way too terrifying. Su Zimo's body was stronger than most golden cores. And now, under this roar, his body was actually showing signs of breaking apart. His tendons were snapped and cracks appeared on his bones while his organs were dislocated from the shock. If this was before Su Zimo cultivated the organs refinement section, he would have burst into a mist of blood without a corpse instantly against that roar. However, when Su Zimo's body was seriously injured, the essence energy that was running rampant in his body gushed into his flesh, tendons, bones, and organs. Initially, Su Zimo's body could not accommodate that much life essence. However, the injury indirectly sealed all the excess essence energies within Su Zimo's flesh and blood. In the future, he would be able to absorb that energy slowly. Night Spirit's situation was not much better. Its body was stained with blood from the roar and it was barely breathing. Despite that, Night Spirit did not show any signs of fear. If Su Zimo were to pay attention at this moment, he would discover that Night Spirit's gaze was extremely terrifying right now. Pitch black and deep, it was emanating a cold, killing intent. At the same time, a hazy mist appeared around the surroundings of the gray-robed cultivator. There was an ancient aura to the mist, as if they had returned to the beginning of the universe where chaos had yet to develop. Enveloped by it, the gray-robed cultivator was the only god within. Golden core phenomenon. While Su Zimo was not a golden core, he could determine the origin of the haze right away by sensing its aura. He had witnessed two golden core phenomenons before. The first was Spirit Peak's master, when Xian's ethereal sword rain. The second was the bone-corroding black wind from a golden core of the mysterious faction. This haze phenomenon was the third that Su Zimo had seen. Sensing the energy feedback coming from the gray-robed cultivator's golden core phenomenon, Su Zimo could tell that it was much stronger than the two he had seen before. In fact, he had a feeling that even the first two golden core phenomenons combined might not be a match for the gray-robed cultivator's golden core phenomenon. The gap between them was obvious. So, this person is a golden core. A thought crossed Su Zimo's mind. The early-stage foundation establishment that was displayed when making use of the spirit-peering art to check out the gray-robed cultivator's realm was not accurate at all. Under the roar of that powerful life form, the gray-robed cultivator frowned and was forced to release his golden core phenomenon as a defensive measure. The roar did not last long before it disappeared. However, an even more terrifying pressure enveloped the surroundings of the godly mountain. Boom! There was a deafening sound. It was as though a huge life form had descended at the top of the mountain, causing it to tremble with the risk of collapsing at any moment. Any thoughts of escaping by now would simply be a fool's dream. Su Zimo looked at the gray-robed cultivator. He believed that even if the latter was a golden core, he would not be able to escape. Unhurriedly, the gray-robed cultivator pulled out a dark rag from his storage bag. His entire figure flickered as he walked to a corner and covered himself with the rag. Right in front of Su Zimo's eyes, the gray-robed cultivator's figure disappeared entirely along with his aura, as though he was one with the wall. There was no trace left at all. If he had not seen it personally, Su Zimo would not have believed it. It was as if the gray-robed cultivator had disappeared into thin air. However, Su Zimo knew that the gray-robed cultivator was still there hiding in the corner. While the rag may have looked inconspicuous, it could hide its tracks and even conceal its aura such that one couldn't be discovered. That was what the gray-robed cultivator relied on. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo was the only one left in the cave. He was all alone with eggshells that were licked cleanly scattered all over the floor. Anyone who saw this would instantly guess the truth. Su Zimo did not have much time to think. The powerful life form on top of the godly mountain could descend at any moment. With a swift motion, Su Zimo headed to the corner where the gray-robed cultivator was hiding and stood by the side expressionlessly. The well-hidden gray-robed cultivator was initially waiting to see Su Zimo make a fool out of himself, but when he saw this, he was shocked. Even though the treasure he had could hide his body and conceal his aura, it was unable to withstand the impact of any attacks. If the life form outside were to see everything within the cave, it would definitely lose its mind and be enraged. By then, if the life form were to launch an apocalyptic attack in Suzimo's direction, he would definitely be implicated as well. Instantly, the gray-robed cultivator understood Suzimo's intentions. Fuck! What a schemer! The gray-robed cultivator cursed internally. Even if he attacked Suzimo, it was already too late and he would expose himself. The gray-robed cultivator wanted nothing more than to send Suzimo flying with a kick. However, he had no choice but to spread the rag and pull Suzimo under it as well. Instantly, the figures and aura of both men disappeared. Right after he did that, the godly mountain was met with a tremendous force that sent the peak of the mountain flying, exposing the cave entirely. When the Blood Crow Palace's lord sensed the arrival of the terrifying aura, he realized that it was already too late to leave. Doing so would only cause misunderstandings. Fortunately, he had not entered the cave and would not have offended the life forms here. Furthermore, according to the Blood Curse's guidance, Suzimo was hidden in this cave. Once the life form of this primordial ruin arrived, that lad would have nowhere to run from the cave and would die for sure. If everything went well, he would reveal his identity and the other party shouldn't make things difficult for him. He could then leave this place safely despite the dangerous journey it was. Roar! 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 As the palace lord expected, a series of powerful roars could be heard right after the arrival of the terrifying aura. The deafening howls shot into the clouds and cracked all the rocks around. A few seconds after, the primordial life form descended on the godly mountain. Although he was mentally prepared, the pupils of the palace lord could not help but constrict while his heart palpitated upon seeing the primordial life form with his very eyes. The primordial life form had yet to reveal its full appearance. However, merely half of its body that circled the godly mountain was more than enough to envelop it almost completely. The massive body circled around the godly mountain, hundreds of meters long and covered with green scales that shone with a cold gleam. Clang! Clang! Beneath that body, a pair of gigantic claws popped out. Their joints protruded and they were extremely sharp, almost piercing through the entire godly mountain when they dug into it. The primordial life form's horns were towering as he looked down with eyes that emitted a cold light filled with killing intent. There was a beard on the chin of the primordial life form. When it opened its huge mouth, terrifyingly sharp teeth were revealed as thick saliva drooled from the side of the mouth of that ferocious face. Dragon! This was a true dragon. The palace lord had read about the form of a dragon in the ancient records of the clan. But now that he was seeing it in real life, he was still extremely shocked. The descriptions in the ancient records were less than 1% of what it actually was. At best, the ancient records could only describe the appearance. However, the unique aura and dominance of a dragon was something that could not be penned down. If Suzimo could see this divine dragon right now, he would definitely recall something. Before entering the primordial ruin, the gray-robed cultivator had once said, "I've seen a true dragon before. Even though it was just a scale and half a claw, it was shocking enough. That single scale was bigger than our entire bodies, and that claw was longer and sharper than our flying swords." No one took those words for real. However, looking at it now, the divine dragon's appearance was even superior to what the gray-robed cultivator had described. Without using much strength, the divine dragon sent half of the godly mountain flying, exposing everything within the cave instantly. The palace lord took a single look and blood drained from his face immediately. Nobody! The depths of the cave was in a huge mess with a gigantic dragon egg that was smashed into pieces. The liquid within disappeared and even the eggshells were licked cleanly. But there was nobody at all. To be precise, there was only a single person, him. A dragon egg was eaten by someone. Other than the divine dragon who had just arrived, the only person left in the scene was him. There was no way of explaining himself. The palace lord was a little stunned. This was completely different from what he had imagined. When the divine dragon caught sight of the eggshells on the floor, an endless fury and wrath surged in its eyes, almost spewing out with fire. Instantly, the palace lord felt a chilling killing intent gushing towards him. And no, it's not me. The palace lord was completely flustered. As someone at Void Reversion Realm with the title of Tao Being, there was almost no one in the Great Zhou dynasty who could be a match for him. Even so, against an adult dragon, the odds were completely stacked against him. The gray-robed cultivator hidden in a corner was a little stunned as well. How was there someone else as well? That person is quite skillful. He must be a professional at taking the blame. To think that he would rush over at a time like this with such an accurate timing. The gray-robed cultivator lamented internally. The two of them hid in the corner motionlessly, not even daring to lift the rag to check out the situation outside. However, when he heard the commotion outside, Su Zimo could roughly guess what was going on. The person who spoke earlier was probably the pursuer hunting him down. Su Zimo truly wanted to lift the rag up and check out that person's appearance. He was also curious about what the primordial life form that had appeared was, but he remained rational and endured it. At a time as such, any slight movement could expose the both of them. Swoosh! The divine dragon let out a breath in the direction of the Blood Crow Palace's lord, and a faint green mist spewed out from its mouth. The surrounding air instantly burned. As the green mist streaked through the void, the surrounding space went into a state of chaos while light distorted. Dragon flame! The palace lord's expression changed starkly as he exclaimed. Dragon flame was an innate ability unique to the dragon race. After every dragon was born, they would naturally be able to master this ability after growing to a certain state. Furthermore, the older they grew, the deeper their cultivations would become. In turn, the might of dragon flame would grow as well, even till the point of being able to incinerate the heavens and seas. That was the divine power of the legends. While the dragon flame in front of him was far from the level of being a divine power, it was far beyond what the palace lord could withstand as well. Slapping on his storage bag, the palace lord took out a talisman and crushed it on the spot. Right after, he whipped out a blood-colored bone staff. At the very top, there was a skull that emitted an eerie aura embedded on it. Blood pattern curse. The palace lord waved his bone staff and two beams of bloody light shot out from the sockets of the skull. As if alive, the skull suddenly opened its mouth and shot out a green beam of light. The blood and green lights fused together to form a drop of blood. Instantly, the blood exploded and formed a series of ripples in the air that flew towards the dragon flame. Poof! 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 The two completely different forces clashed, collided, corroded and fought in midair, letting out a series of sounds as three different colored lights spewed in all directions in an extremely dazzling manner. While Su Zimo and the gray-robed cultivator, who were hidden in a corner, could not see what was going on, they could sense the terrifying fluctuations of that energy. Not to mention Su Zimo, even the golden core gray-robed cultivator would lose his life on the spot if he was struck by the feedback of the fight between those two powerful beings. Both Su Zimo and the gray-robed cultivator looked terrible as they held their breaths, not daring to make a single sound. The power of the dragon flame was clearly superior to the blood pattern curse. The two energies were locked in a stalemate for a moment before the dragon flame burned the series of blood patterns into a crisp and descended before the palace lord. Having crushed the protection talisman earlier on, the palace lord was surrounded by a defensive barrier. Crack! 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 This was the most advanced protection talisman amongst grade 5 talismans. However, it was still incapable of withstanding the corrosion of the dragon flame as cracks appeared before long. It was about to disperse at any moment. Naturally, the dragon flame's might was also reduced after being mowed down by the defense of the blood pattern curse and the grade 5 talisman. Dissipate! The palace lord waved his blood-colored bone staff once more, his eyes flashing a faint green as he hollered. Bang! Finally, the dragon flame dissipated into the air after 3 consecutive strikes from the palace lord. At this moment, the divine dragon swayed in the air with its massive body completely expanded and exposed in front of the palace lord, radiating with an aura that could make one tremble. The appearance of a divine dragon caused the weather to change. By resisting, the palace lord made the divine dragon even more furious. Fellow Taoist of the dragon race, we're both from the 9 races. I barged into this treasure ground by accident. Please show mercy. The palace lord yelled immediately with a pale face. In the corner, Su Zimo was shocked when he heard that. Dragon race. Could the primordial life form outside actually be from the dragon race? Did dragons really exist in this world? At that moment, an impulse surged in Su Zimo's heart. He wanted to tear off the rag to see the appearance of one from the dragon race. However, Su Zimo endured it still. Back when he was studying in Pingyang town, he had already heard many legends about dragons. Vague and without basis, those legends were merely folk tales that spread among the mortal realm. Su Zimo had never taken them seriously before. In fact, before he encountered perfected being Tsang Lang, he did not believe that immortals existed as well. Later on, Su Zimo stepped on the path of cultivation and joined Ethereal Peak. In Ethereal Peak, Su Zimo read through some ancient books. None of them had any records about dragons. Even if there were, they were extremely short and vague. By reading many ancient books, one could piece together some limited information. Dragons were terrifying existences of the primordial era. They were not part of the demon race and were a unique race of their own, known as the dragon race. Legend has it that the dragon race was extremely strong and they were incomparably glorious in the primordial era, reigning through the ancient times. However, for some unknown reason, the dragon race disappeared from the sands of time and became extinct, turning into mere legends. Su Zimo bore a sense of doubt towards those records. From his point of view, since the dragon race possessed such a majestic history, there would definitely be some traces of them left in Tianhuang mainland. Before this, Su Zimo had never seen anything about it before. Instantly, an image of the massive skeleton that nearly penetrated the entire sea of bones appeared in Su Zimo's mind. Could that have been a dragon's corpse? The thought of that possibility gave Su Zimo a shock. Frowning, he recalled what was said earlier on and a thought flashed through his mind. 9 races? What is that? On the other end, a glint flickered through the gray-robed cultivator's eyes momentarily upon hearing that. He's someone of the 9 races? Blood pattern curse. Could it be? The gray-robed cultivator's eyes flashed as he guessed the identity of the palace lord. So what if you're someone of the 9 races? Notwithstanding the fact that your bloodline is impure, making you a bastard child. Even if you were pure-blooded, coming here to eat a descendant of the dragon race is just asking to die. Within the void, a deep and powerful voice boomed out. Every single word that came out was like a clap of thunder that shook one's mind. Swoosh! The divine dragon swayed its tail, filled with green scales. The dragon's tail that was thick like a divine whip slammed down at the palace lord with a destructive force. Ah! The palace lord's expression changed starkly as he exclaimed. Before the dragon's tail even arrived, a suffocating aura of death had already approached. The palace lord bit his tongue gently and spat out a drop of blood essence. After spitting out the blood essence, the palace lord seemed to have weakened massively as his eyes dimmed in a dispirited manner. By sacrificing that essence blood, he would have to take more than 10 years of recuperation to recover even if he could survive that dragon's tail. Go! The palace lord chanted a chain of obscure incantations and waved his blood-colored bone staff, pointing it forward. The blood light transformed into a gigantic skeleton, which gnawed towards the dragon's tail. At the same time, the palace lord took out a handful of talismans from his storage bag and crushed them all. His eyes revealed a pained expression. He had gathered those talismans through the course of many years, but he did not expect that they would all be used up in this one round. He was painfully aggrieved for this battle. He was originally chasing a mere foundation establishment cultivator that was bound to be killed. But for some reason, he was the one being put in a passive position for the entire situation, as if someone was leading him by the nose. After a round of torture, he arrived at this place by some freak accident and took on the blame of being targeted by a divine dragon without even seeing anyone at all. Bang! The dragon's tail collided heavily with the head of the skeleton and let out an earth-shattering sound in the air. Almost instantly, the skull was crushed into powder and dispersed in the surroundings. Swoosh! The dragon tail's momentum did not stop and whipped the Blood Crow Palace's lord's body viciously. Bang! 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 Even the stacked talismans were unable to withstand the ferocity of the divine dragon's tail. The palace lord's glabella lit up as a tyrannical spirit consciousness surged forth, resisting it with all its might. Bang! Like a kite that was snapped, the palace lord was sent flying from half of the mountain and landed heavily on the ground, creating a massive dust cloud. Eft! He coughed out a mouthful of blood as color drained from his face. His eyes dimmed as his bones were all broken. Even his organs were shattered. If not for his final attempt to fight back, that tail would have whipped him into a mist of blood. The difference was too great. They were on completely different levels. It's really not me. I've only just arrived and didn't even enter. Enduring the massive pain, the palace lord gasped with a trembling voice. Who else could it be if it wasn't you? The divine dragon hovered in midair and looked down at the palace lord as it questioned him loudly. Its eyes were filled with a frosty killing intent. The palace lord took a deep breath and said, "Fellow Taoist of the dragon race, please listen to me. The reason why I came here was because I was trying to kill someone. Your descendant must have been eaten by that person. He's the true murderer. I believe that he is still around here. He must have used some kind of trick to conceal himself and must not have gone far." Upon hearing that, Su Zimo and the gray-robed cultivator who were hiding in the corner felt their hearts clench. They were so scared that they did not even dare to take deep breaths. The gray-robed cultivator lamented internally. While it was true that his rag had the ability to deceive one's vision, it was also based on the circumstances. Be it whether the dragon's egg was stolen or eaten, the divine dragon would definitely be heavily affected by that blow. In that troubled state, it would go crazy and lose its mind, rushing out to hunt for the murderer immediately. With the rag to conceal their bodies and hide their auras, it would be easy to escape at that moment. Furthermore, the divine dragon would not have expected that instead of leaving right away, they would be hiding within the cave. That was the psychological blind spot. However, the gray-robed cultivator did not expect that this palace lord would appear out of nowhere in the chaos. Hunting Su Zimo to this place, he deduced that Su Zimo was in the cave with the guidance of the blood curse's power. That was the reason why the palace lord said what he said. If the dragon turned around and searched the cave, the gray-robed cultivator's rag turned into a complete ornament. The rag could hide them from the detection of golden cores or even nascent souls with extreme ease. However, it was a fool's dream to think that it could hide them from the detection of an adult dragon. Right after the palace lord said that, silence descended outside. The atmosphere turned extremely strange. The world seemed to have stopped. A look of determination flashed through the gray-robed cultivator's eyes as he reached for his storage bag while putting away the rag at the same time. At this moment, if they continued hiding, it would just be deceiving themselves. A talisman appeared in the palms of the gray-robed cultivator. Minor Transference Talisman. This was a type of talisman in the ancient era which had been lost through the times. Even in the ancient era, the Minor Transference Talisman was famous and was extremely rare. Crushing a Minor Transference Talisman could bring someone away from their current location instantly, teleporting them thousands of kilometers away. While the endpoint was uncertain, an ability like that was enough to move every cultivator. After all, it meant that any cultivators in possession of the Minor Transference Talisman could instantly escape from danger and ensure that they would not die. The value of a Minor Transference Talisman was self-evident. Using one meant that there was one less available. In the current cultivation world, the Minor Transference Talisman was something considered to be priceless. No amount of spirit stones could buy one. To be fair, the gray-robed cultivator had not expected to make use of the Minor Transference Talisman in his original plans. However, given the pressing circumstances, he was going to die if he did not use it. The moment the gray-robed cultivator pulled away the rag, two men appeared, standing in the deepest corner of the cave. The palace lord blinked his green eyes. This was the first time he caught sight of Su Zimo. As for Su Zimo, this was also the first time he saw his pursuer. Even though it was a short moment, The two of them memorized each other immediately. The next moment, Su Zimo caught sight of the primordial life form spiraled in the skies. Pest! His heart skipped a beat as his pupils constricted right away, gasping for a breath of cold air. It was too shocking. If he had not seen it himself, Su Zimo would not have been able to imagine that a life form could grow to such an extent while radiating such a terrifying and intimidating presence. In front of this primordial life form, Su Zimo actually felt a sense of insignificance and an urge to prostrate himself in worship. It was as if the other party was incomparably noble and supreme. The thought gushed into his mind, as though it was deeply embedded in the foundation of his bloodline. Su Zimo frowned. This feeling made him feel extremely disgusted. Unless he was willing, Su Zimo would not bow down or kneel to anyone. He narrowed his eyes with a burning gaze. Against the might of the divine dragon, he puffed up his chest instead while a trace of sharp killing intent was revealed in his eyes. The moment that humble feeling emerged, Su Zimo crushed it into nothingness. While the change that happened in Su Zimo was extremely short, almost instantaneous, the gray-robed cultivator sensed it. He looked at Su Zimo deeply. This was the first time he felt that this green-robed cultivator was not simple. He was the only one who knew clearly how difficult it would be to break free from the authoritative might and aura of someone from the dragon race. Not only did it require an indestructible willpower, it also required a confidence that bordered towards arrogance and a type of dominance that would have one look down upon the entire world and fear nothing. There might be cultivators out there who could fulfill some of those requirements. However, there were only a few who could meet all three. Su Zimo in front of him was one of them. If Su Zimo had already given the gray-robed cultivator a newfound respect, the black and unassuming little dog in Su Zimo's robes was even more incredible. How is that possible? The gray-robed cultivator's eyes were filled with disbelief. Against the divine dragon that was spiraling in the skies with a holy light shimmering around it and menacing horns on its head, there was no trace of fear to be found in Night Spirit's eyes. Most of its body was hidden in Su Zimo's embrace, revealing only a pair of pitch-black eyes. With a calm expression, it glared at the divine dragon in the skies coldly. Night Spirit's gaze was a little strange, such that the gray-robed cultivator could not put it to words. However, he would always remember that gaze. Many years later, when the gray-robed cultivator finally found out about Night Spirit's origin, he would be enlightened upon recalling this gaze. Towards Su Zimo, the gray-robed cultivator bore extreme resentment the entire time. If not for this person, he would have long escaped unscathed after stealing the dragon's egg. In the future, he would have nurtured a divine dragon. How glorious would that be? But now, not only was the dragon's egg gone, even the most precious and rarest treasure in his possession, the minor transference talisman, was taken out. This is a huge loss. The gray-robed cultivator cursed internally. After crushing the minor transference talisman, his first instinct was to send Su Zimo flying with a kick. He was vengeful. Why else would he have landed in such a sorry state if not for that green-robed cultivator? However, when he sensed the change in Su Zimo alongside Night Spirit's gaze, the gray-robed cultivator changed his mind at the last minute. He decided to take the green-robed cultivator and that black dog along with him. That's a minor transference talisman? The Blood Crow Palace's lord's gaze narrowed as he instantly recognized that talisman. The minor transference talisman was crushed. An extremely strange energy fluctuation burst forth from the gray-robed cultivator's palm. A sudden violent tremble broke out in the space. Right after, a humongous vortex appeared behind the gray-robed cultivator. Its core was dark and bottomless like a black hole. An extremely powerful suction force worked itself on the gray-robed cultivator. Before he was dragged into the black hole, the gray-robed cultivator reached out and grabbed Su Zimo's arm, yanking the latter along. The entire process seemed very slow upon narration, but in fact, it occurred in the split of a moment. Swoosh! The two figures were swallowed whole by the black hole and disappeared. Almost instantly, the divine dragon that was still in the skies transformed into a massive beam of green light and descended upon the middle of the mountain. causing the godly mountain to crack and collapse on the spot. Even though the divine dragon's speed was fast enough, it was still a step slower. Roar! Enraged, it opened its blood-red mouth and saliva dripped down, howling with an earth-shattering dragon's roar that reverberated through the world. Around the head of the divine dragon, the sound seemed to be corporeal and formed ripples that spread in all directions, sweeping through the entire primordial ruin such that the countless corpses in the sea of bones were sent jumping. Countless white-boned beasts were awakened, seemingly summoned. Even the skeleton of a dragon that permeated through the entire sea of bones was vibrating as if it wanted to soar into the heavens. The moment the dragon's roar ended, a faint dragon's roar could be heard from a valley made up of a mountain range behind the godly mountain. The dragon's roar from the valley was neither loud nor clear, but it carried the weight of time. It was dignified and majestic. Ugh! The palace lord grunted in pain, looking even more terrible. The dragon roar from the valley seemed insignificant, but it almost shattered his essence spirit. The white-boned beasts that were formed in the sea of bones collapsed into many bones and fell to the ground once more. Intersecting in the air, the two dragon roars seemed to be communicating something. The divine dragon in the air above was extremely furious, howling in a frenzied manner. However, the dragon roar from the valley seemed to be trying to stop it. The argument between both parties grew more intense and could not sustain any longer. Finally, the divine dragon let out a final roar and turned into a green beam of light, disappearing from the skies above the godly mountain as it sped towards the outside of the sea of bones. There were many cultivators pacing around the perimeter of the primordial forest still. These were extremely cautious cultivators who did not dare to step foot into the primordial forest casually. However, they were indignant about leaving just like that as well. Not long later, a loud roar burst forth from the direction of the primordial ruin. Some of the cultivators frowned, vaguely sensing that something was amiss. Fear flickered in their eyes as they turned and left. But for most of the cultivators, they were excited as they discussed fervently. Flying into the skies, they kept looking towards the ruin. That voice is so strange. I wonder what sort of beast that is. By the sounds of it, that beast is not weak. It might be a beast from the primordial era that's already extinct in Tianhuang mainland. Humph. If that beast dares to show itself, I'll definitely take it down personally and force it into a blood oath with me. Before long, a towering divine dragon with a head of horns crossed the sea of bones, the primordial forest, and arrived in the air with an imposing aura. Looking down at the vast land, it emitted a terrifying pressure with a murderous look in its eyes. Everyone was aghast. The cultivators that were in midair felt their limbs go cold and limp as they fell to the ground one after another. Thud! Thud! The cultivators that were standing all knelt down. Under the boundless might of the dragon, the thousands of cultivators trembled with pale faces in silence. The cultivator who said that he was going to take down the beast was already scared out of his wits, peeing and shitting on the spot. Kneeling on the ground, he kowtowed profusely. Roar! The divine dragon roared into the sky. Poof! 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 Outside the primordial forest, thousands of cultivators exploded, turning into a bloody mist of flesh and sludge as they died on the spot. The cultivators who left earlier were shocked when they saw the scene from afar. It was too tragic. Several thousand cultivators, including golden cores, could not even withstand the howl of a divine dragon. In the blink of an eye, the area outside the primordial forest turned into an azure hell with corpses strewn all over and rivers of blood. The divine dragon hated those cultivators to the core. To it, those people were no different from the two who had escaped. After taking a closer look, the divine dragon soared into the skies and flew above the 9 heavens with a murderous killing intent. Speeding into the distance, it disappeared into the skies above the primordial ruin before long. It was only until then that the palace lord let out a heave of relief. He had survived? Lying on the ground, everything felt surreal and the palace lord had a dazed expression. Fortunately, the divine dragon chose to leave in the end. Otherwise, he was dead for sure. Standing up with much difficulty, The palace lord clutched his blood-colored bone staff and trawled his immensely injured body to cross the sea of bones, arriving before the primordial forest once more. Master! The Blood Crow King had been waiting for a long time. When he saw the terrible state the palace lord was in, his expression changed as he hurriedly rushed up to support the ladder. What's going on? How did this happen? The Blood Crow King was a little lost. Gritting his teeth, the palace lord clenched his teeth, revealing an endless amount of hatred in his eyes as he trembled in rage. At this moment he was finally regaining his senses. Right from the beginning, this chase was already part of Su Zimo's trap. Not only did he fail to kill that lad personally, he nearly died. It was a complete failure. The injuries on his body were immense and he would require several decades of recuperation to recover. Su Zimo, fufufu. You must live well. Don't let anything happen to you. The moment I reappear, that will be the time for you to die. The palace lord's expression was grim as he let out a series of laughter with a vicious gaze. The Blood Crow King stood at the side, not daring to say anything. A long while later, the palace lord took a deep breath of air and said in a low voice, "Let's go. Back to Black Crow Mountain. Master, it's going to be hard for us to cross this primordial forest given your serious injuries. Call all of your clansmen here. Even if those blood crows have to die here, they have to make a path for me to get out." After a moment of silence, the Blood Crow King nodded. Understood. In the void thousands of kilometers away from the primordial ruin, a gigantic black hole appeared and two figures tumbled out of it, landing heavily onto the ground with a massive dust cloud. Su Zimo's body was strong and he felt nothing much. Ouch! On the other hand, the gray-robed cultivator was crying out in pain. While he was a golden core, his physique was not as strong as Su Zimo's. The fall had him baring his teeth and hissing in pain. Looking around, Su Zimo realized that they had left the primordial ruin and arrived at a completely foreign place. Minor transference talisman. His eyes shimmered as he murmured. He knew nothing about talismans, and that was the first time he had heard of that talisman as well. However, the ability of the minor transference talisman was an eye-opener for Su Zimo. Space teleportation. In Tianhuang mainland, most cultivators who wanted to teleport had to set up teleportation formations in advance. The higher the level of the teleportation formation, the further they could be teleported. Su Zimo had never expected that a seemingly simple talisman could actually activate the effect of space teleportation. To be fair, given those circumstances, it would be impossible for him and the gray-robed cultivator to escape if not for the minor transference talisman. His mind flashed as he recalled that shocking final glimpse he had before leaving the primordial ruin. That massively slender body that was covered in scales as though it was flowing with water of steel. Its head was hideous and it had sharp claws, letting out an explosive power of might from head to toe. That loud and clear roar that could pierce gold and crack rocks could only be perfectly described as a dragon's roar. Was that really a dragon? Looking at the gray-robed cultivator, Su Zimo could not help but ask. The many things that Su Zimo experienced today had completely exceeded his understanding of the world, the cultivation world and Tianhuang mainland. Until now, Su Zimo could not believe that an actual living, breathing dragon had appeared before him. Furthermore, he was nearly killed by that dragon. When he heard Su Zimo's question, the gray-robed cultivator rolled his eyes and scoffed coldly. What else do you think? It was really a dragon. In the distant primordial era, there was an incomparably strong race known as the dragon race. Right after, Su Zimo thought of something. Since that green life form was a dragon, that meant that the gigantic egg inside the cave was a dragon's egg. I actually ate a dragon. Su Zimo was shocked. Or rather, to be accurate, it was half a dragon. Night Spirit ate the other half. The gray-robed cultivator, who was still seated on the ground, got more frustrated the more he thought about it. When he heard Su Zimo mumbling to himself at the side, he was even more furious and could not help but stand up. Advancing forward, he glared at Su Zimo and gritted his teeth. You also know that you ate a dragon? Of all things, why did you have to eat a dragon's egg? If you didn't eat that egg, it'll definitely give birth to a divine dragon in the future after I steal it. And now, I got nothing at all. Before Su Zimo could react, Night Spirit, who was hiding in his robes, suddenly extended its sharp claws with a cold gaze. It was as if it would attack without hesitation if the gray-robed cultivator had any strange movements. The moment Night Spirit extended its claws, the gray-robed cultivator felt a cold air blow past his back. Sensing something, he lowered his head and glared at Night Spirit, hollering, "Why? You want to bite me, black dog? You arrogant little..." Looking at Night Spirit's claws, the gray-robed cultivator narrowed his gaze and remarked softly. The thickness of Night Spirit's claw was almost identical to the hole on the dragon's egg. "Oh!" Realization dawned on the gray-robed cultivator as he said, "That whole mess, this black dog was actually the one that started it." Seeing the crazy manner of the gray-robed cultivator, Night Spirit did not sense any hostility from him and was no longer bothered. It half-closed its eyes and sprawled on Su Zimo's chest again. The gray-robed cultivator sized Night Spirit up and pondered deeply. Initially, he thought that Night Spirit was nothing but a mere dog. He even mocked Su Zimo for raising a dog as a spirit beast. However, from the looks of it, Night Spirit was not so simple. A mere dog aside, even ancient remnant beasts or pure-blooded ferocious beasts might hesitate to eat if a dragon's egg was placed in front of them. However, no matter how the gray-robed cultivator thought about it, he could not find any demon beasts that could match with Night Spirit. Rubbing his chin, the gray-robed cultivator rolled his eyes as a thought slowly arose in his mind. Right then, Su Zimo asked at the side, "I'm Su Zimo of Ethereal Peak. Fellow Taoist, may I know your name?" "Lin Xuanji." The gray-robed cultivator's attention was mostly on Night Spirit as he replied without much thought. Nodding his head, Su Zimo cupped his fist solemnly. "Thank you for saving me this time. If I have a chance, I'll definitely repay you in the future." "There's no need for a future. You can do it now." Lin Xuanji let out a smile and pointed to Night Spirit in Su Zimo's embrace. "Taoist will consider your debt repaid if you give me that dog. How about it?" Even though Lin Xuanji could not tell Night Spirit's background, he could tell that it had a great potential. Even if it was truly a dog, it could definitely transform into a ferocious and terrifying spirit beast after eating half a dragon's egg. Lin Xuanji could vaguely sense that if he could take Night Spirit away, it would definitely make up for his loss this time. Night Spirit. Su Zimo froze for a moment. He had not expected that Lin Xuanji would target Night Spirit. Chuckling, Su Zimo replied, "It's not a problem for me to agree. However, Night Spirit will definitely not leave with you." "Hee hee." Lin Xuanji let out a strange chuckle and asked, "So, you're agreeable to that? If you are, then we are even and no one owes anyone anything. How about that?" "Sure." Su Zimo nodded, smiling internally. He knew Night Spirit's temperament best. The gray-robed cultivator would definitely be at a loss for wanting to target Night Spirit. "Great." Lin Xuanji patted Su Zimo on the shoulder. "As long as you're agreeable, leave the rest to me. I'll show you my capabilities too." Su Zimo smiled without replying. Coming before Night Spirit, Lin Xuanji asked with a smile, "Little black dog, come with me?" Night Spirit ignored him and closed its eyes, seemingly asleep. Lin Xuanji lifted the folding fan in his hands and tapped towards Night Spirit's head, chiding softly, "This little fellow is quite good at pretending." Just as the folding fan was about to land on Night Spirit's head, it suddenly woke up. It raised its head and bit Lin Xuanji's folding fan, letting out a threatening growl from its throat. "Hey!" Lin Xuanji panicked and withdrew his folding fan hurriedly. However, Night Spirit bit on tightly and refused to relent. "Don't!" Lin Xuanji waved the folding fan in his hands so frantically that his arm was almost dislocated. Only then did he manage to throw Night Spirit off. Su Zimo swept his gaze over Lin Xuanji's folding fan with a calm expression. That folding fan was a treasure. Night Spirit's bite was strong enough to snap even the demon-suppressing rope. However, the folding fan was not even scratched at all. Mad dog! Lin Xuanji almost broke out in cold sweat. This little thing did not look very big and seemed like it was just born recently. However, it was quite strong and nearly pulled the folding fan away from his hand. The folding fan in Lin Xuanji's hand was quite powerful. It was a symbol of his lineage. If he really lost the fan, he would probably lose his life. Furthermore, he could not afford to lose it. The more Lin Xuanji thought about it, the more afraid he got. If Night Spirit had really snatched his folding fan away, how would he tell the old man upon returning? That his folding fan was lost and taken away by a dog? The old man would definitely whip him to death. At that thought, Lin Xuanji glared at Night Spirit angrily. Naturally, Night Spirit was unabashed and glared back as well. The man and beast glared at one another. After a while, Lin Xuanji gave up and revealed a friendly smile. Mad dog. Ahem, Night Spirit. What do you think this is? With that said, Lin Xuanji took out a small bottle from his storage bag and removed the bottle stopper. Instantly, a strong herbal fragrance wafted out. There was even a faint smell of blood mixed with the herbal fragrance. Blood-flesh elixir. The blood-flesh elixir was refined using the blood and flesh essence of demon beasts. Coupled with many other herbs and an arduous process, the final product was a favorite of many demon beasts. The grade of blood-flesh elixir required depended on the level of demon beast one was trying to suppress. The blood-flesh elixir before them was of quite a high level. Could be a grade 2 or even 3 elixir. Even though Su Zimo had dabbled in elixir refinement, in all fairness, he could only refine grade 1 elixirs. Furthermore, ever since the Five Peaks face-off, he had no intention of spending any more effort and time on elixir refinement. He had to give it up. As the grade of elixirs increased, the demands of the elixir refinement techniques would be higher and the recipes would get more complex as well. Su Zimo was not a god and did not have that much time and energy. The path he wanted to take was one fraught with difficulties. On the basis of both immortality and demonic cultivation, he could only choose between weapon or elixir refinement, and Su Zimo chose the former. If it was Spirit Tiger or Little Crane, both would have lunged for this blood-flesh elixir in a frenzied manner the moment they saw it. No matter the consequences, they would just eat it first. However, Night Spirit was extremely calm. It eyed the blood-flesh elixir in disdain and pouted its lips. Fuck! Lin Xuanji was provoked. He could sense his pride being insulted and trampled on by that gaze. I'm actually being despised by a dog. Lin Xuanji was so angry that his entire body was trembling and his eyes were red. Su Zimo smiled and patted Lin Xuanji on the shoulder, saying earnestly, "You'll get used to it, Lin Xuanji." Indignant, Lin Xuanji took out another bunch of treasures from his storage bag. There were countless pills and elixirs that shone brightly and emanated with fragrance. There were even inner cores of demon beasts within. Night Spirit narrowed its gaze and leaned against Su Zimo's chest lazily, ignoring Lin Xuanji. Lin Xuanji was upset. A moment later, he could not take it anymore. Inching furtively over to Su Zimo, he whispered, "Fellow Taoist, what is that mad dog like? Tell me." Su Zimo had an idea and nodded. "I can tell you, but you've got to exchange something for it." "What?" Lin Xuanji took a half-step back, his face filled with vigilance. "That minor transference talisman. Do you have any more?" "Sell me some of them," Su Zimo said. Lin Xuanji nearly spat out blood. His face was grim and his body trembled, seemingly angry to the verge of collapsing. Seeing that, Su Zimo hurriedly added, "I'm going to buy them with spirit stones, not taking it away from you." "Fellow Taoist, you're getting too worked up." Su Zimo did not know the preciousness of the minor transference talisman and merely took it as a talisman that had a price tag to it. Lin Xuanji's mouth cramped up as he glared at Su Zimo angrily, gritting his teeth and saying word by word, "I only had one fucking piece and you're asking for a few pieces. Do you think that the minor transference talisman is some cabbage you can purchase off the streets?" That last sentence was almost entirely shouted by Lin Xuanji. After shouting, he panted heavily. Still indignant, he said to Night Spirit, "Night Spirit, your master is way too ignorant. There's no potential to grow by sticking with him. Shrugging his shoulders, Lin Xuanji was high-spirited as he declared proudly, "Let me tell you, if you were to follow me, I guarantee that you'll definitely have anything you want to eat in the future." Hia! Upon hearing that, Night Spirit's eyes suddenly lit up as it cried softly, seemingly moved. Lin Xuanji's voice came to a halt. "Ow! There's a reaction?" Elated, he looked at Su Zimo excitedly. "Fellow Taoist, what did Night Spirit just say?" Suppressing his laughter, Su Zimo replied, "Night Spirit said that it wants to eat dragon eggs. It's asking if you can get any?" Lin Xuanji, why you? You guys." Lin Xuanji pointed at Su Zimo and Night Spirit. His nose was crooked from anger and his voice was quivering. He felt that if he continued to stay with this man and beast, he would definitely break down. "Humph. Good luck to you guys." With a furious flick of his sleeves, Lin Xuanji soared into the air and flew off into the distance. "No matter what, thank you, fellow Taoist." Seeing that Lin Xuanji was about to disappear, Su Zimo hurriedly shouted. Those words were truly from the bottom of his heart. If not for Lin Xuanji, he would have died inside the primordial ruin. When he heard that, Lin Xuanji, who was speeding in the skies, felt his legs give way and almost fell. Su Zimo had reaped quite a lot from this trip. Not only did he manage to remove the power of the blood slave art remaining in his body, he even managed to eat a dragon's egg. However, Lin Xuanji got nothing at all. All he got was a little bit of leftover juice. Lin Xuanji continued speeding through the wind, feeling more upset the more he thought about it. He had cultivated for dozens of years. As the successor of one of the top factions of Tianhuang mainland, when had he ever suffered such a loss? That person must be the reincarnation of a jinx. Why else would my luck be so bad when I'm around him? Disciple of Ethereal Peak? Humph. Humph. I've got to divine who he is and his background alongside the secrets he's hiding. With that said, Lin Xuanji took a deep breath of air and a gray, gentle light appeared in his pupils. It spread out slowly, turning into a thin layer of haze that veiled his eyes. Opening his palm, Lin Xuanji's thumb made repeated contact with his other 4 fingers, tapping in a furious speed. A mysterious, profound power swirled around Lin Xuanji's fingertips. Oh! After a long time, Lin Xuanji's body trembled and the gray fog in his eyes dispersed. Stunned, he muttered to himself, "How is this possible? I'm unable to divine it." His face was grim as he frowned. That person is only a foundation establishment cultivator. Why can't I divine it? It doesn't make sense. Could someone be concealing the heavenly secrets? Lin Xuanji's gaze narrowed as he murmured softly, "There's a supreme expert backing this lad?" After Lin Xuanji left, Su Zimo took out the map and compared against it carefully. A moment later, he discovered to his shock that his current location was less than 5 kilometers away from the capital of the Great Zhou dynasty. The minor transference talisman that was used in the primordial ruin had actually teleported them nearby the Great Zhou's capital. After the battle at Dongling Valley, Su Zimo's rampant escape had brought him a long way away from Ethereal Peak. Without any other means, given his cultivation realm, if he were to leave from this place, it would take him several months to reach back to Ethereal Peak even if he were to rush day and night without any rest or sleep. Worried about the safety of everyone from Ethereal Peak, Su Zimo pondered for a moment and decided to check out the capital first and see if he could find out any news. Putting away the map, he soared into the skies on his flying sword with Night Spirit and sped in the direction of the capital. An hour later, at the border between the sky and the ground ahead, a towering black-walled city came into view. The city wall extended from the ground left and right, but there was no end to it. One could feel the grandeur of the city merely by looking from afar. It was as if a primordial divine dragon was lying on the horizon. That's the Great Zhou's capital? The closer he approached the city, the more he could feel its magnificence. Compared to the city before him, the Yen country's capital was like a mansion in a real city. It was a world of a difference. At a close distance, One could clearly see signs of the surface of the city walls being weathered by the elements. While it was old and mottled, the city stood upright and indestructible over countless years. That was because this was the core of the Great Zhou dynasty, the emperor's territory, the capital of the dynasty. There were 3 tall city gates in the direction of Suzimo city wall, where many guards of the capital stood on both sides. The traffic was endless, and more than half of them were cultivators. Hey, that cultivator up there. Anyone that's beneath Golden Core is forbidden from flying in the capital. Come down quickly. Right then, a shout from the city gate interrupted Suzimo's thoughts. Unknowingly, he had already arrived at the city gate of the capital on his flying sword, and the guard below was referring to him. Even a vassal state like Yen country had various rules in its capital, let alone this majestic city that was the capital of the Great Zhou dynasty. Putting away his flying sword, Suzimo descended in front of the city gate and headed into the capital with the crowd. He looked around carefully and noticed that the guards would collect 10 spirit stones as entrance fee each time they encountered cultivators. Qi refinement warriors paid 10 inferior-grade spirit stones, while Foundation establishment cultivators paid 10 middle-grade spirit stones. As for golden cores, they could enter directly. Suzimo was not bothered by the rules and did not want any trouble, so he handed 10 middle-grade spirit stones casually to a guard. One of the guards could tell that it was Suzimo's first time in the capital and reminded him out of kindness that there were many rules in the capital and he should watch out for them. If he broke any, he could be kicked out of the capital for minor offenses. As for major offenses, he could be dealt with severely. Expressing his thanks, Suzimo entered the capital. Upon entering, he nodded silently. The spirit qi in the capital was clearly thicker than outside. There should be an array formation master who set up a massive spirit gathering formation in and out of the Great Zhou's capital to achieve such an effect. Suzimo walked through the long street paved with bluestone and fell into deep thought. Even golden cores would not be able to attain true inedia and had to eat. Only nascent souls would possess supreme dermic powers and were able to consume rain dews and absorb the essences of the universe. Nourishing their bodies with the qi of day and night, they could attain inedia. Therefore, the best place to obtain information in the Great Zhou's capital was a restaurant. Raising his head, Suzimo caught sight of a 2-storied restaurant not far away on his left. Noon had yet to arrive, but there were already plenty of customers within, mostly cultivators. Entering the restaurant, Suzimo did not head up to the private rooms on the 2nd floor. Instead, he looked for a seat nearby the windows on the 1st floor and sat down, casually ordering some food. Before long, more people gathered on the 1st floor. Many cultivators were gathered in small groups as they discussed the recent happenings of the cultivation world. Suzimo listened in while sipping his drink in no hurry. A long time later, someone in the crowd suddenly remarked, "There's 2 more years till the sect competition. I think Ethereal Peak is doomed this time round." That's right. Because of such a huge change in Ethereal Peak, there will be plenty of empty spots on the 4 ranking lists. Let's see who's able to clinch the top seat this time round. Yes, I think many sects and cultivators have their sights set on the primordial ruin and are thinking of finding some treasure there. By that time, they will definitely shine in the sect competition. Just as everyone was discussing, a green-robed cultivator popped out of nowhere and asked suddenly, "I heard that many Foundation establishment cultivators of Ethereal Peak were killed at Dongling Valley. What happened thereafter? How many disciples of Ethereal Peak managed to escape?" Everyone turned to look at Suzimo with weird gazes. He gave an embarrassed smile. "I've been out adventuring for a long time and have just returned. This is the first time I'm hearing of this." "Oh," the cultivators nodded in realization. Someone said, "That massacre was a huge blow for Ethereal Peak. From what I know, only a dozen or so out of the many Foundation establishment disciples managed to escape. Of the 3 great legacy disciples, 2 of them died in that battle." Suzimo felt slightly better that it wasn't a complete annihilation. However, he was still worried about Little Fatty and Lung Ro's safety. What about the golden cores of Ethereal Peak? What happened to them? Suzimo pondered for a moment and asked. "It's even worse." A cultivator at the side shook his head and replied, I heard that of Ethereal Peak's 5 golden cores, only one managed to escape and he was seriously injured. No one knows if he's dead or alive. Su Zimo sighed internally. As they had mentioned, the blow for Ethereal Peak was huge. Almost all of their top foundation establishment cultivators had perished in Dongling Valley. Only, he did not know whether Peak Master Wen Xian or Elder Yu was the golden core who had escaped. Right then, another cultivator added, I heard news that initially, none of the Ethereal Peak disciples could escape at all. However, a change happened to the situation. In order to save his sect mates, one of the disciples decided to sacrifice himself and lure away more than half of the enemies. Yes, I've heard about that as well. It's truly a pity that someone like that is dead. Another person shook his head with a regrettable expression. Su Zimo realized that the disciple of Ethereal Peak they were talking about should be referring to him. However, what they knew was far from the actual truth. Actually, that person might not be dead, right? Su Zimo continued casually. Heh! Someone scoffed coldly. He was being hunted down by a few golden cores and countless foundation establishment cultivators. How could he have survived? Another cultivator chimed in. If he's not dead, I'll pluck my head off right now and let you guys kick it around like a ball. In the northwestern corner of the Great Zhou dynasty, there was a prefecture city called Yongxing City. There were all sorts of people gathered there and it was bustling with life. In a corner of Yongxing City, a group of people were huddled together. In the middle of the crowd, there was an empty space with a table and an old man. Wearing a white crown and long robes, he had a tall beard and rosy cheeks as he leaned back against a chair. The old man's left hand was resting on a wooden block on the table while he waved a paper fan with his right. As he spoke with a smooth eloquence, everyone around him was mesmerized. Looking at his attire, alongside the wooden block on the table and the folding fan in his hand, it was obvious that this was a storyteller. Traveling among common folk, this was somebody that was specialized in the tales of the supernatural. The stories told by storytellers were magnificent and bewildering. They were most attractive to mortals. That battle was so intense that the skies went dark and the earth shattered. Corpses were strewn all over the ground as fresh blood flowed in an extremely tragic manner. Waving his paper fan, the elderly man said in a clear voice, "This powerful being of the human race took a step forth, causing the voids to tremble. A shout of his could fell the stars. A back flip of his palm could summon the clouds and a front flip could summon the rain. While that divine dragon was strong with the ability to topple mountains and oceans while overturning the heavens and moon, it could not defeat that man." Everyone listened intently. A massive battle continued for 2 days and nights and finally, the divine dragon was slain by that man. Fresh blood splattered from the divine dragon's body endlessly. Many living beings that could not dodge in time and were splashed by the blood exploded to the death on the spot, unable to withstand the divine dragon's power of bloodline with their bodies. Many people were secretly shocked and gasped. Seeing everyone's reactions, the old man was very pleased. He waved his fan gently and stroked his beard with a smile. Foo-foo. Right then, a sneer could be heard from outside the crowd. These illusory untruths are merely enough to fool mortals. What a joke. Who would have the stamina to fight for 2 days and nights? Divine dragons? You were speaking as though you've seen one before. The person who spoke was a foundation establishment cultivator. When this person happened to pass by this place, he paused to listen for a while and could not help but sneer. In truth, true cultivators did not care about listening to such stories as they could easily differentiate between truth and fiction. Seeing that he was exposed, the old man's face turned red, seemingly from embarrassment. He straightened his neck and asked, "How do you know I've never seen one before?" "Oh." The foundation establishment cultivator glanced askance at the old man and sneered. "You don't have any spirit chi in your body, so you can't be a cultivator. If so, I want to ask you, where did you see the divine dragon?" Using the spirit-peering art, it was easy to detect that this old man was a mere mortal. The moment the old man heard that the other party was a cultivator, his aura weakened. Avoiding eye contact and retracting his neck, he muttered softly, "In any case, I've seen it before. The Foundation establishment cultivator pouted his lips and scoffed coldly before leaving. Not far away, there was a man dressed in gray robes. Slightly rotund with a beardless face, he was holding a folding fan as well as he walked towards them. "Storyteller, why don't you continue?" Someone at the side urged impatiently. The old man swept his gaze around. When he saw who it was, the wooden block in his hand landed, ringing with a resounding slap. "If you want to know what happened, wait for the next session." Keeping the wooden block, the old man closed his paper fan and waved. "All right, let's disperse. We'll continue another day." "Tisk!" The crowd booed. Seeing that the old man was standing to leave, the crowd no longer lingered and dispersed as well. Entering the crowd, the old man disappeared within a couple of steps. In an empty corner, the old man and a gray-robed cultivator met. "Old man, I failed. I didn't get it." The gray-robed cultivator with the dispirited expression was Lin Xuanji, who had just escaped from the primordial ruin. Stroking his long beard, the old man looked unfathomable as he replied with a smile. "I expected that." "Fuck!" When Lin Xuanji heard that, he hopped in anger. "You're vicious, old man. If you've already divined it from the start, why did you still want me to head to that place? I nearly lost my life." "What do you know?" the old man said with a calm expression. "The divination that I divined showed that this was a dangerous journey. Although you're destined to fail, this journey will be worth it for you. Is it?" Lin Xuanji ground his teeth and asked. "Of course. My divination is never wrong." The old man was confident. Lin Xuanji could not hold it in any longer and yelled, "I didn't manage to get any shit. I only got a little bit of egg juice and it was left behind by a dog." "What egg juice? What dog?" The old man was a little confused after being sprayed with a facial of saliva. Lin Xuanji recounted the events in the dragon lair of the primordial ruin in detail. "You ate the dragon's egg? You're twisted." The old man was so angry that he was trembling. He raised his hand and ruthlessly slapped Lin Xuanji's face. "Hey, don't hit me. Stop. It wasn't me. It was that Su Zimo and a dog." Lin Xuanji kept dodging, but it was useless. With a resounding slap, a red palm print appeared on his cheek. "Old man, I've also used the minor transference talisman." Piak. Without another word, the old man sent another slap flying. Another palm print appeared on Lin Xuanji's right cheek that could not fade away. Stroking his beard, the old man frowned. "This doesn't make any sense. The divination can't be wrong and you should have gained from this journey. Could it be that this divination was referring to that Su Zimo? Right, old man? That guy has some sort of skill such that I can't divine his background and fortune," Lin Xuanji said. "There's such a thing?" A subtle ripple emanated from the old man's glabella that shrouded the entire capital in an instant. Before long, it located Su Zimo within a restaurant. Gentle threads appeared in the old man's eyes that spread out swiftly into a hazy fog. Opening his palm, the old man began to divine. As time passed, the old man frowned deeper while his expression turned grimmer and paler. Given the old man's cultivation realm, he should be able to divine a foundation establishment cultivator almost instantly. But now 2 hours have passed. Next to him, Lin Xuanji waited with bated breath silently, afraid that he would disturb the old man. Another hour passed and the old man's body shuddered. With a grunt, the gentle threads dispersed and blood vessels appeared in a terrifying manner. "Old man, how are you?" Lin Xuanji knew that this was the result of a forced divination session. Some people had special destinies. If one were to force a divination and did not stop in time, turning blind would be a normal occurrence. If it was more serious, some people could even have bad luck befall them. "I'm fine." The old man waved it off and let out a long breath, pondering. That lad has a normal destiny. It was initially ordinary, but an expert helped him to change his fate, weaving his destiny entirely. I can't divine him either. Huh? Lin Xuanji's eyes widened as he asked in disbelief. Changed his fate? He knew the immensity of those words. That was something that even the old man could not do. Oh, right then. The old man's expression changed and his eyes shone with a strange glint. Seeing the strange look on the old man's face, Lin Xuanji could not help but ask, "What happened, old man? You said that the three of you ate that dragon's egg?" The old man was expressionless as he asked instead. Stunned for a moment, Lin Xuanji shook his head hurriedly. "I only ate a little bit of egg juice. It was almost entirely eaten by that man and beast. Both of them ate so much that their mouths spewed with light, and they could barely hold it in." "Eat a little?" The old man sneered. "Even if you only ate a single drop of it, you can dream about getting away scot-free. Do you think that it's so easy to eat a dragon's egg? That you can just wipe your ass and leave after eating it?" "Old man, what do you mean? Don't scare me. A dragon has come knocking." "Ah, stay here and don't leave the city." Right after saying that, the old man transformed into a beam of light and disappeared from where he was. Outside the city, a woman clad in green armor headed for the city gate. She was tall and exuded a cold aura, bearing a frosty expression with killing intent hidden in her eyes. Her armor was extremely unique, as if green fish scales were pieced together seamlessly. The closer to the city gate, the more people there were. Even as she approached, the woman did not show any signs of slowing down as she squeezed through the crowd straight towards the city gate. "Why are you squeezing? Do you want to die?" A Foundation establishment cultivator ahead spun around suddenly and glared at the green-armored woman. He placed his hand on his storage bag in a threatening manner. Other than some special areas, fighting within the capital was forbidden. However, since this was outside the capital after all, the guards would not care even if a fight truly broke out here. Against the threat of the Foundation establishment cultivator, the green-armored woman was expressionless as she continued walking forth. In fact, she did not even pause in her footsteps at all. The Foundation establishment cultivator frowned. Using the spirit-peering art, he sized the green-armored woman up and realized that there were no traces of spirit chi at all. Most importantly, the green-armored woman did not carry a storage bag with her. This implied that she was a mere mortal. "You're asking for death." Confident, the Foundation establishment cultivator cursed and withdrew a flying sword from his storage bag, injecting spirit energy into it. Whoosh! 2 spirit patterns shone on the sword. A middle-grade flying sword. "Go!" The Foundation establishment cultivator hollered as the flying sword stabbed towards the glabella of the green-armored woman. The crowd had long dispersed, afraid that they would be implicated. Ignoring the incoming flying sword, the green-armored woman continued forward. The Foundation establishment cultivator opposite sneered internally as a vicious look flashed in his eyes. Clang! When the flying sword stabbed the green-armored woman's glabella, it was repelled and the sound of metal clashing was produced. The expression of the Foundation establishment cultivator changed. The crowd was also dumbfounded. A middle-grade flying sword could not even scratch that person's body? What was that person's cultivation realm exactly? By now, the green-armored woman already came close. Suddenly, she stretched her arm and extended a slender finger, tapping gently on the head of the Foundation establishment cultivator. Even though he could see the green-armored woman's finger coming for him, the Foundation establishment cultivator felt like he could not move or dodge no matter what. Poof! There was a crisp sound. The green-armored woman retracted her hand, and a hole appeared on the Foundation establishment cultivator's head as blood gushed out. With his gaze dimming, the person fell to the ground with a thud and died on the spot. When they saw that, the crowd fell into an uproar. The guards standing at the city gate merely intended to watch the fun. But now, they were extremely tense as though they were facing a formidable enemy. While the guards did not have high cultivation realms, they had come across all sorts of people standing guard all year round. They could sense an extremely dangerous aura coming from that green-armored woman. "Visitor, stop and report your name. What sect and country are you from?" a guard yelled. The green-armored woman was expressionless and continued walking ahead. It was as though nothing and nobody in this world could stop her from proceeding. "Oh!" The expressions of the guards changed as they withdrew their flying swords from their storage bags, prepared to fight. "Fellow Taoist, you've crossed the line." Suddenly, a voice rang out. The guards felt their vision blur as an old man in long robes suddenly appeared in front of them. Strange enough, after the old man appeared, the green armored woman stopped in her tracks and a hint of cautiousness flashed through her eyes. The old man said calmly, "Go back. You want to stop me?" The green armored woman spoke and narrowed her eyes, emitting an ancient and vicissitude aura like a mighty god that could not be defied. Under the presence of that aura, everyone, be it mortals or cultivators, felt like they had to kneel on the ground and kowtow in reverence. Roar! The green armored woman suddenly opened her mouth, letting out a shrieking roar that could pierce gold and crack rocks from the depths of her throat. Dragon's roar. Poof! 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 The people closest to the green armored woman instantly exploded into a bloody mist. Clang! Clang! The flying swords in the hands of the guards fell to the ground as they clutched their heads with both hands. Looking pained, their ears were starting to seep with blood. "Bastard! How dare you behave so brazenly before me?" The old man bellowed. His voice was clear and loud, like a great bell. It contained a mighty power that instantly broke that earth-shattering dragon's roar. If not for the old man's shout, the hundreds of people outside the city would all have to die. Everyone snapped back to their senses as they panted heavily. They felt as if they had just barely escaped death and had a lingering fear. Unknowingly, a folding fan appeared in the hand of the old man. With a swift movement, the old man closed in on the green armored woman and raised his folding fan, slamming it down on her head. Bang! The green armored woman stamped on the ground, causing mud to flew as she sped backwards, avoiding the old man's folding fan. Remaining in midair, the green armored woman's figure began to expand. Right in front of everyone, a ferocious and intimidating divine dragon soared into the skies. Floating above everyone, it coiled in the skies and possessed a destructive aura. "That's a DD dragon? Heavens! Dragons really do exist." The many cultivators were terrified as they collapsed to the ground, speaking with trembling voices and pale faces. Even the guards of the capital felt powerless at the moment. Against the might of the divine dragon, they could not bring themselves to resist at all. The scales that seemed like steel had melted on them, those sharp claws and that indestructible body. Every single part of the divine dragon's body exuded danger and power. The old man's expression remained the same as he soared into the sky. Even though he was facing off against a divine dragon, he radiated an aura that even surpassed it. On the surface, the old man's body was so small that it could not even compare to a single piece of the dragon's scale. However, he possessed an apocalyptic power that was gushing out furiously. "If you refuse to back down, don't blame me for being merciless and slaying you today." Staring coldly at the divine dragon opposite him, the old man warned. Roar! The divine dragon opened its gigantic mouth and spewed a stream of green dragon flame, incinerating the surrounding air instantly as it charged towards the old man. Humph! Faced with the incoming scorching dragon flame, the old man remained composed and snorted coldly. With a flick of his wrist, his folding fan opened up and released an incomparably golden glow. The old man's folding fan seemed to have transformed into a blazing sun, emitting golden rays that were bedazzling. In that instant, everyone watching the battle from the capital, be it cultivators or mortals, felt a sharp pain in their eyes. Their vision was drowned by the endless light and they lost their sight temporarily. Those outside the capital that were closest to the battlefield shrieked in pain and turned their heads subconsciously. Shutting their eyes tightly, tears streamed down their faces. Roar! The divine dragon seemed to recognize the folding fan in the old man's hands as it let out a deep growl while looking on with a hint of caution. Swash! The old man waved his folding fan and swiped forward. The green dragon flame that gushed in was like a piece of silk and parted in the middle against the folding fan, dissipating to both sides. Almost instantly, the old man arrived before the divine dragon. The divine dragon raised its head and straightened its body, extending a pair of gigantic claws that swiped at the old man ferociously. The old man was expressionless, and he did not dodge nor avoid. He simply stretched out his arm and clenched his fist, punching towards the incoming heavenly encompassing dragon claws. Bang! With a deafening boom, many cultivators outside the capital could not take it and fainted on the spot. The entire capital trembled under the might of that boom. At the center of impact, cracks appeared in the void. Pitch black. They exuded a cold and sinister aura that was absolutely shocking. Even the void was shattered. The old man's seemingly tiny body remained motionless in midair. Instead, the divine dragon was forced back a little. After that punch, the old man's folding fan swept forward. A piercing sound could be heard as it slashed past the divine dragon's body like a metal against a mirror, causing one to wince. Flashes of blood appeared. A wisp of dragon's blood splattered and dyed the skies red. On the side of the dragon's body, a huge gaping hole appeared where the dragon's scales were shaved off, revealing the blood and flesh within. The divine dragon let out a miserable cry and soared into the air, swooping above the heavens. Holding the folding fan in one hand and his other hand placed behind his back, the old man looked at the divine dragon in the clouds calmly and did not chase after it. It turned around and glared at the old man filled with killing intent and indignance. However, it was clear that if it continued fighting with this old man, it could very well die here. Roar! The divine dragon howled into the sky and soared through the clouds, speeding into the distance before disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. After the divine dragon fled, the old man closed his folding fan but did not leave immediately. His gaze lingered on a nearby void. Even though there was nothing there, the old man continued staring with a hint of warning in his eyes. A long time later, he retracted his gaze and heaved a sigh of relief. Waving his sleeves, he vanished. Within the capital, the many cultivators only realized what was going on a long time after the old man disappeared and a commotion broke out. Did you guys see that? That was an actual divine dragon. So, an ancient life form like that really does exist in the world. I've lived this life with no regrets being able to see it today. The aura of that divine dragon was truly way too terrifying. Even though we were so far away from it, I felt my heart palpitating like I could die at any moment. Many cultivators gathered excitedly and discussed. Those cultivators, be it Foundation Establishment cultivators or Golden Cores, may have never been able to see the appearance of a true dragon in their entire lives. In fact, for most of them, like Su Zimo, divine dragons were merely illusory legends that were thought up by people. How could there be such a terrifying life form in Tianhuang mainland? Now that everyone saw it with their own eyes, they truly understood that the divine dragon outside the capital was far stronger than they had imagined, far more frightening than the legends had described. Just who was it that blocked off such a terrifying existence? The divine dragon was already so powerful. What sort of cultivation realm did the cultivator who blocked off the divine dragon have? I don't know. I couldn't see clearly. Everyone shook their heads. All of them had witnessed the massive battle clearly. The sight of the divine dragon spiraling in midair was remembered by everyone. However, no one had a clear recollection of the person who fought against the divine dragon. A golden core said hesitantly. That person was shrouded by a layer of fog and couldn't be seen clearly at all. He looked like a middle-aged man. Where did that divine dragon come from? Why is it here? I'm not sure. I've got a feeling that something bad is about to happen in the north region of Tianhuang mainland. Even though Su Zimo was calm on the surface when he heard the discussions, his heart was thumping wildly. No one knew better than him about the origin of that divine dragon. That was the same dragon that he had seen in the primordial ruin. The purpose of its visit was self-evident. It was to kill them. Su Zimo long knew that the moment they ate the dragon egg, he would have an irreconcilable feud with this divine dragon and the entire dragon race. That was why he said that Night Spirit had caused big trouble. However, Su Zimo did not expect that the divine dragon would be able to find its way here despite them making use of the minor transference talisman to escape from the primordial ruin. If not for that mysterious expert today, he and Night Spirit would most likely be dead by now. How did it manage to find them here? The minor transference talisman made use of spatial teleportation. While a divine dragon's power might have been able to give it a rough gauge of the direction, how did it determine with such accuracy that he and Night Spirit were within the Great Zhou's capital? This time round, the divine dragon was pushed back by a mysterious expert. However, it was impossible for mysterious experts to appear around Su Zimo all the time. Heaven knew where this person came from and what he looked like or his background. If the divine dragon were to come knocking the next time round, who was going to save him and Night Spirit? A layer of gloom enveloped Su Zimo's heart. At the very center of the capital stood a majestic and grand palace. It was extremely huge and was none other than the Imperial Palace. Outside the main hall stood a dense group of black-armored soldiers. Each of them was a Foundation establishment cultivator, and there were 10,000 of them, all kneeling on one knee in a neat formation with clear discipline. At the entrance of the main hall stood a middle-aged man in a yellow robe. His face was sharp as a knife and his eyes shone with a fiery light, emanating a stern sense of authority with his expression. The yellow-robed man's bronze skin added an iron and murderous look to his face. This man was the emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty. In charge of thousands of kilometers of territory, the man who ruled over all vassal states under his thumb. The yellow-robed man asked, "What do you think, Emperor? That person's methods are unparalleled. He should be one of the top existences in Tianhuang mainland, not someone from the Great Zhou dynasty." A golden core behind the yellow-robed man said slowly, "Perfected Lord Mingzhe, did you manage to catch the appearance of that expert?" The yellow-robed man glanced sideways and asked, nodding. Being referred to as a perfected lord meant that this person was already in a nascent soul realm. "I didn't manage to catch it either." Perfected Lord Mingzhe shook his head. "Since he refuses to expose his identity, it's best for us to not investigate it further lest we provoke him and get ourselves killed." "Oh," the yellow-robed man nodded, gazing into the distance as he murmured, "The appearance of the dragon race. Does it mean that the world is truly about to descend into chaos?" In a quiet corner of the capital, the old man appeared. Lin Xuanji moved forward and raised his thumb in praise. "Old man, you've got some skills. In just a few moves, you've managed to chase a divine dragon away." The old man rolled his eyes. "There are strong and weak dragons out there. That dragon was from the Azure Dragon lineage of the dragon race. Even though it's an adult dragon, it has yet to reach its peak. Furthermore, it just gave birth to a dragon egg, damaging its essence chi, greatly resulting in a significant decrease in its strength. Then why didn't you kill that Azure Dragon just now?" Lin Xuanji rubbed his hands together. "Since we've already become enemies, why don't we kill it to eliminate all future troubles?" "That's easy for you to say, lad." The old man sneered. "Do you know the consequences of slaying that Azure Dragon? The Great Zhou's capital turning into rivers of blood would be the least of them. If it's serious, the entire northern region would be strewn with enough corpses to form mountains." "Don't scare me, old man." Lin Xuanji was startled. "Scare you? Back then that—" The old man stopped mid-sentence and shook his head. "Forget it. Let's not mention that." "Fuck!" Lin Xuanji's ears were perked up to listen in focus when the old man decided to not continue. The old man waved it off. "Furthermore, did you think that the Azure Dragon came alone? In the dark, there's another dragon that did not show itself. That dragon is the true expert." Lin Xuanji frowned and asked, "Old man, I used a minor transference talisman. How did that Azure Dragon find me here?" "The three of you ate a dragon's egg. That's equivalent to eating an entire dragon. Even though that dragon hasn't been formed yet, how much energy do you think it possessed?" The old man continued, "The only way to avoid that Azure Dragon's detection is by absorbing that energy completely. That's easy for me. I only ate a little bit of that egg juice, so it'll probably take me a month to absorb it all." Lin Xuanji gloated. "That Su Zimo and that dog are doomed. It's their own fault for eating so much, haha." Pondering for a moment, the old man said, "Go and remind him that he should not leave the capital before he refines the essence energy of that dragon's egg in his body completely." "Ah?" Lin Xuanji was stunned for a moment. "Old man, Are you planning on staying here still? Of course not. The old man shook his head. After you refine the essence energy of the dragon's egg, we'll return to the middle continent. In another 2 years, the ancient battlefield will be opened up. We've got to prepare for it. Tianhuang mainland consisted of 4 regions, 3 oceans, and 1 continent. The 4 regions referred to the north, south, east, and west regions. The Great Zhou dynasty was located in the north region of Tianhuang mainland. The continent referred to the middle continent. Located at the center of Tianhuang mainland, it was extremely huge and its territory was larger than all 4 regions combined. If a Foundation establishment cultivator were to travel on his flying sword at full speed, he would not be able to travel through the entire north region by the end of his lifetime, let alone enter the middle continent. Golden cores were faster and had a longer lifespan. However, no one would waste most of their precious time on the road just to get to the middle continent. Furthermore, the journey was fraught with dangers and demon beasts lurked through the mountains and rivers. They would probably die before even reaching the middle continent. It was only by reaching nascent soul realm that one would have the ability to protect themselves and could attempt to cross the 4 regions and continent. In the restaurant, Su Zimo ate his food as he listened to everyone's discussions. Suddenly, someone sat down opposite his table. When Su Zimo looked up, he was slightly stunned. Lin Xuanji. Both of them parted ways after escaping from the primordial ruin. He had not expected to encounter this person once more in the capital. Su Zimo poured a cup of wine for Lin Xuanji and smiled. It's probably fate that we're both able to meet again so soon. Lin Xuanji's lips cramped up at the mention of fate. It was because they were fated that he was almost done in because of Su Zimo and that dog. The dragon's egg was gone. His tracks were exposed and he was hunted down by a dragon. His minor transference talisman was gone. He was even slapped twice by the old man and the handprints had just faded. At the thought of those things, Lin Xuanji was furious. He said coldly, "It's not fate. I came to find you." "Oh!" Su Zimo exclaimed softly. "What can I do for you, fellow Taoist? Don't leave the Great Zhou's capital before you're done refining the essence energy in your body." Lin Xuanji said, "I'm sure you witnessed that battle outside the capital earlier on as well. The dragon came because it could sense the energy within your body." Su Zimo frowned. That was exactly what he was worried about. After a moment of silence, Su Zimo continued, "I can't stay in the capital and refine all that essence energy as well. What if the dragon comes knocking again during this period of time? The only way is if that mysterious expert continues guarding this place and can step forward to stop the divine dragon. Even if the old man isn't guarding here, it's also relatively safer for you to stay in the capital." Lin Xuanji said, "After today's battle, the dragon race must have some reservations. After all, they might not dare to come knocking once more after suffering a loss. However, if you were to leave the capital before refining the essence energy of the dragon's egg, they'll definitely sense it and hunt you down. By then, you'll be dead for sure." Su Zimo remained silent. His original plan was to return to Ethereal Peak as quickly as possible. He missed Little Fatty, Monkey, Spirit Tiger, Little Crane, and everyone else dearly. However, upon hearing Lin Xuanji's analysis, Su Zimo realized that he had no other choice but to stay in the capital. Of course, staying in the capital was not entirely a bad thing either. First, it could ensure his safety. Second, he could save a lot of time on the road and use it to raise his cultivation as well as refine the essence energy of the dragon egg. Right now, what Su Zimo needed the most was time to cultivate. In the past year, he had reaped a lot of complex benefits. However, he did not have the time to settle down and convert them into his actual strength. Third, the sect competition would occur 2 years later. Every single major and minor sect of the Great Zhou dynasty would arrive at the capital eventually, Ethereal Peak included. That way, Su Zimo could just meet everyone from Ethereal Peak in the capital and save the trouble of heading back and forth. At that thought, Su Zimo was decided. For some reason, Su Zimo had a vague sense that there was something amiss with what Lin Xuanji said earlier on. "All right, that's all I have to say." Lin Xuanji rose to leave. Su Zimo looked at Lin Xuanji's cheeks and said with a fake smile, fellow Taoist? You seem to have gotten a little chubbier after half a day. Lin Xuanji's expression froze as he said with gritted teeth, "None of your business." With that, Lin Xuanji flicked his sleeves and left while murmuring, "Damned old man, you struck me so harshly." When he heard that, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat and finally realized what was amiss with Lin Xuanji's words. Even if the old man isn't guarding here, it's also relatively safer for you to stay in the capital. That was what Lin Xuanji had just said. How did Lin Xuanji know that the mysterious expert was an old man? None of the cultivators in and out of the capital saw the appearance of the mysterious expert clearly. Was it a coincidence? Did he mention that on a whim? Or? Su Zimo's eyes flickered as he pondered. The streets of the capital were lively and bustling. The shocking battle outside the capital did little to affect the people inside. Instead, it made room for much gossip to take place. After leaving the restaurant, Su Zimo was sandwiched in the bustling crowd as he strolled aimlessly, contemplating about his future plans. Since he had decided to stay on in the capital, the first thing to do was to find a place he could settle down. He had to stay in this place for at least 2 to 3 years, and he couldn't make do with just any place. It had to be quiet and comfortable enough to be conducive for his cultivation. After asking around, Su Zimo headed straight for the Sky Treasure Pavilion. To find a place he liked in the capital, the fastest way to go about it was to head to the Sky Treasure Pavilion's mission area. In the Sky Treasure Pavilion of Yen Country's capital, most people heading in and out were Qi refinement warriors. It was rare for even a Foundation establishment cultivator to appear within a year. As for the Sky Treasure Pavilion in the Great Zhou Dynasty's capital, Foundation establishment cultivators could be seen everywhere. In fact, there were even golden cores around. Even though Su Zimo was a mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, he was inconspicuous in the crowd. Entering the main hall, Su Zimo walked to a counter where a beautiful maidservant headed up. Wearing a veil, her exquisite figure and curves were barely hidden from plain view. The beautiful maidservant let out a sweet smile and asked, "Fellow Taoist, what can I do for you?" Su Zimo asked, "I want to buy a residence in the city. Do you have any recommendations?" Fellow Taoist, most of the best residences in the capital are located on either shores of Jishui River. When you're tired from cultivating, you can look right out the windows at the clear river to rejuvenate your mind. The beautiful maidservant took out a map and pointed to residences on both sides of the river while recommending with a smile. Su Zimo nodded and chose a residence by the shore. "This one then. Do you have a Sky Treasure badge?" the beautiful maidservant asked. Hesitating slightly, Su Zimo shook his head. While he had a Sky Treasure gold badge in his storage bag, it was extraordinary. Each time he took it out, it would attract quite a bit of trouble. Now that he was in the capital, Su Zimo did not want to have anything to do with Xianxia lest he incurred the hostility of the Emperor of Great Zhou. The scene of Dai Su escorting Xianxia out of Pingyang town back then was still etched deeply in his mind. Su Zimo could sense the concrete killing intent Dai Su had towards him. The beautiful maidservant said with a smile, "Without a Sky Treasure badge, this residence's price is 100,000 superior grade spirit stones." "Yes, 100,000. Su Zimo nodded and was just about to agree to it when his expression changed starkly. He looked at the beautiful maidservant in disbelief and asked in seriousness, 100,000 superior grade spirit stones? That's right. The smile on the beautiful maidservant's face did not fade. So expensive? Su Zimo was secretly shocked. If it was 100,000 middle-grade spirit stones, he could still afford it. However, 100,000 superior-grade spirit stones was equivalent to 10 million middle-grade spirit stones. The 200,000-odd middle-grade spirit stones he had left in his storage bag was far from enough. The beautiful maidservant explained, "The spirit chi in the capital is much thicker than outside the city, so it'll take you half the effort to cultivate." Pausing for a moment, the beautiful maidservant continued, "Furthermore, in the capital, other than some special areas, fighting is forbidden. If anyone dares make a move, they will be killed by the Imperial Army. Even golden cores are no exception to that rule. Therefore, you don't have to worry about safety while cultivating within the capital." Su Zimo remained silent. Even with the benefits, he could not afford it. How about changing a location? It'll be cheaper in a remote area. After a while, the beautiful maidservant noticed Su Zimo's dilemma and suggested, "Forget it." Su Zimo waved it off and asked in a deep voice, "I'll just take this residence. How much does it cost for me to rent for 3 years?" The beautiful maidservant smiled. "The rental for a year costs 3,000 superior-grade spirit stones. That's 300,000 middle-grade spirit stones." Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. Prior to this, he truly had not expected a residence in the capital to cost this much. "I'll rent it for a year first." Su Zimo took out all the middle-grade spirit stones in his storage bag. He sold off some of the spirit weapons and elixirs from the blood-robed youth storage bag on the spot and barely managed to gather 300,000 middle-grade spirit stones. After handing in the spirit stones, the Sky Treasure Pavilion's efficiency was extremely high as they quickly registered and sent someone to take Su Zimo to the residence. Su Zimo circled the residence, looking satisfied. Even though he no longer had any spirit stones and that was a problem for his future cultivation, he was not flustered. Su Zimo intended to open up a weapon workshop at this place which would kill 2 birds with 1 stone. On the one hand, he could earn spirit stones by refining weapons to fulfill his daily cultivation and expenditure needs. On the other hand, Su Zimo had already learned the weapon tempering technique. Along with the projection image left behind by Dao Lord Extreme Fire, he could make use of the weapon workshop to continuously train and improve on his skills. Not only was he a weapon refinement master, he was also a sword formation master. This meant that the deeper his proficiency in weapon refinement, the greater his combat strength would be. After all, if Su Zimo could create higher grades of flying swords, the power of his sword formations would naturally increase. Furthermore, he obtained a secret array skill from Dao Lord Extreme Fire, known as Candlelight Sword Formation, which he hadn't had the chance to try yet. With the remaining 2.5 years left, Su Zimo intended to raise his weapon refinement level and create a new set of high-grade flying swords. 2.5 years was also sufficient for him to refine the essence energy of the dragon egg completely. Su Zimo would be able to undergo a complete transformation and increase his strength tremendously before the sect competition. Taking Night Spirit along with him, Su Zimo left the place for the time being and headed for the northwestern corner of the Great Zhou dynasty. That was Yongxing City, a place where people of all sorts gathered. There were many elixir and weapon workshops as well, and Su Zimo decided to take a look around so as to find out more about the market. While Su Zimo believed that his weapon refinement technique was not inferior to others, if he did not understand the market along with the fact that his area was not in the downtown area, his weapon workshop may not be able to succeed. Before long, Su Zimo arrived at Yongxing City. Yongxing City was divided into many streets. Some specialized in dealing with elixirs while others specialized in weapons. Su Zimo watched as he walked. The weapon workshops on both sides of the streets were connected one after another. Some were opened by individuals such as Lu Clan Weapon Workshop and Chen Chi Weapon Workshop. Majority were weapon workshops that had logos of sects on them such as Flying Swallow Weapon Workshop, Scarlet Rainbow Weapon Workshop, Golden Tide Weapon Workshop, and True Fire Weapon Workshop. True Fire Weapon Workshop was opened by one of the 5 major sects, True Fire Sect. At the same time, it had the best business and largest workshop in Yongxing City. Other weapon workshops could merely have a couple of people waiting in front of them, but True Fire Weapon Workshop had long queues in front of it. As one of the 5 major sects to begin with, True Fire Sect had the highest achievements in terms of elixir and weapon refinement in the Great Zhou dynasty. For each sect competition, True Fire Sect would occupy at least half of the top 10 spots on the ranking lists for elixir and weapon. It was only logical why the business of True Fire Weapon Workshop was booming in the capital. Su Zimo walked over as well and joined the queue with others. Ordinary flying swords could be purchased in the Sky Treasure Pavilion. However, if one wanted a flying sword that was the most suited for themselves, where the measurements, weight, and materials used were according to their specifications, they would have to come to custom weapon workshops. It was even more so for defensive spirit weapons such as vests and inner armors. Everyone had different figures, so they naturally had to customize their cuttings. Su Zimo spent his time queuing to observe many things. Typically, middle-grade spirit weapons would require 3 to 5,000 middle-grade spirit stones to customize. Furthermore, the clients would have to provide at least 3 sets of materials. Superior-grade spirit weapons would require 3 to 5,000 superior-grade spirit stones and 10 sets of materials. After a long time, it was finally Su Zimo's turn. He pondered for a moment before asking, "Fellow Taoist, I can understand why I need to provide my own materials to order a customized spirit weapon. However, why do I need 3 sets or even 10 sets for superior-grade spirit weapons?" When he heard that, a disciple of True Fire sect scoffed, "Are you acting stupid with me? Which weapon refinement master would dare guarantee that he would be able to produce a graded spirit weapon with 100% certainty? Do you think that spirit gathering works with a 100% success rate? The higher the grade of the spirit weapon, the lower the chances of success for the spirit gathering. As such, there's naturally a need for more sets of materials. Even then, we're still taking on a risk." Everyone from True Fire sect in the weapon workshop looked at Su Zimo with obvious sarcasm. This guy wants to custom order spirit weapons without knowing anything at all? I wonder where this country bumpkin came from. He's truly ignorant. I reckon that this lad's poor and useless. He's probably here to join the crowd. When he heard those comments, Su Zimo chuckled without refuting and continued asking, "What's the price of customizing a supreme-grade spirit weapon?" "Ha ha!" A series of laughter broke out both inside and outside True Fire Weapon Workshop. "I told you, this guy's here to join the crowd. He's even acting like he knows everything. Customizing supreme-grade spirit weapons. To think he could say something like that. I'm dying of laughter here." Someone lamented, "Truly ignorant." Su Zimo looked at the snickering disciples of True Fire sect with a faint smile on his lips. A cultivator standing behind Su Zimo could not bear to see how things were and explained softly, "Fellow Taoist, supreme-grade spirit weapons can't be customized. Even if someone prepares 100 sets of materials, no weapon refinement master would dare take on the job. Refinement of a supreme-grade spirit weapon requires fate and luck, and the chances of failure are way too high." "I see." Su Zimo nodded. That person continued, "If a weapon refinement master can refine a single supreme-grade spirit weapon in his lifetime, that's enough for him to make a name for himself. Furthermore, the prices of supreme-grade spirit weapons are not fixed. In the auction house, the cheapest ones are sold at 500,000 superior-grade spirit stones at least. If there's competition for it, the price can even go up to millions. Superior-grade spirit weapons with 3 spirit patterns could be sold for 5,000 superior-grade spirit stones at most. However, supreme-grade spirit weapons that merely had an additional spirit pattern could be sold for 100 times more. The gap between them was obvious. Stop wasting time here. Get lost." The shopkeeper of the True Fire Weapon Workshop walked over and waved off Su Zimo, not hiding the disgust in his eyes. Su Zimo was not angered as well, merely smiling. "Shopkeeper, I think you will regret this one day." With that said, Su Zimo turned to leave. After checking out the market price, Su Zimo already made his plans. Furthermore, Su Zimo was confident that his weapon workshop would definitely become the biggest one in the capital, crushing even True Fire Weapon Workshop under his foot. Su Zimo had not walked far when he felt his heart stir as he looked to a corner not far away. There was a girl around 15 years old curled up and sitting on the ground, dirty all over with tattered clothes. Her yellowed hair was disheveled and her face was covered in dirt. Only her eyes were clear and bright. A cold gust of wind blew and the little girl shirked her neck, pursing her lips and breaking out into shivers. For some reason, Su Zimo was reminded of Xiaoning when he saw that girl. Back when Xiaoning left, she was around the age of that girl. Su Zimo sighed to himself and bought a few buns nearby. Wrapping them in oil paper, he handed them to the girl and said gently, "Have some food." A trace of fear flashed across the little girl's eyes as she hesitated and did not take the oil paper. Su Zimo did not insist further and placed the oil paper beside the little girl. He took a set of green robes out from his storage bag and draped it gently around the little girl before standing up. This action caused the little girl to be less wary of Su Zimo. She extended her dirty hands and tried to pick up a bun. Su Zimo was about to leave when Night Spirit suddenly moved, popping its black little head out of his robes to look at the girl. Before Su Zimo could say anything, Night Spirit leaped out and ran to the little girl, sniffing something on her body. Ah! The little girl was startled and dropped the bun she had just picked up. Frowning, Su Zimo pulled Night Spirit back hurriedly and stuffed it into his robes. Unlike normally, Night Spirit did not hide and instead looked at the little girl constantly with its head popped out. Su Zimo whispered apologetically, "Don't be afraid. It won't hurt you." The little girl did not say anything, merely watching Su Zimo warily with widened eyes. Chuckling bitterly, Su Zimo shook his head and turned to leave. The two of them did not know each other and merely met by chance. It was already benevolent and kind enough of Su Zimo to give her a meal and a set of clothes on account of his feelings for Xiaoning. He continued walking towards his residence. Before he walked far, Su Zimo felt his heart stir and glanced slightly sideways. From the corner of his eyes, he caught sight of the little girl draped in his green robes wolfing down the buns. She was following behind him, maintaining a fixed distance. Smiling, Su Zimo was not bothered by it. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of Yongxing City. On one side of Yongxing City's entrance gate, a large group of people gathered. Despite their numbers, they were extremely quiet and the only sound came from the middle of the crowd. And it was said that the massive battle continued for 2 days and nights and finally, the divine dragon was slain by that man. That battle was so intense that the skies went dark and the earth shattered. Corpses were strewn all over the ground as fresh blood flowed in an extremely tragic manner. In the middle of the crowd, a Confucian-looking old man with long robes was telling a story. This was a storyteller, someone that traveled among common folk and specialized in fictional stories of the supernatural. Su Zimo had heard many of them. However, for some reason, when he heard those words of the old man, an image of the terrible sea of bones in the perimeter of the primordial ruin flashed in front of Su Zimo's eyes uncontrollably. Su Zimo shrugged his head and did not think too much about it, merely lamenting internally. A divine dragon has just appeared and someone's already making up tales of divine dragons as though it's real. Right then, someone raised his voice and said, "Storyteller, you've already told us this part in the afternoon." "I did, but some people didn't get to hear it," the old man chuckled. Su Zimo paused and turned around slowly, looking at the old man in the crowd. Did that old man say that on a whim, or was he implying something? The crowd dispersed gradually as the old man slowly closed his folding fan and hid the wooden block in his sleeves. As everyone intersected, Su Zimo blinked and the old man disappeared by the time he looked back. He frowned and pondered for a while before heading back to his residence. Right after Su Zimo left Yongxing City, the storyteller popped out of nowhere and wobbled towards a deserted corner. Lin Xuanji stood there, bored. When he saw the old man approaching, Lin Xuanji hurried forth and whispered expectantly, "How was it, old man? Did you manage to see anything?" "No. The fate of that lad has been changed and the trajectory is completely messed up." The old man shook his head. Lin Xuanji asked again, "What about that black dog? Can you tell what race it is?" "That shouldn't be a dog." The old man frowned. "No shit. I know it isn't a dog too." Lin Xuanji rolled his eyes. "Old man, even with your experience, you can't tell its origins?" The old man narrowed his eyes in deep thought before shaking his head. "I can't think of anything, but that black dog is truly not simple. I can sense a unique and pure aura emanating from it." "What kind of aura?" "The aura of slaughter." The old man said, "Although you lost the chance to nurture a divine dragon this time round, if you manage to get your hands on that black dog, you will probably not do too badly in the future." Lin Xuanji rubbed his chin, his eyes darting around as he made up his mind. The old man seemed to have thought of something. Frowning in thought, he murmured, "That girl." Along the way, Su Zimo could sense the little girl following him. After a long time, when he arrived at his rented residence, Su Zimo suddenly stopped in his tracks and turned back. The little girl was caught off guard as a look of panic flashed in her eyes. Su Zimo strode towards the little girl. She seemed a little fearful and wanted to retreat, but held strong. "Why are you following me?" Su Zimo approached and asked softly. "It's the first time someone gave me clothes to wear." The little girl blinked her big, bright eyes and said timidly. Su Zimo's heart softened. "You have no place to go?" The little girl nodded. "All right. From today onwards, you can stay here." Pointing to the residence behind him, Su Zimo smiled and said, "However, I've only rented it for a year, so I can only guarantee a year of accommodation for you." "Thank you." A smile finally appeared on the little girl's face. Su Zimo led the little girl inside and asked casually, "I'm Su Zimo. What's your name?" "Xianxia." Less guarded towards Su Zimo, the little girl's voice sounded livelier as well. The house was located in the south and faced the north with its back towards Jishui River. Quite large, it had many rooms and Xianxia chose a random one to stay in. Su Zimo left the house to buy some clothes for Xianxia before bringing some food and placing it in front of her room. After that was done, he came to the courtyard and took out a wooden block from his storage bag. Since he wanted to open a weapon workshop, he had to give it a name. Looking at Night Spirit patrolling the courtyard, Su Zimo smiled and muttered to himself, "Most Spirit Weapon Workshop then." Using his finger like a sword, he inscribed the 4 words on the wooden block. Right then, with a creak, the door to the room behind him opened. Turning back, Su Zimo saw a fair-skinned young girl standing at the entrance. Slim and elegant, her features were exquisite and her eyes were clear as water. Although she was still young, she was already extremely pretty. Su Zimo was momentarily stunned as well. After washing the dirt away from her face, Xianxia seemed to have changed into another person. However, for some reason, her hair was still yellowed and curled up like withered grass and tree branches. There was no luster and it seemed out of place against her smooth skin. Su Zimo did not think too much about it, merely assuming that it was because Xianxia's body was weak after suffering for years outside. It should return to normal after she recuperated for a year or so. "Sir, what are you doing?" Xianxia walked over and looked at the wooden block in Su Zimo's hand, asking softly, "Most Spirit Weapon Workshop, are you planning on opening a weapon workshop here, sir?" "That's right." Su Zimo nodded. Xianxia moved her lips, as if wanting to say something. "Speak your mind," Su Zimo chuckled. "Even though I don't know how to forge weapons, I've been wandering around the city all these years. The place you're at now is suitable for living, but it's not suitable for opening a weapon workshop. Nobody is going to come here at all. Cultivators familiar with the capital would definitely head to Yongxing City for spirit weapon customization. After all the weapon workshops of the capital were located there. As for cultivators who were not familiar with the capital, they would also head to Yongxing City if they asked around. From Xianxia's point of view, Su Zimo would have no customers at all if he were to open a weapon workshop here. Unworried, Su Zimo smiled and said, "My weapon workshop is different from the rest. Don't worry." Xianxia nodded, not fully understanding. Su Zimo pointed to a chair nearby. "Take a seat and hold this stone. Let me have a look." On the table was a stone the size of a baby's fist. It was a spirit testing stone that Su Zimo had just purchased. Xianxia reached out and held the spirit testing stone. After a moment, the spirit testing stone remained unchanged. Su Zimo sighed internally. He had initially held hope that Xianxia might have a spirit root and could enter cultivation. However, he knew that the possibility of that was low. There were many golden cores and even nascent souls in the capital. If Xianxia had a spirit root, they would have long taken her away under their wings. Now that there were no changes to the spirit testing stone, Su Zimo knew that Xianxia was just like him, an ordinary person without a spirit root. Seemingly realized something, Xianxia said hurriedly, "Sir, even though I don't have a spirit root, I am extremely strong and I can help you do many things. Please don't chase me away." "It's all right." Su Zimo shook his head and changed the topic, afraid that Xianxia might overthink things. "You said that you are extremely strong? How strong?" "Super duper strong." Xianxia blinked her eyes and said, "I didn't dare show it earlier because I was afraid others might lock me up like they do to monsters." Su Zimo could not help but laugh. To him, Xianxia was just trying to boast so that she would not be chased away. How strong could a little girl with such a slender body be? Su Zimo's heart stirred, and he wanted to tease Xianxia. As such, he took out the mystic gold silk armor from his storage bag and placed it on the table gently. This is a silk armor. Can you pick it up? Of course. Xianxia nodded confidently and tugged on the edge of the mystic gold silk armor with one hand, lifting it up. It did not budge an inch at all. Eh? Xianxia was stunned. Su Zimo chuckled internally but remained expressionless on the surface. Standing up, Xianxia frowned and looked at the mystic gold silk armor in disbelief before using her other hand as well. Sensing that Xianxia was going to continue trying, Su Zimo waved it off, afraid that the joke would go too far. It's all right. This mystic gold silk armor actually weighs. Su Zimo's voice stopped abruptly as he jolted from his seat and watched with widened eyes in disbelief. Xianxia's arms trembled and her cheeks were slightly flushed, clearly at the limits of her strength. However, the mystic gold silk armor was truly lifted from the table. While Su Zimo took out the mystic gold silk armor with a single hand in a relaxed manner such that it seemed light, that inner vest weighed a full 5 tons. Back then, Su Zimo could only lift the mystic gold silk armor after he was at lesser mastery of the marrow cleansing section. But now, a little girl around 15 years old was able to do it? The way Su Zimo looked at Xianxia changed gradually. This was no longer mere strength. Based on the way Xianxia exerted her strength, if she were to learn some fighting techniques, she could even kill early-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. Su Zimo's first thought was that Xianxia must have cultivated some sort of powerful body tempering technique. But right after, he denied that guess. All the body tempering techniques of the human race were built on the foundation of one possessing a spirit root and cultivating spirit qi. However, there was no trace of spirit qi in Xianxia's body at all. Strange. Could there truly be people born with such godly strength? Su Zimo was puzzled. After some thought, Su Zimo took out a thin book from his storage bag and passed it over to Xianxia. This is a qi condensation manual. Try to cultivate with it. If you have anything you're unsure of, feel free to ask me at any time. Even though Xianxia did not have a spirit root, Su Zimo wanted her to give it a shot still. Xianxia nodded. Rising, Su Zimo hung the wooden board with the words Mo Spirit Weapon Workshop above the beam of his entrance. Sir, if you need anything, just instruct me. Xianxia was very sensible and did not want to stay for free like a leech. She wanted to contribute as well. Noticing Xianxia's intentions, Su Zimo pondered for a moment. Greet any customers that come and let me know about their demands. What about the price? Xianxia asked. For now, we're only taking orders for customized spirit weapons. The price is 3,000 middle-grade spirit stones and 1 set of materials. Ah? Xianxia's eyes widened. After staying in the capital for so long, she was very familiar with Yongxing City. The price that Su Zimo set was the lowest for middle-grade spirit weapons. Most importantly, he only required 1 set of materials. Normally, one would have to prepare 3 sets of materials for middle-grade spirit weapons. Some weapon workshops even asked for 4. Just as the disciples of True Fire sect mentioned, no Qi refinement warrior could guarantee a 100% success rate of spirit gathering. That was why True Fire Weapon Workshop required 3 sets of materials from the customers themselves just in case. For superior-grade spirit weapons, the failure rate was even higher, so customers would have to prepare 10 sets. However, Su Zimo did not have to worry about those things. That was because the most difficult step of weapon refinement, spirit gathering, was nothing to him at all. With his spirit perception, Su Zimo could achieve a 100% success rate in spirit gathering. Right now, the only obstacle Su Zimo had was in terms of weapon tempering. How to purge away more impurities such that the spirit weapons could be sturdier and withstand more spirit patterns. That was what Su Zimo needed to practice. Sir, even though I don't know about weapon refinement, I've heard that it's impossible to achieve a 100% success rate. If you only collect 1 set of materials and you fail, we'll have to purchase the materials on our own thereafter. That's a waste of time and effort and a loss for us. Xianxia persuaded Su Zimo warily. It's fine, just do as I say. Su Zimo smiled. In the following month, everything about Su Zimo began to get on track. From morning till noon, Su Zimo cultivated ethereal foundation establishment to raise his cultivation realm. After that battle at Dongling Valley and a long journey to escape, Su Zimo's cultivation realm had started to shift, and within half a year, he would be able to reach late-stage foundation establishment. In the afternoon, his entire focus was on weapon refinement. Recalling the projection image of Tao Lord Extremefire, he would look through the ancient tempering manual while refining weapons to try and apply his learning. Su Zimo was already able to refine inferior-grade spirit weapons to begin with. After a month, he made swift breakthroughs at the step of tempering, and he was able to refine middle-grade spirit weapons. However, he still required more practice to remove further impurities if he wanted to forge superior-grade spirit weapons with 3 spirit patterns. That was completely based on hard work and repeated practice. There were no shortcuts available. At night, Su Zimo cultivated the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, trying his best to absorb the essence energy of the dragon egg into his body completely. It was the same for Night Spirit. Even though it seemed like it was lying on Su Zimo's feet motionlessly, it was actually trying its best to absorb the essence energy of the dragon egg. Night Spirit's body was growing rapidly at a pace clearly faster than before. A month later, Su Zimo could no longer contain it in his embrace. The surface of Night Spirit's body became rougher and black. Tough protective armor began to grow on its body like the scales of the divine dragon. An extremely sharp spike grew out of the tip of Night Spirit's tail that was not weaker than its claws. Night Spirit seemed to turn even more extraordinary, emitting a ferocious glint in its eyes from time to time such that even Su Zimo would feel a chill from it. During this period of time, Xianxia was the one who experienced the greatest changes. After cultivating the Qi condensation manual, she could truly sense spirit Qi. In less than 2 hours, Xianxia was already at level 1 Qi condensation. That speed was even comparable to Su Zimo in the past. Innate godly strength and the ability to sense spirit Qi without a spirit root. Everything about Xianxia was mysterious and inexplicable. For the month since the weapon workshop opened, no cultivators visited at all, and Xianxia was extremely worried. However, Su Zimo was nonchalant about it, continuing with his weapon refinement, immortality, and demonic cultivation on a daily basis. This day, there was a knock on the entrance of the residence for the first time. Su Zimo opened his eyes and heaved a sigh of relief. While he appeared calm on the surface for the past month, he was a little anxious internally. There weren't many spirit stones left in his storage bag. If there were still no customers, he would not be able to sustain his expenditure of spirit stones for his daily cultivation. Xianxia had already dashed out excitedly. Opening the door, she smiled. "Welcome to Mo Spirit Weapon Workshop. Fellow Taoist, please enter." To begin with, Xianxia was already extremely beautiful. Now that she was smiling sweetly, it was even more captivating. The person at the door was dumbfounded for a moment. Blinking her eyes, Xianxia probed, "Fellow Taoist, are you here to customize a spirit weapon?" "Ah?" The person at the door regained his senses gradually. He lowered his head and frowned, opening his palm to divine while muttering, "Could I have gone to the wrong place? Why is it a girl?" Right then, Su Zimo came out of his room. When he saw the person at the entrance, he could not help but feel disappointed. The visitor was dressed in gray robes and was slightly rotund. With a pale, beardless fan and a folding fan in his hands, the visitor was not a customer for customizing spirit weapons. It was Lin Xuanji. "Xianxia, come on back," Su Zimo said. Upon hearing Su Zimo's voice, Lin Xuanji's eyes lit up as he strode into the house while greeting warmly, "Brother Zimo, it's been a long time." Su Zimo felt a chill run down his spine. Prior to this, Lin Xuanji wanted to tear him apart. Since when did he become so friendly? There must be something going on when things occur out of the ordinary. After Lin Xuanji entered the courtyard, a black shadow flashed behind him. A menacing-looking demon beast stood at the entrance of the residence. With bloodshot eyes, its entire body was covered in long, black fur, and its limbs were strong. Tall and mighty, it exuded a savage and ferocious aura. A Foundation establishment spirit demon, an ancient remnant beast, Bane's spirit hound. The Bane spirit hound was extremely vicious, and anyone targeted by it would mostly be hunted to a life and death situation. Even in the ancient era, there were few demon beasts and cultivators who were willing to provoke it. The sudden sight of such a demon beast had Xianxia exclaiming as she stumbled back instinctively. Roar! Her reaction attracted the attention of the Bane spirit hound. It stuck its head out and glared at Xianxia with its bloodshot eyes, opening its mouth slightly as it snarled deeply. Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. Night Spirit, who was initially lying by Su Zimo's feet, opened its eyes and took a cold glance at the Bane spirit hound before closing its eyes to rest. Lin Xuanji turned his head and hollered. The Bane spirit hound calmed down gradually. With a light cough, Lin Xuanji said, "This is a spirit demon I just found. Not bad." Huh. Su Zimo smiled but did not say anything. "This girl is not bad either. Your name is Xianxia, right?" Lin Xuanji pointed at Xianxia, who was behind Su Zimo, and continued. Su Zimo remained silent, looking at Lin Xuanji with a faint smile. Lin Xuanji clearly wanted something but was beating around the bush. A while later, Lin Xuanji finally couldn't take it anymore and revealed his intentions, looking at Night Spirit and saying under a pretense of surprise, "My Night Spirit has grown so much, I almost couldn't recognize it." Su Zimo smiled. "Brother Lin, if you have anything, you can get right to the point. It's nothing much as well. Look at how much Night Spirit has grown. I'm just here to find a playmate for him." Lin Xuanji beckoned to the Bane spirit hound behind him. "See, my spirit demon has quite an extraordinary demeanor. It's a female as well. What a good fit for Night Spirit." When Xianxia heard that, she blushed and spat softly. Su Zimo finally understood what Lin Xuanji was up to. He was trying to get Night Spirit by making use of lust this time round. Lin Xuanji brought the Bane spirit hound in front of him and pointed in Night Spirit's direction. "Go! Get along with it." When Su Zimo saw this, he did not stop them. Night Spirit's body was much smaller than the Bane spirit hound. The Bane spirit hound walked before Night Spirit and looked down, surveying Night Spirit from above. It let out a deep growl, warning Night Spirit to not behave rashly. Following that, the Bane spirit hound lowered its head and sniffed Night Spirit's body. Right then, Night Spirit suddenly opened its eyes. Cold light flashed. Night Spirit stuck out a pair of sharp claws and dug it into the Bane spirit hound's body. At the same time, it opened its mouth and bit the Bane spirit hound on the throat with lightning speed. The courtyard suddenly fell silent. Snap! The sound of bones cracking could be heard. The Bane spirit hound's throat was snapped by Night Spirit's bite as fresh blood gushed out, dyeing the ground red. The entire process happened too quickly. It wasn't just the Bane spirit hound. Even Su Zimo and Lin Xuanji could not react in time. The Bane spirit hound's body twitched, but it was powerless to react. Its eyes dimmed as its life drained away rapidly. It clearly had no chance of surviving. This was a flawless hunt. Night Spirit's attack did not contain any extra movements. Clean and precise, even the timing to strike was immaculate to the dot. That was an ancient remnant beast. However, it was bitten to death just like that. Who could believe it unless they witnessed it personally? Fuck! Lin Xuanji jumped up. In order to get his hands on Night Spirit, Lin Xuanji racked his brains and spent a lot of effort to get his hands on that Bane spirit hound. Who would have thought that it would be bitten to death by Night Spirit the moment it entered? At that moment, Lin Xuanji even had suicidal thoughts. "You evil dog! I. Lin Xuanji was so angry that he was shivering from head to toe, waving that folding fan as he pointed at Night Spirit's nose and was about to curse. Night Spirit raised its head and bit Lin Xuanji's folding fan once more, pulling it towards the back. Caught off guard, the folding fan nearly slipped out of Lin Xuanji's hand. "Hey! Why you evil dog? Let go!" Lin Xuanji was extremely furious. Of all things, Night Spirit was always biting that folding fan, trying to tug it away. Lin Xuanji could lose everything except that folding fan. Right then, a voice sounded from the entrance of the residence. "Excuse me, can we order customized middle-grade spirit weapons here?" A Foundation establishment cultivator stood at the entrance, peeking in with his head and asking with a trace of doubt. "Of course." Nian Qi reacted instantly and hurried forward. She smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist, please enter." Su Zimo patted Night Spirit. It released its grip and turned to leave, no longer bothered with Lin Xuanji. Sprawling on the ground nearby, it closed its eyes lazily and cultivated. Lin Xuanji heaved a sigh of relief. "I couldn't tell it all, but you even know how to refine weapons?" Lin Xuanji glanced askance at Su Zimo. Su Zimo smiled without replying. Nian Qi asked, "How do we address you, fellow Taoist?" "Tan Fei." "What sort of a middle-grade spirit weapon are you looking to order?" Nian Qi asked again. Tan Fei looked a little uneasy and replied, "I don't have much materials and I only have 2 sets. I wonder if—" "It's fine, we just need 1 set," Nian Qi said with a smile. "Huh? Ah?" Both Tan Fei and Lin Xuanji were stunned with agape mouths, unable to react for a moment. A set. A single set of materials. Tan Fei looked at Nian Qi and asked once more, seemingly in disbelief. Nian Qi hesitated as well, glancing over at Su Zimo. When she saw Su Zimo nodding, she nodded her head with confidence. "That's right, we only require 1 set of materials. Hey, do you really know how to refine weapons?" Lin Xuanji leaned in and asked in a low voice. Su Zimo chuckled. Somewhat your ass." Lin Xuanji pursed his lips. "From the ancient times till now, I've never heard of any weapon refinement master who would dare to customize spirit weapons for others with just 1 set of materials." Su Zimo replied, "You'll see it soon." Lin Xuanji. Tan Fei asked cautiously, "What about the price? If it's too expensive, I can't afford it." "It isn't, it's just 3,000 middle-grade spirit stones." Nian Qi stated the price as Su Zimo had originally set. "Just 3,000? No variations." Tan Fei could not believe it. Coughing gently, he continued, "I better state my specifications first. I want to customize a saber without a handle. The blade should be 2 feet long with a width 2 fingers wide. It should weigh around 100 kilograms. After saying a lot, Tan Fei took a deep breath and asked embarrassedly, "Does that still cost 3,000 middle-grade spirit stones only?" To be fair, he had already gone to all the weapon workshops in the capital before coming here. When they heard that he only had 2 sets of materials prepared, none of the weapon workshops were prepared to take his business. Furthermore, according to his specifications, that middle-grade spirit weapon should cost at least 4,000 middle-grade spirit stones. If not for that, Tan Fei would not have found this place otherwise. Just 3,000. Nian Qi was certain this time round, but Tan Fei was the one who was hesitant. With just a single set of materials and at such a low price, he could not feel at ease for a deal that seemed so good. Lin Xuanji grinned as he watched the fun, waiting for Su Zimo to make a fool of himself. Tan Fei was undecided for a long time. "I know that you have your concerns." Right then, Su Zimo spoke. "How about this? Give me your materials first. If I manage to refine the spirit weapon successfully, you can pay me the 3,000 middle-grade spirit stones. If I fail, tell me how much spirit stones your materials cost and I'll compensate you." When he heard that, Tan Fei's eyes lit up. He asked hurriedly, "How many days do I have to wait?" Su Zimo replied calmly, "There's no need. Just wait here. That middle-grade spirit weapon will be ready soon." "Ah?" Tan Fei was stunned. Lin Xuanji was stunned as well. How much confidence did Su Zimo have to say something like that? "All right then. The materials required for the spirit weapon are all in this storage bag." Tan Fei decided to give this place a shot. Su Zimo took over the storage bag and looked inside. Instantly, he knew what needed to be done. He did not return to his room and instead moved out his weapon tripod. He was going to refine that middle-grade spirit weapon in front of the 3 of them right in that courtyard. For this first deal of business, He had to resort to extreme methods to deal with the situation so that he could attract more cultivators to patronize. Swoosh! A level 3 spirit fire floated in his palm as he began to warm the weapon tripod. When he saw the scarlet color of the level 3 spirit fire, Tan Fei's confidence grew. Warming, smelting, forging. Even though the three of them were not weapon refinement masters, they could tell that Su Zimo's technique was not rusty at all, as though he had practiced countless times. When they saw Su Zimo refining the weapon, they could not help but feel a sense of amazement. "He's got some skills," Lin Xuanji mumbled. Xianxia clenched her fists subconsciously. She was even more nervous than Su Zimo was. Fourth step, tempering. A series of clanging sounds came from the weapon tripod, crisp and clean. Su Zimo did not follow the technique of the ancient tempering manual entirely. Instead, he combined it with the projection image left by Tao Lord Extremefire and formulated a 1,000-tempered finger technique unique to him. Su Zimo was still in the midst of exploring and mastering this 1,000-tempered finger technique. While the current state of purging impurities was still not ideal, it was much better than before, and he could create a weapon that could withstand 2 spirit patterns. Before long, smelting was over. Fifth step, spirit gathering. Even though Lin Xuanji and the other two did not know how to refine weapons, they knew that spirit gathering was the most critical step. Whether a middle-grade spirit weapon could be forged depended on whether 2 spirit patterns could be condensed. The three of them watched intently with bated breaths. But the next moment, Su Zimo did something that gave them a fright. Suddenly, Su Zimo put away the weapon tripod and began to condense spirit patterns without the protection of a weapon tripod. Fuck! Lin Xuanji was the first to react as he retreated violently. In truth, given his cultivation realm, even if the spirit gathering failed and the weapon exploded, it wouldn't harm him. However, it would be embarrassing to be left in a sorry state covered in dirt. Tan Fei was stunned for a moment and fled right after as well. He ran to the front door before turning back and watched the situation from afar as he hid behind the door. Xianxia's feet moved a little. She wanted to escape as well, but she was embarrassed that Su Zimo might look bad. As such, she had no choice but to stay where she was. Whoosh! Right then, a bright light shone in front of Su Zimo. A spirit pattern formed on the blade of the weapon. The first spirit pattern was condensed successfully? Lin Xuanji stared with widened eyes and his jaws were almost dropping to the ground. He thought to himself, that works. Time passed slowly, as if it was trawling. Su Zimo was attempting to condense the second spirit pattern the entire time. Sometimes he would stop all of a sudden before repeating the condensation process. Even though the second spirit pattern had yet to be condensed, the situation that the three of them were worried about did not happen either. All of a sudden, just as the three of them were letting their imaginations run wild, another flash of light appeared in the courtyard. The second spirit pattern was condensed. Tan Fei was overjoyed and leaped over, letting out a breath of turbid air. Su Zimo soaked the saber in cold water to quench it into shape, accepting the saber with both hands. Tan Fei loved it more the more he looked at it. It was exactly as he had specified. With a dark blade that was streamlined, it was sharp and could slice metal like mud. Fellow Taoist, this is the payment. Please accept it. Tan Fei took out a storage bag and handed it to Su Zimo. Opening it, Su Zimo was stunned for a moment. 3,000 middle-grade spirit stones is fine. You've given me too much. It's only right. Tan Fei replied hurriedly, you've only taken a single set of materials to create this middle-grade spirit weapon. Indirectly, that saved me quite a bit of spirit stones for the materials. This is what you deserve. Su Zimo did not decline further and accepted it. Patting his chest, Tan Fei declared, fellow Taoist, don't worry. Someone with your skills shouldn't be buried. I'll definitely help to promote you upon returning. Su Zimo smiled in acknowledgement. Thank you for that. Tan Fei left in high spirits, mumbling before he left. Godly skills. What godly skills? Lin Xuanji remarked with lingering fear. No matter what, you're the first person who dares to remove the weapon tripod while attempting spirit gathering. What an eye-opener. Su Zimo turned to Xianxia. Let's set another rule for the weapon workshop. All weapon refinements are to be done in the afternoon. Anyone who comes at any other time will not be entertained. I don't think that's very suitable. Xianxia hesitated. After all, most cultivators will be visiting for the first time. They won't know of such rules. It's fine. They'll know after a few times. Su Zimo smiled and continued. We're going to have many more rules in the future. In truth, be it in terms of price or materials required, Su Zimo's weapon workshop was far superior than any other out there. The only thing he lacked was an opportunity. However, the opportunity had arrived, Tan Fei. Su Zimo believed that it wouldn't be long before word of Mo's spirit weapon workshop spread to every corner of the capital. Many cultivators will know about them and their reputation would skyrocket. In the capital, there were people refining weapons daily. In the weapon refinement scene of the capital, things were stagnant as well. Su Zimo's performance today was like a stone tossed into a lake, causing a series of ripples to spread out on the calm surface waters of the capital. Have you heard? There's a new weapon workshop beside Jishui River that has many strange rules. Mo Spirit Weapon Workshop? Yeah, I heard of it. It's said that the weapon refinement master is called Mo Ling has a weird temperament and he only forges weapons in the afternoon. Furthermore, you can get your hands on your weapon the same day you order it. Most importantly, Mo Spirit Weapon Workshop only requires a single set of materials and it only costs 3,000 middle-grade spirit stones. That's truly a weapon workshop of conscience. I plan on checking it out tomorrow. Why don't we go together? Count me in. It was as if Mo's Spirit Weapon Workshop had popped up overnight and its influence was spreading rapidly, turning into a hot topic of discussion between cultivators. News of Mo's Spirit Weapon Workshop spread quickly and arrived in Yongxing City before long, creating quite a stir. No cultivator wouldn't be tempted at the low price and single set of materials required. Initially, there were still cultivators who did not believe in it and were used to customizing their spirit weapons in Yongxing City. However, as time passed, the reputation of Mo's Spirit Weapon Workshop grew and so did its influence. Some cultivators would rather queue and wait at Mo's Spirit Weapon Workshop rather than spend additional materials and money at Yongxing City. What? A single set of materials? And at such a low price? Humph! Isn't he afraid of losing money? What sect is this Mo Ling guy from? How old is he? All the cultivators in the capital thought that the weapon refinement master of Mo's Spirit Weapon Workshop's name was Mo Ling. I'm not sure. I heard that the cultivator receiving everyone is a little girl around 15 years old. I haven't heard of anyone who has seen how Mo Ling looks like. Yes, there are different rumors about Mo Ling's appearance and age. Some say that he's a weak scholar. Some say that he has the demeanor of a sage, and there are even those that say he's a venerable old man. I don't think any of them are accurate. However, they say that the little girl's extremely pretty, and there's also a fierce black dog in the residence. The various weapon workshops were discussing it as well. Back hall of True Fire Weapon Workshop. An old man in red robes sat on a chair, listening to the shopkeeper explain the situation about Mo's Spirit Weapon Workshop as he sipped tea with a calm expression. Elder Zhang, because of that Mo Ling, the number of orders for customized middle-grade spirit weapons from our weapon workshop has clearly decreased. What do you think? Guyong asked in a testing manner. Even though Guyong was the shopkeeper of True Fire Weapon Workshop, he was only a foundation establishment cultivator who was proficient in the way of the merchants. Elder Zhang was the true pillar of support for True Fire Weapon Workshop. He was an advanced weapon refinement master who was renowned in True Fire sect as well. Most of the cultivators who ordered superior-grade spirit weapons at True Fire Weapon Workshop came because of Elder Zhang's reputation as well. A single set of materials and 3,000 middle-grade spirit stones? Elder Zhang shook his head and chuckled. He's asking for trouble. Even advanced weapon refinement masters would not dare to guarantee a 100% success rate for spirit gathering. Anyone who has a 50% success rate would already be considered as the top of weapon refinement masters. In other words, they would require at least 2 sets of materials if they want to earn that 3,000 middle-grade spirit stones. That person is acting so arrogantly. I dare guarantee that within half a year, this Mo Spirit Weapon Workshop will not be able to sustain and will close down. Guyong asked, Should we just ignore him then? Yes. Elder Zhang nodded. The main stream of income for True Fire Weapon Workshop is through customizing superior-grade spirit weapons. Since that Mo Ling guy is only able to refine middle-grade spirit weapons, his impact on us is not considered too great. Pausing for a moment, a look of mockery flashed in Elder Zhang's eyes as he sneered. Let him perish on his own. I want to see how that guy ends up. Mo Spirit Weapon Workshop's business was improving by the day, and there was an endless stream of cultivators daily. Every day, Xianxia would be the one greeting the cultivators. Su Zimo did not show himself and merely stayed in his room, making use of the materials sent over to perfect his tempering techniques and enhance his skills. As time passed, Su Zimo's standard of weapon refinement improved steadily and intricately. His tempering technique was also being perfected slowly. The problem of Su Zimo and Xianxia's cultivating resources was also resolved with the considerable income of spirit stones daily. Half a year passed by quickly. The 2 men and 1 beast of Mo Spirit Weapon Workshop gained a considerable amount of benefits. With sufficient spirit stones, Su Zimo had successfully reached late-stage foundation establishment 2 months ago. As for Xianxia, she was at level 7 qi condensation after just half a year's worth of cultivation. This cultivation speed was comparable to Su Zimo's back then. Night Spirit had grown a little more as well. It was clear that the essence energy of the dragon egg had a significant impact on Night Spirit's growth. During this period of time, Lin Xuanji tried dozens of methods to try and get his hands on Night Spirit only to be covered in dirt and end up in failure each time. After half a year, Lin Xuanji could finally take it no longer, bidding farewell and leaving. This day, Su Zimo called Xianxia over. Yes, I want to make some changes to Mo Spirit Weapon Workshop's rules. What rules? Xianxia was not surprised. She was long used to it after half a year. She dared to guarantee that Mo Spirit Weapon Workshop had the most and oddest rules in the entire capital. However, its business was the best. Su Zimo continued. From tomorrow onwards, Mo Spirit Weapon Workshop will no longer customize middle-grade spirit weapons. We'll only take orders for superior-grade spirit weapons. Ah? Xianxia's little mouth opened slightly, her face full of shock and disbelief. We're not customizing middle-grade spirit weapons anymore? Only superior-grade spirit weapons? After saying even Xianxia was shocked herself. Su Zimo nodded. That's right. It's still a single set of materials, but it'll cost 3,000 superior-grade spirit stones. When she saw that Su Zimo was not joking about it, Xianxia nodded instinctively. By the time she reacted, Su Zimo had already turned to leave. In the past half a year, every cultivator in the capital knew that the weapon refinement master known as Mo Ling had an odd temperament and only forged weapons in the afternoon. After 6 hours, no matter how many people were queuing outside, Mo Spirit Weapon Workshop would close its doors. This afternoon, a huge crowd of cultivators gathered in front of Mo Spirit Weapon Workshop expectantly as usual. Before long, with a creak, the door opened, revealing a beautiful face. The cultivators who had been waiting for a long time outside were in high spirits, bouncing up from the spot one faster than the other. However, when they arrived at the entrance, everyone stopped in their tracks and did not dare step past it. There were too many rules for Mo Spirit Weapon Workshop. Without the permission of the owner of the place, anyone who dared cross the entrance would be disqualified from ordering customized spirit weapons from Mo Spirit Weapon Workshop. Initially, there were some cultivators who were discontented. Even though they did not dare to fight within the capital, they barged into the residence and created a fuss only to find themselves bitten half to death by a big, black dog. Miss Xianxia, look, it's me. I'm Yu Ying-jun. Miss Xianxia, I've already been here for 3 consecutive days. It's my turn this time, right? Get lost. I've already camped here for an entire month. The crowd pushed around noisily, squeezing into a tight pack in front of the entrance. However, no one dared take a single step past it. With a hesitant expression, Xianxia paused for a moment before saying slowly, "Fellow Taoists, from today on, Mo Spirit Weapon Workshop will no longer customize middle-grade spirit weapons." Ow. What? No more customization? The crowd gradually calmed down and everyone was confused. Xianxia continued, "From now on, we'll only customize superior-grade spirit weapons here. Yes, it's still a single set of materials, but the price will be at 3,000 superior-grade spirit stones." "Why? Miss Xianxia, that's not right. Why is he not customizing anymore? We're already here." "That's right. We want to see fellow Taoist Mo Ling and ask him about it in person." Many cultivators were indignant and protested loudly. Xianxia stuck out her tongue. "I forgot to tell you guys. Our young master is in a bad mood today and won't be refining any weapons. You guys won't be able to see him too. Please head back." With that, Xianxia closed the door, leaving behind the rowdy crowd who did not recover for a long time. A moment later, a cultivator trembled while pointing at the door and gritting his teeth. "This guy is way too willful." True Fire Weapon Workshop. Elder Zhang sat in the back hall, frowning as he looked at the accounts book. Gu Yong bowed his head and stood below with a fearful expression, not saying a word. "Why are we getting more orders for middle-grade spirit weapons recently, while the orders for superior-grade spirit weapons have dipped instead?" Elder Zhang asked in a deep voice. Hesitating for a moment, Gu Yong replied, "It's most spirit weapon workshop." "Fufu." Before Gu Yong could finish, Elder Zhang scoffed lightly. "I told you, in less than half a year, most spirit weapon workshop is bound to close down. Seems like I was right." To Elder Zhang, the reason why True Fire Weapon Workshop gained more orders for middle-grade spirit weapons must be because most spirit weapon workshop had closed down. Gu Yong looked awkward. "Why? What's wrong?" Elder Zhang could not help but frown and ask when he saw the odd expression on Gu Yong's face. Gu Yong answered honestly, "Most spirit weapon workshop did not close down. They merely changed to customizing superior-grade spirit weapons instead of middle-grade spirit weapons." Elder Zhang's expression changed slightly as he asked, "Wasn't most spirit weapon workshop unable to customize superior-grade spirit weapons? Why are they suddenly able to do it?" "I have no idea as well." Gu Yong shook his head. Pondering for a moment, Elder Zhang asked again, "What's their asking price?" Gu Yong replied, 3,000 superior-grade spirit stones. Enlightened, Elder Zhang scoffed coldly. "No wonder all our business has been stolen. They pushed the price so low. Pass down orders that from today on, the price for customizing superior-grade spirit weapons at True Fire Weapon Workshop will be at 3,000 superior-grade spirit stones as well." "This?" Gu Yong hesitated. "Why are you stuttering?" Elder Zhang berated. "Just say whatever you want to say." Gu Yong cupped his fists. "Elder Zhang, pardon me for being blunt. Even if we lower our price to 3,000 superior-grade spirit stones, we won't be able to compete against most spirit weapon workshop." "Why? You don't believe in my weapon refinement skills?" Elder Zhang's gaze turned fierce with a tinge of anger. Gu Yong said softly, "Most spirit weapon workshop only requires a single set of materials to customize superior-grade spirit weapons as well." "What?" Elder Zhang slammed the table and stood up. His expression changed drastically as disbelief filled his eyes. "That's impossible." Elder Zhang kept shaking his head. Even if he were to do it personally, he would need at least 10 sets of materials to guarantee the refinement of a superior-grade spirit weapon. However, most spirit weapon workshop only required a single set of materials, while the difference between middle-grade and superior-grade spirit weapons was a single spirit pattern. That one pattern stumped most weapon refinement masters. An additional spirit pattern meant that the chances of failure for spirit gathering would increase immensely. How could someone guarantee a 100% success rate of refining superior-grade spirit weapons with just a single set of materials? Gu Yong said with a bitter smile, "Elder Zhang, we can't continue like this. The impact on our weapon workshop is too great. What's the background of this person? Have you investigated him?" Elder Zhang suddenly asked. Gu Yong replied, "I've been investigating, but there's no accurate news." "Shadow, come out," Elder Zhang ordered suddenly. Squeak, squeak. In the shadows behind him, a rat that was the height of half a man ran out. It was pitch black and had cunningly cold eyes. As it squeaked, It bared its sharp teeth that were like knives. Guyong was shocked. This was a Foundation establishment spirit demon, an ancient remnant beast, shadow rat. Elusive and mysterious, it was best at sneaking and specialized in assassinations. Shadow. Infiltrate most spirit weapon workshop tonight and don't expose your tracks. I want to find out who this Mo-Ling is. A vicious glint shone in Elder Zhang's eyes as he said slowly, "If you get a chance, kill that person to eliminate our future worries." The shadow rat answered and turned around before disappearing. In the capital, ordinary cultivators were forbidden from sword kinesis flight as well as fighting. However, it wasn't an absolute without loopholes. As long as there was no massive fluctuation in spirit energy, one could naturally evade the detection of the capital's guards. Nighttime. Su Zimo sat in his room silently as usual, refining the essence energy of the dragon egg. Night Spirit was sprawled beside him. At midnight, Su Zimo felt something and frowned, opening his eyes. Almost at the same time, Night Spirit moved and listened intently. After a while, a cold glint flashed in Night Spirit's eyes. Walking out of the room silently, it headed to a corner at the edge of the wall and hid itself inside a shadow. Su Zimo could see everything clearly. Even though Night Spirit's eyes were opened, its eyes, body and surroundings were integrated with the darkness of the night completely, without a single flaw. If Su Zimo had not seen Night Spirit heading over personally, he would not have believed it. Before long, a small head popped out of the top of the wall, surveying the surroundings and the courtyard with a pair of shifty eyes. The shadow rat felt a sense of uneasiness, but it could not discover anything unusual. After a moment of hesitation, it retreated from the wall. Night Spirit was still hidden in the shadow of the night at the corner of the wall motionlessly with a cold gaze, seemingly waiting for something. True enough, after a long time, the shadow rat appeared at the top of the wall again. It had not left and was merely being cautious by probing the situation within the wall. When it discovered that there were no dangers, the shadow rat relaxed and slid down the wall slowly. The moment it landed on the ground, Night Spirit darted out and appeared in front of the shadow rat in the blink of an eye. A cold, sharp claw appeared silently, piercing the shadow rat's flesh. The shadow rat panicked and wanted to shout. A black light flashed through the skies. Poof! There was a crisp sound. The head of the shadow rat was pierced by a sharp spike and its eyes dimmed. That spike was Night Spirit's tail. It was still a flawless hunt. The shadow rat could not resist at all. Throughout the entire process, Night Spirit was filled with a strong killing aura that was pure and cold. Picking up the shadow rat with its mouth, Night Spirit passed through the courtyard to Jishui River. It swayed its head gently and tossed the corpse of the shadow rat into the river, causing a ripple to spring up before disappearing. The flesh of an ancient remnant beast was not attractive to Night Spirit at all. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes, seemingly in thought as he smirked. That shadow rat was clearly sent by someone. Can't take it anymore, huh? True Fire Weapon Workshop. Elder Zhang and Guyong did not sleep for the entire night. Until daybreak, the shadow rat did not appear. There was a hint of fatigue on Elder Yu's face, as if he had aged 10 years overnight. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes and waved. Go back and rest. Shadow is dead. This. Guyong also realized that if Shadow had not returned by now, it was most likely dead. Elder Zhang walked out of the room and looked in the direction of Mo's spirit weapon workshop. The coldness in his eyes intensified as he muttered, Mo-Ling, a tall tree attracts the wind. Let's see how long more you can survive. In the past half a year, even though the reputation of Mo's spirit weapon workshop had skyrocketed, it was mostly targeted towards Qi refinement warriors and Foundation establishment cultivators since one could only customize middle-grade spirit weapons. As such, its influence was limited. However, Mo's spirit weapon workshop's reputation only truly grew after news of it accepting orders for customized superior-grade spirit weapons spread. Superior-grade spirit weapons were symbols of many golden cores. Usually the first thing that a Foundation establishment cultivator would do after forming a core would be to raise the grade of their spirit weapons. However, even the cheapest superior-grade spirit weapon required at least 3,000 superior-grade spirit stones. If they wanted a customized superior-grade spirit weapon, the price would be even higher and they would have to prepare 10 sets of materials. Most cultivators who just attained Golden Core cultivation realm would not have the purchasing ability. As such, many Golden Cores would only possess a superior-grade spirit weapon that was truly theirs when they were at mid or late stage. With the appearance of Mo's Spirit Weapon Workshop, many Golden Cores who had just formed a core saw hope. From that day on, every afternoon, instead of Chi Refinement Warriors and Foundation Establishment Cultivators, Golden Cores were the ones gathered in front of Mo's Spirit Weapon Workshop. This was quite a spectacular scene. In the capital, other than the Emperor of Great Zhou, there was no one else who could have such a great influence. Furthermore, even these Golden Cores did not dare to violate the rules of Mo's Spirit Weapon Workshop lest they were disqualified from being able to customize superior-grade spirit weapons. What's the background of this Mo Ling? How arrogant of him to let us Golden Cores wait outside. Can't you see that even perfected being Lu has been coming here for 7 days straight? If a late-stage Golden Core like him is obeying the rules, we had better wait as well. True geniuses often have weird temperaments. This person must be inordinately proud of his abilities. Spring came and autumn passed. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo had already stayed in the capital for a year and a half. There was only 1 year left before the sect competition. To cultivators, a year and a half passed extremely swiftly. However, for Su Zimo, he was transforming at every moment of the year and a half. It was a transformation in all aspects. In terms of weapon refinement, Su Zimo was becoming more skilled and his understanding of it deepened as well. His unique thousand-tempered finger technique was also being trained to absolute perfection through continuous practicing. After the thousand-tempered finger was perfected, Su Zimo had confidence of refining supreme-grade spirit weapons with 100% certainty. With sufficient resources of spirit stones, Su Zimo's cultivation was also increasing steadily as he approached perfected foundation establishment. Of course, what delighted Su Zimo the most was that the essence energy of the dragon egg in his body was half gone. With another year, Su Zimo could refine all the essence energy of the dragon egg completely. Given the way things were going, he would be able to attain greater mastery of the organs refinement section by then as well. At greater mastery of his organs refinement section, and if Su Zimo no longer concealed the existence of his demonic chi, a complete release of his power of bloodline would be able to crush all foundation establishment cultivators. Of course, that was not realistic unless Su Zimo wanted to be the butt of all criticism. In the year and a half, Night Spirit had already absorbed the essence energy of the dragon egg completely. It was much faster than Su Zimo. Its body grew even bigger and it was half as tall as a human, covered with black scales that were incomparably tough. Without a bit of luster, the scales allowed Night Spirit to meld into night completely without being discovered. Looking at Night Spirit's body, a thought would flash through Su Zimo's mind from time to time. That body was completely made to kill. In terms of nimbleness, strength, burst, defensive capabilities, speed, and various other attributes, they were fused to perfection on Night Spirit's body. Ever since the assassination attempt of the Shadow Rat, there had been a few similar situations in the residence. However, before Su Zimo could make a move, the cultivators and spirit demons that probed were buried under the claws of Night Spirit without being able to make a single peep. As Mo's Spirit Weapon Workshop's business grew, the number of Golden Cores that visited daily to customize superior-grade spirit weapons increased. The influence of Mo's Spirit Weapon Workshop within the capital grew as well. From dukes and officials down to the merchants and common folk, everyone knew of Mo's Spirit Weapon Workshop. Among them, True Fire Weapon Workshop suffered the greatest. Previously, they were the number 1 in the capital. Now, Mo's Spirit Weapon Workshop was showing signs of replacing them. Even though both weapon workshops were peaceful on the surface, everyone knew that it was a mere facade. Sooner or later, that peace would be broken. This morning, a series of sudden knocks rang outside Mo's Spirit Weapon Workshop. Nian Qi's figure flashed as she walked to the main door. When she opened it, she saw a rotund cultivator dressed as a merchant, looking somewhat nervous. Fellow Taoist, Spirit weapon customization only begins at noon. You're too early, Xianxia said. And no, I'm not. The merchant waved hurriedly and coughed. I am the owner of this residence. Ah? Xianxia was stunned. Let him in. Right then, Su Zimo's voice sounded. Xianxia turned to the side and the merchant hurriedly bowed and expressed his thanks. He walked carefully into Mo's spirit weapon workshop, as if the land belonged to someone else, not him. Here's the rent for the remaining 2 years. Have a look. Su Zimo placed a storage bag on the table and pushed it in front of the merchant. Flustered, the merchant waved his hands hurriedly. No, how can I accept your rent? I don't deserve it, fellow Taoist. Su Zimo smiled and asked, Is there anything else other than the rental? Yes. The merchant's face was uneasy as he rubbed his hands and said with a trace of pleading in his eyes, I hope that you can help me forge a superior-grade spirit weapon, fellow Taoist. Su Zimo wanted to reject him on the spot. However, he thought about how he might not have had a place to stay in the capital if not for this person's residence. Furthermore, a superior-grade spirit weapon was nothing much for him. After pondering for a while, Su Zimo nodded and agreed to it. Returning to his secret chamber for weapon refinement, Su Zimo took out the weapon tripod and began refining the weapon. The merchant requested for a flying sword, the most common and simplest of customized spirit weapons. Even so, Su Zimo was not sloppy about it and completed every single step with utmost seriousness. At the tempering stage, a flash of inspiration appeared in Su Zimo's mind, unraveling every single doubt he had repressed for the past half a year in his mind. The 1,000-tempered finger technique was perfected. Accompanied by tinkling sounds, Su Zimo's fingers were as light as elves, striking the body of the sword as the impurities within were purged bit by bit. After tempering was over, Su Zimo realized that he might be able to create his first supreme-grade spirit weapon. Spirit gathering began. 1 spirit pattern. 2 spirit patterns. It was almost effortless for Su Zimo for the first 2 spirit patterns. At the 3rd spirit pattern, Su Zimo encountered some obstacles. However, he still managed to complete it successfully after a couple of attempts with his spirit perception. Taking a deep breath of air, Su Zimo did not stop there and chose to attempt condensing the 4th spirit pattern. Time trickled bit by bit. It was almost noon and Su Zimo had yet to come out of his secret chamber. The merchant was getting impatient as he paced around the courtyard endlessly, frowning with a grim expression. At this moment he felt a sense of regret in his mind. From his point of view, the reason why Su Zimo did not appear for such a long time must be because the weapon refinement had failed. 2 years of rent was equivalent to 6,000 superior-grade spirit stones. That was equivalent to 2 superior-grade spirit weapons. Coupled with the one he had just customized, he had made a loss of 3 superior-grade spirit weapons. Just for the sake of getting acquainted with a weapon refinement master, I threw in 3 superior-grade spirit weapons. What a loss! The merchant was frustrated internally. Afternoon. Su Zimo finally came forth from his secret chamber, looking visibly fatigued. It seemed to have drained him significantly. When the merchant saw this, he was even more certain of his speculation. Fellow Taoist, where's my superior-grade spirit weapon? The merchant approached with a fake smile. Su Zimo shook his head. I didn't refine a superior-grade spirit weapon. True enough. The merchant retracted his smile and his face darkened. Without waiting for Su Zimo to continue, he interrupted, Fellow Taoist Mo. The 2 years of rental that I did not collect from you along with the loss I made for this superior-grade spirit weapon. Let's talk about compensation. Compensation. Su Zimo furrowed his brows, gradually realizing what was happening. A look of mockery flashed in his eyes and he asked, Does that mean that you don't want this supreme-grade spirit weapon then? Ow! Supreme-grade spirit weapon? The merchant was stunned, wondering if he had heard wrongly. Xianxia's beautiful eyes were widened in disbelief as well. Su Zimo flicked his palm open and a fresh flying sword laid calmly, exactly the way the merchant had specified. He injected spirit energy into it, and a bedazzling spirit light shone from the sword, for rays of spirit patterns flashed consecutively, almost blinding the merchant. F4 spirit patterns? The merchant was so frightened that he fell to the ground on his butt, remarking with a trembling voice as his jaws dropped. A supreme-grade spirit weapon. After a long time, an ear-piercing shriek echoed in every corner of the residence. The merchant's eyes shone with excitement. He was so emotional that he wanted to grab the supreme-grade flying sword right away. However, he was embarrassed and was at a loss. It was no wonder why the merchant lost his composure. Golden cores had a lifespan of 500 years. Typically, with the passage of time, golden cores would deepen in their cultivations and accumulate more resources, eventually obtaining 1 or 2 superior-grade spirit weapons. However, other than the top factions of Tianhuang mainland, most golden cores might not even obtain a single supreme-grade spirit weapon in their entire lives. Fellow Taoist Mo, Sir Mo, the merchant said with a fawning smile, "You're the best weapon refinement master. Please don't stoop to my level. I was only spouting nonsense just now. Please don't take it for real." Even though the merchant was a golden core, the moment Su Zimo could refine superior grade or even supreme grade spirit weapons, their statuses were already reversed. Take it. After making the most critical step of progress on his weapon tempering technique, Su Zimo was in a great mood and could not be bothered to get calculative with this person. Sir Mo, this residence belongs to you from this day forth. Feel free to live as you please. The merchant was smiling so widely it was about to bloom as he took over the supreme-grade flying sword. His residence could only sell 100,000 superior-grade spirit stones at most. However, a supreme-grade spirit weapon cost 500,000 superior-grade spirit stones at least. No matter how he looked at it, this transaction was a huge gain for him. The light had shone at the end of the tunnel. With high spirits, the merchant left Mo's spirit weapon workshop. On that very day, an earth-shaking piece of news spread throughout the capital quickly. From today on, Mo's Spirit Weapon Workshop would no longer refine superior-grade spirit weapons. Instead, they would customize supreme-grade spirit weapons. What did it mean by customizing supreme-grade spirit weapons? It meant that Mo's Spirit Weapon Workshop was extremely confident that they could refine supreme-grade spirit weapons. Throughout history, there had never been weapon refinement masters who would dare to boast of such a thing. Of course, the rules of customizing supreme-grade spirit weapons in Mo's Spirit Weapon Workshop were very different from previous rules. First, Mo's Spirit Weapon Workshop would only customize a single supreme-grade spirit weapon each month. It would not open for business at all other times. Second, at the start of each month, Mo's Spirit Weapon Workshop would conduct an auction, and the highest bidder would obtain the chance to customize a supreme-grade spirit weapon for the month. Third, the cultivators would have to prepare 30 sets of materials for the supreme-grade spirit weapon. When the news spread, the capital exploded instantly. Many Golden Cores experts appeared one after another, exiting from their seclusions in a bid to head to Mo's Spirit Weapon Workshop. The allure of a supreme-grade spirit weapon was too great for Golden Cores, but there was no market for it. Given Su Zimo's capabilities, he only needed 1 set of materials to refine a supreme-grade spirit weapon every afternoon. With that, he could refine 30 supreme-grade spirit weapons in a month. That was a terrifying figure. If all of them were placed in the market, it would cause a huge stir and might even cause many troubles. As a result, the price of supreme-grade spirit weapons would drop as well. Therefore, Su Zimo thought up another method. To outsiders, he would only refine a single supreme-grade spirit weapon each month. However, in reality, Su Zimo would make use of the 30 sets of materials to refine a supreme-grade spirit weapon daily and continue to raise his weapon refinement technique. That night, 2 Golden Cores arrived at True Fire Weapon Workshop, looking travel-worn with frost on their faces. Both Golden Cores were old with white beards and hair with wrinkles on their faces. Their eyes were turbid and exuded an aged aura. Menghan, Xianxia, please come in, fellow Taoists. Elder Zhang went forward and quickly welcomed them into the back hall. Elder Zhang, it's been many years since we last met. How have you been? Menghan nodded and cupped his fists. Heis. Elder Zhang shook his head and gave a long sigh. Xianxia said, Don't worry, Elder Zhang. Our purpose for this trip is to resolve this matter for the sect. You can rest assured. That's right. The two of us don't have much lifespan left. Rather than dying of old age, we might as well give our lives to fight this guy in exchange for the glory of true fire sect. A vicious glint shone in Meng Han's eyes. For the past year and a half, True Fire Weapon Workshop has been enduring. However, when news of Mo's Spirit Weapon Workshop being able to customize supreme-grade spirit weapons spread, Elder Zhang could no longer sit still. The influence of Mo's Spirit Weapon Workshop was growing. If it was allowed to develop further, it would not only affect the business of True Fire Weapon Workshop. Even True Fire Sect's reputation would be damaged severely. True Fire Sect sent 2 golden cores to the capital right away. The 2 of them were Xianxia and Meng Han. True Fire Sect's plan was clear: to exchange lives. In the Great Zhou's capital, there were 3 great guard squads: Scarlet Vulture, Azure Falcon, and White Hawk. The commanders of those squads were all Golden Core experts. The 3 guard squads patrolled the streets day and night in shifts, and security was tight. Any activity would lead to the guards' instant arrival. Liang Qiu and Meng Han were aiming to kill Mo Ling in his weapon workshop before the guard squads arrived. This was an assassination attempt of no return, exchanging their lives for his. Of course, if not for the fact that Liang Qiu and Meng Han were at the end of their lifespans, they would not do something like this. Mo Spirit Weapon Workshop. Su Zimo assumed a lotus position in his room, using the breathing and expiration method of the organ's refinement section while refining the essence energy of the dragon egg in his body. With each breath and expiration, a strong demonic chi would be released from Su Zimo's mouth and nose, permeating through the room and morphing into various beasts. Some spread their wings and soared into the skies, while others raised their heads and roared. All of them had different forms and were divinely extraordinary. Su Zimo sat silently in the middle of the thousands of beasts, motionless as he exuded a terrifying aura that was above all life, sending chills down one's spine. It was late at night and Yan Qi had already fallen asleep in her room, leaving only Night Spirit beside Su Zimo. All of a sudden, Su Zimo jolted awake from his cultivation and opened his eyes, causing 2 cold lights to shine momentarily in the night. He felt a strong sense of trepidation. Almost at the same time, Night Spirit also sensed something and stood up. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes. There seemed to be nothing different in the courtyard. If not for his spirit perception, Su Zimo would not have been able to sense that danger was already so close to them. Someone had managed to scale the wall and land into the courtyard while evading Su Zimo's sight and hearing. The fact that it was so silent was evident of the other party's strength. Jishui River was still flowing and gushing. Everything seemed normal, but Su Zimo vaguely caught a trace of abnormality amid the sound of running water. There were experts approaching both in front and behind of them. If Su Zimo was not wrong, the people arriving should be golden cores. Liang Qiu and Meng Han did not dare to be careless and had already made their plans in True Fire Weapon Workshop. To ensure that nothing went wrong, the 2 of them split up. One of them would scale the wall through while the other would infiltrate Jishui River and flow down. At almost the same time, both golden cores that were close to the end of their lifespans entered the residence and headed towards Su Zimo's room. Until now, the 2 of them had yet to use any spirit energy. The moment they did, especially when they were fighting, the capital guards would definitely be alerted. The sooner they alerted the capital guards, the less time they had remaining. All of a sudden, a faint sight came from within the room. "You're finally here." Upon hearing that, Liang Qiu and Meng Han's expressions changed. Right after, a dazzling brilliance shone beneath their feet. The light of an array formation. There was an array formation carved outside the room. The light of the formation was like a torch that shot into the sky, adding a killing intent to the vast darkness. Tonight, it was Azure Falcon's turn to patrol. Every single Azure Falcon guard had an Azure Falcon demon beast as a companion, hence the name. Every single Azure Falcon was a Foundation establishment spirit demon that was extraordinary and powerful. When they flapped their wings and released their full power, their speeds were extremely fast. All the Azure Falcon guards patrolling the streets of the capital caught sight of the formation light beam. Look at the light of that formation. It should be a grade 2 formation. Yes, but from the way the light is so multifarious, it's possible that there are 2 or more formations fused together. The Azure Falcon guards discussed as they sped towards the origin of the formation beam. What direction is it coming from? Judging from the location, it seems to be Mo's spirit weapon workshop. Oh no, Mr. Mo is in trouble. Many of the Azure Falcon guards' expressions changed drastically as they charged forward. One of them even took out a green badge from his storage bag and tossed it into the air. Arriving at the highest point, the badge exploded silently, forming a gigantic Azure Falcon. The Azure Falcon badge. One would only use the Azure Falcon badge if something extremely important happened. For the past 2 years, the most famous person with the biggest influence in the capital would have to be the owner of Mo's Spirit Weapon Workshop, Weapon Refinement Master Mo Ling. Now, even for their discussions and gossip, people referred to him as Mr. Mo out of respect. The sole fact that he was able to customize supreme-grade spirit weapons was enough to confer Mo Ling the title of the #1 Weapon Refinement Master in the Great Zhou Dynasty. In the capital, be it early-stage or late-stage golden cores, it was their honor to be able to meet Mr. Mo. Almost at the same time, a green figure leaped into the air and sped towards Mo's spirit weapon workshop like lightning. The moment the formation light shone, Meng Han and Liang Qiu felt their hearts sink. It was only a grade 2 formation and was not enough to trap the both of them. However, the two of them had already alerted the capital guards before they even caught sight of the legendary Mo Ling. That was equivalent to losing the initiative, and they were now in a passive position given the complete change in circumstances. 10 breaths. If the commander of the Azure Falcon guards, Mu Dongqing, used all his strength to rush here, he would only require 10 breaths worth of time. This meant that Liang Qiu and Meng Han had to find Mo Ling and kill him on the spot within that 10 breaths. Otherwise, after 10 breaths, once the commander of the Azure Falcon guards arrive, they would be the dead ones. 10 breaths is more than enough time. Liang Qiu hollered as he conjured hand seals with his left hand, conjuring spirit arts. His right sleeve trembled and a flying sword darted out. Almost instantly, 3 spirit patterns lit up on the sword. It was a superior grade spirit weapon. Boom! With a loud bang, the grade 2 formation's barrier shattered on the spot and dissipated, revealing a green-robed cultivator at the back. He was handsome and bore a calm expression as he looked over coldly. At the same time, Meng Han slapped his storage bag and waved both hands, shooting out 2 cold beams of light. Spirit patterns lit up in a dazzling manner. 2 superior-grade flying swords. Go to hell! Meng Han's flying sword pierced towards the green-robed cultivator like 2 beams of light. Before the swords even arrived, the temperature of the surroundings dipped in a suffocating manner. By now, a breath had passed. Everyone knew of the situation. There were only 2 men and 1 beast in Mo's spirit weapon workshop, and the green-robed cultivator in front of them was obviously not the little girl named Nian Qi. His identity was exposed. In reality, the moment they caught sight of Su Zimo, Liang Qiu and Meng Han were slightly stunned. They had never expected that Mr. Mo, the so-called #1 weapon refinement master in the Great Zhou Dynasty, would be a young man in his 20s. Furthermore, the young man was only at foundation establishment. But very quickly, Liang Qiu and Meng Han regained their senses as a look of mockery flashed across their eyes. To both of them, Su Zimo was already a dead man. Under the combined forces of 2 golden cores, notwithstanding the fact that Su Zimo was only at late-stage foundation establishment, even if he was a meridian cultivator, he would not be able to last more than 10 breaths. Meng Han's 2 flying swords pierced towards Su Zimo at an extremely fast speed. Su Zimo did not dodge at all, seemingly scared silly or couldn't react in time. It's over. Liang Qiu and Meng Han glared at Su Zimo coldly, as if they could visualize the image of the latter's head pierced by the flying swords with fresh blood gushing out. Snap! The next moment, the sound of shattering on the battlefield caused their expressions to change. He was not dead. The flying sword did not pierce Su Zimo and instead struck another barrier of light. There were other array formations other than the grade 2 formation. This was a chain formation. 2 breaths had passed. In Liang Qiu and Meng Han's eyes, Su Zimo was standing not far away, seemingly within reach. But in reality, there were dozens of Grade 2 formations standing between them. A year ago, on the night when Night Spirit killed the Shadow Rat, Su Zimo had already realized that someone in the capital wanted his life. In fact, there might even be golden cores sent to assassinate him in the future. The gap between Foundation establishment and Golden Core realm was way too great. Even if Su Zimo was both an immortal and demon cultivator, he would not be able to face a Golden Core head-on with the full release of his power of blood chi. Once a Golden Core arrives, Su Zimo would definitely die. However, this was the capital of Great Zhou after all. What Su Zimo wanted to do was not to confront the Golden Cores head-on, but to stall for time. As long as he could last for the short period of time and wait for the capital guards to arrive, the assassination attempt by the Golden Cores would be for naught. For this day, Su Zimo set up many Grade 2 formations outside, linked and interconnected. Even if the people caught were Golden Cores, they would not be able to dispel the formations in a short period of time. There were dozens of illusion, trapping, and killing formations combined together. While they were all Grade 2 formations, those were the peaks of Grade 2 formations. Bang! 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 Liang Qiu and Meng Han continued to release their spirit arts. Light shone in the night skies as the sounds of array formations shattering rang out. In the blink of an eye, another 2 breaths had passed. 4 breaths had passed since the 2 of them were exposed. However, the 2 of them were still trapped in the formations, unable to charge out. Sensing the urgency of time, Meng Han's expression changed slightly as he coldly asked, "Just how many formations did this person set up?" Both of them had destroyed at least 10 formations within 2 breaths of time, but they were still not out of the area. If this continued, they would die within the formations without even seeing Su Zimo himself. Liang Qiu took out a talisman from his storage bag and injected spirit energy into it with a vicious glint in his eyes. Swoosh! The talisman floated in midair as 3 dazzling spirit patterns sparkled on it, exuding a domineeringly strong force that intensified. A Grade 3 talisman. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. The aura emitted by that Grade 3 talisman was more terrifying than Liang Qiu and Meng Han's combined attacks. Even his body would be penetrated instantly if he was struck by the power of that talisman directly. The talisman was crushed. Boom! With a deafening boom, the ground in most spirit weapon workshops shook vigorously. The stone slabs cracked. The earth rumbled and the house shook like it could collapse at any moment as dust clouds puffed all over. The core of the shattered talisman let out a bedazzling light akin to the sun descending as a destructive force rippled in all directions. Initially, there were around 30-odd Grade 2 formations left surrounding Liang Qiu and Meng Han. Since they did not know anything about formations, they had to rely on brute force to break through the formations, and 10 breaths was sufficient for them to deal with everything. However, even if they could dispel the formations, their mission would be a failure. Time was of the essence. Therefore, Liang Qiu had no choice but to take out that Grade 3 talisman. That was his most powerful offensive technique, and he had traded for it with almost all his life savings. That was also his final trump card. After the talisman was shattered, the terrifying strength demolished all the 30-odd Grade 2 formations in an instant. There were still 5 breaths of time left. The moment the formations were shattered, Night Spirit moved. A black shadow darted by, indistinguishable to the naked eye under the guise of the night, and arriving almost instantaneously in front of Liang Qiu. 10 sharp claws silently reached out from the gaps of the palm. Long, sharp, and slightly curved, they were like 10 huge hooks that shone with a cold glint. It would be almost impossible for one to break free if they were struck with claws like that. Night Spirit's pair of front claws grabbed Liang Qiu's shoulders, while its rear claws struck Liang Qiu's ribs. At the same time, it opened its mouth and bit at Liang Qiu's neck viciously. While it was a simple movement, it had almost rendered Liang Qiu's entire body sealed. Once his shoulders were locked, it was equivalent to his arms being crippled. The rear claws that pierced the ribs not only penetrated Liang Qiu's organs, Night Spirit could even change stances to counter Liang Qiu's legs at any moment. It was not over yet. Night Spirit's spear-like tail shimmered with a dark light and was already stabbing towards Liang Qiu's dantian in silence. Every single golden core perfected being's strongest method was to self-destruct their golden cores. The self-destruction of a golden core would instantly release a terrifying power that could even kill cultivators of the same level. Of course, once they chose that option, the self-destructing golden core would definitely perish with nothing remaining. Therefore, no golden cores would choose to self-destruct until the very last moment. In fact, many golden cores would choose not to self-destruct even until the moment they died. Not everyone had the courage to self-destruct. By piercing Xianxia's dantian with its tail, Night Spirit was ensuring that Xianxia would not even have the chance to self-destruct. He had no way of retreating. Night Spirit's attack was perfect and flawless. Every single detail pushed the limits of killing. Such brilliant techniques were usually honed through countless bloodshed and battles where one experienced close shaves with death. However, Night Spirit was an exception. No one taught it those things. It was as if everything was infused in his bones and were deeply rooted. An innate ability that was inherited from his bloodline. Xianxia could tell of the lethality in Night Spirit's killing attack and was alarmed as an uncontrollable trace of panic flashed past his eyes. However, he was a golden core after all. Furthermore, he was a golden core that had lived for almost 500 years. He had seen and experienced far too many battles in his lifetime. With a speed inferior to Night Spirit's, if Xianxia chose to dodge instinctively at this moment, he was bound to die. He repressed the panic in his heart and touched his storage bag with a calm expression. Instantly, a protection talisman appeared in his hand that he crushed. Whoosh! A barrier appeared on Xianxia's body that illuminated extremely brightly and burst forth with a shocking amount of energy. Almost all of Night Spirit's killing moves were deflected by the protection talisman. At the same time, Night Spirit's body was repelled by the power of the protection talisman. Xianxia broke out in cold sweat. Crack, crack, crack. The light barrier cracked and dimmed. Even though he was unharmed, Night Spirit's attack had cost him a Grade 3 protection talisman just like that. However, the Grade 3 talisman extended Xianxia's life, allowing him to catch his breath. Bastard, how dare you! Xianxia was furious as he activated his golden core, causing pure spirit energy to channel from it. Conjuring a seal with his left hand, he waved his right hand and pierced at Night Spirit's head with an immense sword chi. The moment Night Spirit missed its attack, it had already realized that things were not looking good. Shoo! Cold light flashed. Because the distance between them was too close, coupled with the fact that Xianxia had expended all his might in a moment of anger, the flying sword appeared almost instantly. Night Spirit turned its head with all its might, avoiding lethal damage as a stream of blood shone. A wound deep enough to reveal bones appeared on Night Spirit's cheek as blood dripped everywhere. In fact, given Xianxia's strength as a golden core, even if Night Spirit had avoided damage to its vital points, the sword chi from the flying sword should have been enough to slice Night Spirit's head into half. However, the pitch-black scales on Night Spirit's cheek blocked most of the damage from the sword chi, allowing it to survive. In just a single exchange of blows, things were already in a perilous situation. If either the man or the beast had dealt with things wrongly with any bit of hesitation, one party would have died on the spot. No matter what, the difference in strength between both sides was obvious. Night Spirit was still in its childhood phase and could only be considered as a Foundation establishment spirit demon. Even though Xianxia was an old man past his prime, he was still a golden core after all. Furthermore, the flying sword was only his first attack. The moment he struck with the sword, Xianxia conjured a spirit seal with his left hand, forming a huge fire spear. It emitted an extremely scorching heat that burned the surrounding air, producing crackling sounds. Bastard, die! Xianxia let out a roar and revealed a sinister smile. The distance between the two was extremely close. In addition, Night Spirit had just avoided Xianxia's flying sword and its body was still hovering in midair, dealing with the resultant force. Therefore, it was incapable of dodging the new attack at all. Once it was hit by the spirit art of a golden core, even with its pitch-black scales as protection, Night Spirit would probably suffer a serious injury. That was the essence of melee combat. Extremely dangerous, Victory was often determined in a single instance. With the stark change of circumstances, Night Spirit's attack that missed caused it to lose the initiative and end up falling into a huge crisis. On the other end, Meng Han began attacking Su Zimo as well. Shoo! Shoo! The sound of sharp blades tearing through the air was piercing and chilling. Streaking through the night skies, the two sword beams arrived before Su Zimo almost in the blink of an eye. Meng Han did not underestimate Su Zimo just because the latter was a foundation establishment cultivator. He was using his full might even as a lion that was fighting against a rabbit. The two flying swords arrived one after another, trapping Su Zimo in the middle and cutting off his retreat route. After the formations were dispelled, Su Zimo and Night Spirit were completely revealed before the two golden cores without any chance of getting through things with luck. If they wanted to survive, they had to rely on their abilities. When Meng Han struck, Su Zimo did not view the attack with his eyes. That was because he knew that golden cores were too fast. By the time he saw the flying swords approach, it would be too late for him to dodge. Su Zimo was relying on spirit perception entirely. The cicada senses autumn coming before the wind even starts to blow. The moment Meng Han's two flying swords struck out, Su Zimo lowered his body and sprawled on the ground instantly. Using his limbs, he charged forward in an extremely fast speed like an agile python. Meng Han frowned when the flying swords missed. Clearly, he had not expected that Su Zimo would have such a move. Su Zimo stuck close to the ground and traveled with a calm expression, emitting a profound light in his eyes as if he was targeting a prey. Almost at the same time, on the other side of the battlefield, a huge fire spear was about to leave Liang Qiu's fingertips. However, Night Spirit's eyes were pitch black and cold without the slightest bit of panic at all. A strange ripple suddenly appeared in the void between the beast and the man. Swoosh! It was as if something had cut through the night sky and stabbed in reverse. That was Night Spirit's tail. Poof! The sound of a sharp weapon piercing flesh could be heard as the razor spike on Night Spirit's tail penetrated Liang Qiu's extended arm. Ah! Liang Qiu could not help but yelp upon receiving such a serious injury. His arm trembled and the spirit energy that was gathered on his fingertips nearly dissipated. Although the fire spear was shot with all its might, its strength was considerably weaker. Bang! As Liang Qiu had expected, Night Spirit did not have the energy to dodge the incoming fire spear and was struck right in the chest. However, due to the weakened strength of the fire spear, Night Spirit merely rolled on the ground once before getting up. It bore a ferocious gaze and a bloodthirsty aura emanated from its body. Liang Qiu had not expected for the situation to change the moment they exchanged blows. Night Spirit's gambit at death's door had not only managed to avert its crisis, but injured him instead. That was a talent for combat. By making use of its immense combat talent, Night Spirit forcefully reversed its terrible situation and even gained an advantage against a golden core. Before Liang Qiu could take a breath, another suffocating killing intent hit him. A black shadow suddenly stood from the ground and approached. Die! With a loud shout, Su Zimo swung his arm and drew a huge arc in the air. Using his fist like a seal, it descended from the sky and erupted the air instantly with a deafening boom. Time seemed to have stopped. In that instant, Liang Qiu's pupils constricted as his heart stopped beating. In just a few breaths' time, the shocks that Liang Qiu received were truly too much. Night Spirit was only one of them. The green-robed cultivator named Emoling was even more so. Liang Qiu had truly not expected that instead of choosing to flee in the face of a combined assault from two golden cores, the mere foundation establishment cultivator chose to retaliate against a golden core. What sort of courage was that? Furthermore, Su Zimo's timing for his attack was perfect. Liang Qiu's protection talisman was shattered. His left arm was injured. He had yet to retrieve his flying sword and his spirit energy had not recuperated after releasing his spirit art. This was when he was at his weakest. Against Su Zimo's incoming fist, Liang Qiu did not have any way of defending and could only raise his right arm instinctively to block. At the same time, he retreated continuously. Bang! Liang Qiu's arm collided against Su Zimo's fist and produced a massive sound of defeat. Snap! Right after, The wincing sound of bones cracking could be heard. Xianxia could see that his forearm was completely snapped, twisted into an extremely strange state. Opening his mouth, he was about to yell when an even more terrifying aura of death lunged at him, swallowing his voice whole. That gigantic seal that snapped his arm did not stop at all and continued smashing towards his head without its strength diminishing much. If he was struck, Xianxia's head would explode on the spot. Shoo! One of Meng Han's flying swords was embroiled in battle with Night Spirit. At the same time, his other flying sword sped and pierced towards the back of Su Zimo's head. If Su Zimo chose to dodge, Xianxia would definitely be able to seize the opportunity to escape this predicament given the latter's cultivation realm. If Su Zimo chose to ignore it, while he could definitely kill Xianxia, his head would be pierced and he would die immediately. In a flash, Su Zimo did not hesitate as his eyes flickered, and he retracted his right hand that had transformed into a gigantic seal expressionlessly. Xianxia let out a long breath of air. Drenched in sweat, he retreated abruptly as if he had just brushed through the gates of hell. Without turning back, Su Zimo spread his right hand behind his head, as though he wanted to defend against the beam of the flying sword with his bare hands. When they saw that, Meng Han and Xianxia were both stunned. No matter how strong Mo Ling's body was, there was no way he could defend against a superior-grade flying sword of a golden core. What was that action of his for? Had Mo Ling gone stupid? Clang! The flying sword pierced Su Zimo's right palm and blood flowed out. However, the sound of metal clashing could be heard. The flying sword did not manage to penetrate Su Zimo's right palm completely. Meng Han's expression changed starkly. How was that possible? Even though he managed to block the attack, the massive power of the flying sword caused Su Zimo to grunt still as the flesh on his arm exploded into a bloody mist. Using that force, Su Zimo took a step forward with the momentum and appeared before Xianxia instantaneously. Xianxia had just relaxed and had yet to take a breath when his heart sank once more. Not good. Against Su Zimo's gaze, Xianxia was petrified. How was that the gaze of a human? That gaze clearly wanted to devour humans instead. Su Zimo stretched his left arm. His bones and tendons rang at the same time, while his arm expanded like a massive snake before coiling around Xianxia's head. Xianxia's head spun around his neck and was almost twisted off. By the time it stopped moving, his face was already unrecognizable. Xianxia died on the spot. A golden core had died. From the moment Night Spirit struck to its 2 rounds of fighting against Xianxia, then to Su Zimo's closing in with multiple killing moves to kill Xianxia. While the entire process seemed slow upon narration, everything only took up 2 breaths of time. The courtyard suddenly fell silent. Meng Han looked at Xianxia, who fell to the ground with widened eyes of disbelief. A golden core had died in the hands of a Foundation establishment cultivator. Everything had happened too quickly. It was so fast that Meng Han could barely accept it. What puzzled Meng Han even more was why his flying sword did not manage to penetrate Su Zimo's palm. The flying sword had clearly tore through Su Zimo's flesh, but why was it stuck all of a sudden, letting out the sound of metal clashing? If not for that, Xianxia would not have died. That was the truth. Even though Su Zimo was both an immortal and demon cultivator and Night Spirit had extremely sharp claws, in terms of actual strength, neither of them could take Golden Core's head on. Given another environment and situation, both Su Zimo and Night Spirit could only flee in a one-on-one situation. However, there were too many factors affecting the outcome of a battle between cultivators. Night Spirit had the most credit for them being able to kill a Golden Core. If it had not attacked to destroy Xianxia's protection talisman while drawing away most of his attention, Su Zimo would not have had the chance to close in. Naturally, Xianxia's greatest mistake was in underestimating Su Zimo's spirit and determination. It wasn't just him. Meng Han had not expected that Su Zimo would dare retaliate against the assassination of 2 golden cores as well. In just 2 breaths' time, the situation had already turned upside down. Xianxia was dead. Meng Han was the only one left now. Most importantly, he only had 3 breaths of time left. At some point in time, a girl around 18 years old walked out from one of the rooms. Possessing exceptional beauty while wearing an elegant long dress, her withered hair was curled and rested behind her back. A flying sword hovered in front of Xianxia, trembling and emitting a bright glow. There were 4 spirit patterns shining on it. It was a supreme-grade flying sword. Meng Han took a glance and his mouth cramped while his eyeballs nearly dropped out of his sockets. As a golden core, he had lived for more than 400 years. Even now that he was approaching death, he had never used a supreme-grade flying sword in his life. However, that girl was only a maidservant at early-stage foundation establishment, and she had a supreme-grade flying sword of her own? Suddenly, Meng Han recalled some of the recent rumors in the capital. Many cultivators said that the green-robed cultivator before him was the #1 weapon refinement master of the entire Great Zhou dynasty and could even customize supreme-grade spirit weapons. Prior to this, Meng Han scoffed and refused to believe the rumors. He had lived for so long, but he hadn't heard of any weapon refinement masters who would dare boast that they could customize supreme-grade spirit weapons. But now, when he caught sight of the supreme-grade flying sword hovering before Xianxia, Meng Han believed it. If even a maidservant had a supreme-grade flying sword, how many supreme-grade spirit weapons did Mo Ling possess? In the courtyard, Su Zimo, Night Spirit, and Xianxia stood in 3 different directions, facing off against Meng Han. Normally, a little girl at early-stage foundation establishment should pose no threat to Meng Han. However, the problem was with the supreme-grade flying sword that she was wielding. While early-stage foundation establishment cultivators clearly had insufficient strength, the killing power of the supreme-grade flying sword was way too great. The 2 men and 1 beast had different methods. Any single one of them would be insignificant individually. However, all 3 of them had their own trump cards and could not be underestimated. Xianxia's supreme-grade flying sword, Night Spirit's claws, and its immensely strong physique. As for Su Zimo, he was the one most unfathomable to Meng Han. He possessed the agility and speed of demon beasts, a terrifying burst power, an intricate technique for melee combat, as well as a keen sensitivity towards danger. Against that foundation establishment cultivator, Meng Han actually felt a sense of fear from the depths of his heart. Ah! Abandoning all unnecessary thoughts, Meng Han bellowed and struck all of a sudden. He could not wait any longer. This was his final gambit and chance to kill Su Zimo. Shoo! Shoo! Meng Han's sleeves flapped as 2 flying swords shot out. At the same time, he conjured a seal with his left hand, condensing a gigantic fiery disk that enveloped Night Spirit. Meng Han's attack was 1 versus 3, and he had individual strategies for them. After witnessing Night Spirit's speed, he knew that it would be difficult to block Night Spirit using flying swords unless his sword-wielding technique was intricate enough. Therefore, Meng Han chose to attack with a spirit art that had a wider area of effect. The purpose of that spirit art was merely to slow Night Spirit down. As for the other 2 extremely fast flying swords, one of them targeted Xianxia while the other was aimed at Su Zimo. Su Zimo's eyes flickered. The moment Meng Han struck with his swords, Su Zimo's figure shifted and moved swiftly close to the ground, arriving before the former in the blink of an eye. Rising, Su Zimo took a deep breath and his chest puffed up. He knelt with 1 knee on the ground and raised both hands, as if he was holding a peach in his palms while killing intent spewed from his eyes. You were tricked. Meng Han's eyes lit up as he let out a sinister chuckle. Churning his golden core, his hands conjured seals and 2 long spears were formed, piercing viciously towards Su Zimo. This was the moment he was waiting for. A full-powered strike by a golden core, as such, was something that Su Zimo could not face head-on. The moment Liang Qiu fell, Meng Han realized that even if he were to use all his might against Su Zimo, as long as the latter were to avoid at all cost, it would be difficult for him to kill the other party within 3 breaths. Therefore, Meng Han chose to restrain Night Spirit first before attacking Su Zimo and Xianxia at the same time. The single sword posed no threat to Su Zimo. However, it was enough to kill Xianxia. Not everyone had Su Zimo's spirit perception and could dodge the flying sword of a golden core at Foundation Establishment realm. Hence, if Su Zimo wanted to save Xianxia, he would have to attack Meng Han with all his might. This was the same scene as when Su Zimo killed Liang Qiu earlier on. However, the difference was that Liang Qiu was unprepared. But Meng Han was fully prepared. Before the flying sword struck Nian Qi, it fell to the ground without Meng Han's control. That attack was merely a feint to lure Su Zimo forward. Meng Han's full attention was focused on Su Zimo right from the beginning. Su Zimo was half-knelt on the ground while Meng Han stood upright, looking down at the former. The two of them were extremely close and it was almost face-to-face. It seemed like Su Zimo's ending was already decided. Suddenly, Meng Han saw a trace of mockery in Su Zimo's eyes. Kill! The next moment, Su Zimo opened his mouth and let out a deafening roar from deep in his throat. A huge stream of air shot out like an arrow. Totally unprepared, Meng Han's body shook and he was slightly dazed. His hands paused for a moment, but it was still thrusting down. The moment Meng Han was momentarily dazed, Su Zimo had already exerted strength in both legs and fell to the ground while retreating back. The entire process was fluid as water without any sense of sluggishness at all. Su Zimo had rushed to the front while retreating even swifter without any delay at all. Meng Han's first attack was a feint. However, Su Zimo's sanguine apefruit offering was also a feint. The one that was tricked was not Su Zimo, but Meng Han. Su Zimo realized that Meng Han would try to kill him, but he could not ignore Nian Qi. That was why he made this move of advancing to retreat. In this psychological warfare on the brink of death, Su Zimo was still the one that won in the end. Boom! A deafening noise echoed. Two long spears appeared in Meng Han's hands and slammed heavily into the ground, causing the stone slabs to crack while sand and gravel flew everywhere. He missed. Looking at the huge pit that he had just smashed out in front of him, Meng Han was slightly dazed. He maintained his original position, bent over with fists clenching air as if he was grabbing two long spears motionlessly. He had lost. Meng Han's gaze dimmed gradually. He had 2 breaths of time left. While Meng Han still had strength to attempt a final blow, there was a deep sense of helplessness in his heart. That was because he knew that he could not kill Su Zimo within those 2 breaths. Unless a glimmer of light shone in the eyes of Meng Han's lowered head that disappeared quickly. In the eyes of Su Zimo, Nian Qi and Night Spirit, Meng Han was like an old man who had lost his soul, standing where he was rooted at a loss. It was a rare opportunity. Night Spirit's gaze was dark. Just as it was about to seize the opportunity to pounce and bite Meng Han to death, it was suddenly stopped by Su Zimo's gaze. Visit our comic site Webnovel.live. It understood the stern warning in Su Zimo's eyes and did not behave recklessly. Not far away, the sound of clothes fluttering could be heard clearly. The person arriving was speeding over in lightning speed with a tremendous aura. The capital's guards were about to arrive as well. Furthermore, that person should be a golden core too. With his body hunched, Meng Han raised his head. His gaze was cloudy and dull, as if he had aged immensely in a single instant, and the aura of twilight emanating from him intensified. You've won. He looked at Su Zimo quietly with a hint of exasperation in his tone as he gave a self-deprecating smile. Su Zimo tilted his head slightly and glanced askance at Meng Han silently. He did not say anything and merely gave a faint smile. Since my fate is already decided, kill me, Mo Ling. Meng Han sighed deeply and closed his eyes, as if he had completely given up on resisting. Suddenly, Su Zimo laughed and asked, "You must be wishing really hard for me to rush up, so that you can self-destruct your golden core conveniently, right?" Upon hearing that, Meng Han opened his eyes suddenly. He had a ferocious gaze and menacing expression, revealing his final clause. Self-destructing his golden core was his final trump card. Meng Han knew that given Su Zimo's alertness and nimbleness, even if he used all his strength, he would not be able to get close to Su Zimo within 2 breaths of time. Therefore, he made a final gambit and put on a desperate stance, hoping to lure Su Zimo into the trap. It was a pity that Su Zimo saw right through it. It was a complete defeat. Right from the beginning, he and Liang Qiu had never had the upper hand. They were being led by the nose by this Mo Ling guy, a weapon refinement master and a mere foundation establishment cultivator. Meng Han gritted his teeth as his embarrassment turned into anger. With a deep growl, he lunged towards Su Zimo. At the same time, the golden core in Meng Han's dantian churned and expanded continuously, emitting a horrifying aura as it was about to reach its critical point soon. Destructing their golden cores was a difficult choice to make for most golden cores. However, Meng Han did not hesitate. That was because his fate was already decided. His lifespan was almost up. Even if he was not killed by the capital guards that were soon arriving, he would not survive for more than 3 years. The moment Meng Han made his strange movements, Su Zimo had already retreated a distance away. He was speeding along, ensuring that he maintained a sufficient distance between him and Meng Han. "How dare you, ruffian!" Right then, a middle-aged man in green armor flew over, roaring loudly across the night skies. He wielded a massive hammer with both hands while his face was dark and bearded. His voice was rough and sounded a little deafening. "Get lost!" The bearded man blocked Meng Han's path, glaring with widened eyes as large as copper bells. After hollering, he actually flung his hammer over. Swoosh! The hammer slammed heavily against Meng Han's chest. Snap! Meng Han's chest caved in deeply as his face turned pale. Instantly, he was knocked flying like a broken kite. His figure hovered in midair and suddenly, the energy fluctuations in his body stopped and released in an instant. Boom! The golden core exploded, emitting a destructive force that rippled in all directions. A golden core formed the essence of a cultivator's cultivation base. The self-destruction of a golden core was equivalent to one releasing their entire lifetime's worth of cultivation back into the universe. How terrifying was the might of that? Even though Su Zimo was far away and was not in danger, he could still sense the terrifying aura that was emitted the moment the golden core self-destructed. Under that sort of power, the first person to be destroyed was none other than Meng Han himself. Instantly, his body evaporated into a bloodied mist with no corpse left. Right after, the gigantic hammer was repelled by the power in the same direction it came from, except it was now much faster and stronger. The eyes of the bearded man lit up as he heaved in a deep breath. Picking up another gigantic hammer, he struck the incoming hammer squarely. Clang! The two hammers collided. Piercing sound erupted. The bloodline of the bearded man surged as the muscles on his arms bulged up with veins that were like little snakes sticking to the surface of his skin. He had actually managed to receive the incoming hammer without staggering backwards with pure brute force. Su Zimo nodded to himself. This meant that the bearded man's strength was far beyond Meng Han's. Furthermore, the methods of the bearded man clearly indicated that he was a golden core well-versed in body tempering techniques as well. With a scoop, the bearded man received the hammer with his right hand and placed it into his storage bag. Surveying his surroundings, he frowned at the sight of the messy courtyard. Su Zimo walked over and cupped his fists. "Thank you for reaching in time and for saving me, sir. It's what I should do, it's nothing much." The bearded man waved it off casually before cupping his fists back with a strong momentum. "I'm the commander of the Azure Falcon Guards, Mu Dongqing. Greetings, Mr. M.O." Every action of the bearded man was sturdy and he wore his feelings on his sleeves. Su Zimo had a good impression of this man already. Looking around, the bearded man's gaze landed on Liang Qiu's corpse. Liang Qiu was already beaten beyond recognition by Su Zimo, and his original appearance was completely unrecognizable by now. Squatting down, the bearded man searched Liang Qiu's body from head to toe but to no avail. He took down the latter's storage bag and opened it before shaking his head. The bearded man said, "That man earlier self-destructed without a corpse while this person has nothing on him. His storage bag is also filled with useless items, and there's nothing to prove his identity." Su Zimo smiled without replying. This assassination attempt that made use of two golden cores nearing the end of their lifespans was clearly the result of meticulous planning. Since the other party chose to conduct the assassination in the capital of Great Zhou, they must have made preparations to conceal their identities even if they failed. However, the only place in the entire capital that bore enmity or even killing intent towards him, and even had the capabilities to deploy two golden cores, was their true fire weapon workshop. Mr. Mo, these two people have already perished without leaving anything behind as evidence. I'm afraid that regarding tonight's matter. The bearded man did not continue, but his words were clear. In fact, as long as anyone thought about this matter slightly, it would not be difficult to guess the faction behind Xianxia and Meng Han. However, this matter would most likely go unresolved without evidence. It's all right. Su Zimo smiled calmly without taking it to heart. Tonight, 2 golden cores were lost in vain. True Fire Weapon Workshop was the one that lost out, not Su Zimo. The bearded man was about to bid farewell and leave when he inadvertently caught sight of the flying sword in Xianxia's hands, and the corner of his eyes twitched. It was a supreme-grade flying sword. That little maidservant was wielding a supreme-grade flying sword. Prior to this, the bearded man was a little skeptical when he heard that Mo Spirit Weapon Workshop could customize supreme-grade spirit weapons. Even though he referred to this person as Mr. Mo, he was not entirely convinced. After all, being able to customize supreme-grade spirit weapons sounded way too absurd to be true. When he saw Su Zimo personally, the bearded man was even more convinced of his thoughts. Su Zimo was way too young, and he was only at a mere foundation establishment realm as well. Typically, the truly top weapon refinement masters were all golden cores. Without enough years of weapon refinement, it would be difficult for one to develop a personal understanding of spirit gathering, and naturally, one would not be able to become a top weapon refinement master. Even if this Mo Ling person had started to refine weapons in his mother's womb, he would only have a couple decades worth of experience. How could he compare with the hundreds of years of experience that golden cores have put into weapon refinement? The bearded man believed that Su Zimo must definitely have capabilities to be able to make a name for himself in the capital. However, being able to customize supreme-grade spirit weapons was merely a gimmick to promote his weapon workshop. But now that the bearded man saw the supreme-grade flying sword in Xianxia's hands, his heart started to waver. Could this Mo Ling truly be able to refine supreme-grade spirit weapons? But he's way too young. He only looks to be in his 20s. How is it possible? But even his maidservant has a supreme-grade spirit weapon of her own. An early-stage foundation establishment cultivator using a supreme-grade spirit weapon? What sort of a privilege is that? That's insane. Standing on the spot motionlessly, the bearded man stared at Xianxia, who was not far away, with a trace of bitterness in his eyes. A gaze as such made by a burly man was more than enough to scare a little girl. "Sir, are you all right?" Xianxia whispered. "Ah?" The bearded man froze for a moment and realized that he had gone out of sorts. Blushing with shame, he coughed gently and asked, "Mr. Mo, I heard that you're able to customize supreme-grade spirit weapons here." "That's right," Su Zimo nodded. The bearded man had not expected for Su Zimo to answer so readily. Could this person truly be able to customize supreme-grade spirit weapons? "Well, if I want to customize a supreme-grade spirit weapon, what do I need to prepare?" the bearded man asked after some silence. "Sir, you won't be able to do it this month." At that moment, Xianxia was the first to speak. She was the best in this aspect. For the past 2 years, she was in charge of receiving business at Mo Spirit Weapon Workshop. Xianxia continued, "Our young master only refines 1 supreme-grade spirit weapon a month. The opportunity for this month has already been auctioned away on the first day of the month. Sir, if you wish to customize supreme-grade spirit weapons, you have to wait for the first of the following month. Bring 30 sets of materials and sufficient spirit stones for the auction." "Don't worry, sir. We're extremely fair at Mo Spirit Weapon Workshop, and we don't discriminate between gender and age. The highest bidder will definitely get it." The bearded man's mouth cramped up as he rubbed his hands together. He looked awkward, as if he wanted to say something. If he was truly bidding openly with other golden cores, there was no way he would get the opportunity. Putting aside whether or not he had sufficient spirit stones, he did not even have enough materials for 30 sets and would not be qualified to bid for the auction at all. Su Zimo watched from the side for a while before suddenly saying, "Sir, I can refine a supreme-grade spirit weapon for you as repayment for your life-saving grace today." "For real?" The bearded man was at a loss for what to ask for. Su Zimo's words rang in his mind like heavenly music as he cupped his fists hurriedly. Thank you very much, Mr. Mo. Actually, as the commander of the Azure Falcon Guards, it was completely part of his duties to rush over and kill Meng Han. Su Zimo's action was in part because he had a decent impression towards this bearded man. At the same time, it was a favor for the other party. There were 3 guard squads in the capital of Great Zhou, and the Azure Falcon Guards was one of them. While the bearded man seemed boisterous, he was the commander of the Azure Falcon Guards. This was a powerful figure with immense authority in the capital. Being able to befriend someone like this would not be a bad thing. The bearded man continued, Mr. Mo, I don't have enough materials with me. I only have enough for 7 sets. I'll come look for you again after I gather enough later on. Su Zimo replied calmly, That's enough. What? The bearded man asked instinctively in a daze, not understanding what Su Zimo meant. Su Zimo smiled. Give me that 7 sets of materials, that's enough. Tell me about the specifications of the spirit weapon you want to refine. The bearded man fell silent as thoughts filled his mind. 7 sets of materials were enough? Wasn't he supposed to prepare 30 sets? Given another weapon refinement master, 7 sets of materials might not even be enough to refine a superior-grade spirit weapon, but this person could refine supreme-grade spirit weapons with it. Su Zimo's casualness in replying had instead caused the bearded man to feel suspicious. After hesitating for a while, the bearded man took a deep breath and decided to place his trust in Su Zimo. He took out 7 storage bags from his storage bag with 7 sets of materials within them and passed everything to Su Zimo. Su Zimo smiled and nodded. The bearded man repeated his specifications again and asked, May I know when I can come to collect the supreme-grade spirit weapon, Mr. Mo? Morning, Su Zimo said as he turned towards his secret chamber for weapon refinement with the 7 storage bags. Morning? Which morning? The bearded man asked again hurriedly, stunned. I'm going to refine it now and it'll be done by morning. After saying that, Su Zimo vanished into his secret chamber for weapon refinement, leaving a dumbstricken bearded man with a lost expression. He took a long time to snap to his senses. Turning around, he looked at Xianxia in disbelief and asked, The morning that Mr. Mo mentioned is this morning? That's right. Xianxia nodded. You can wait here for 6 hours. It should be around that long. 6 hours is enough for him to refine a supreme-grade spirit weapon? There's no need for him to enter Anidia for 3 days while bathing in incense to adjust his state and pray to the heavens? Isn't that too perfunctory? The bearded man rambled a bunch of questions in a single breath, rendering Xianxia speechless and stunned. Seeing that the little girl was also confused, the bearded man said in a deep voice, Everything else aside, what if Mr. Mo fails in spirit gathering? Xianxia replied, Our young master never fails. The bearded man. Before long, shadows appeared in the night and the sound of wings flapping could be heard. A large group of Azure Falcon Guards arrived, covering the skies densely and almost surrounding the entire Mo spirit weapon workshop. Greetings, Commander. Many Azure Falcon Guards that were riding on Azure Falcons cupped their fists in unison and shouted. Everyone's gaze swept across the courtyard and could not help but feel secretly shocked when they saw the tragic battlefield. The bearded man nodded and waved his hand. Take this corpse away. You guys can leave first. I'll continue guarding here for the night lest any more ruffians try to assassinate Mr. Mo. Understood. On the surface, the many Azure Falcon Guards obeyed readily. However, everyone's hearts stirred. Even though Mo Ling was very famous in the capital in recent years, the bearded man was the commander of the Azure Falcon Guards and there was no need for him to stand guard personally. With the actions displayed by the bearded man, Mo Ling's status in everyone's hearts rose again. Before long, the Azure Falcon Guards retreated. Only the bearded man, Xianxia and Night Spirit, who was sprawled in a corner with half-opened eyes, seemingly napping, were left in the courtyard. The wait was arduous. The bearded man's gaze was fixed on Su Zimo's secret chamber for weapon refinement. He had never felt that a night could be so long. 6 hours passed by that silent night. At the first break of dawn, the door of the secret chamber opened with a creak. Su Zimo strode out with a gigantic hammer in his hands. Instantly, the bearded man bounced up from his seat and hurried towards Su Zimo excitedly. When he approached, he received the hammer in Su Zimo's hands and felt his arm sink. He would fall if he did not use all his strength. The weight was sufficient. The bearded man nodded to himself. Focusing his attention, he looked at the 4 spirit patterns on the surface of the hammer that were beautiful like a work of the heavens. Could it be? The bearded man's eyes lit up as he channeled his golden core and injected spirit energy. Swoosh! The hammer shone brightly, and an aura that was as strong as the earth spread out with 4 dazzling spirit patterns. A supreme-grade spirit weapon. The bearded man was overjoyed and could not hide the excitement in his eyes. Bowing deeply to Su Zimo, he said sincerely, "Thank you, Mr. Mo." For Su Zimo, refining a supreme-grade spirit weapon required no effort at all. However, the favor was too much for the bearded man. The bearded man said in a low voice, "Don't worry, Mr. Mo. From today on, as long as it's time for the Azure Falcon Guards to patrol, I'll definitely move around more in the vicinity. If anything strange happens, I can arrive on the scene at the first moment." Su Zimo smiled. "I'll have to trouble you then, sir." The next afternoon, news of the assassination attempt in Mo's spirit weapon workshop had already spread through the capital and created a huge stir. There was no secret that could be hidden forever in the world. Furthermore, the event happened within the capital. The blinding formation light that shone from Mo's spirit weapon workshop the previous night illuminated the surroundings like daylight and woke countless people up. "Have you heard? It said that golden cores were sent to assassinate Mr. Mo last night. Not only did they fail, they even died at the shores of Jishui River." "That's right. I heard that even the commander of the Azure Falcon Guards was activated. I witnessed it personally." Some of the Azure Falcon Guards carried an unrecognizable corpse out. "That person clearly died tragically," a cultivator said in a serious tone. Some cultivators who claim to have met Mr. Mo said that he's a Foundation establishment cultivator. "Fufu, I'm now quite clear that Mr. Mo is definitely a golden core or he wouldn't have been able to survive last night. I told you long ago that Mr. Mo is a golden core. How else could he refine superior grade and even supreme grade spirit weapons?" Through the streets and alleys, restaurants and inns, markets and shops, everyone was discussing this matter. Within the palace, a yellow-robed middle-aged man sat leaned against a throne with an account memorial that was placed on the table before him not long ago. His gaze was deep and his wide forehead symbolized his profound wisdom. Behind the middle-aged man was a scholarly man who bore a calm expression and restrained eyes. His cultivation was unfathomable. The yellow-robed man was none other than the Emperor of Great Zhou. Nearby the Emperor of Great Zhou, a golden core in azure armor knelt on one knee. He had a dark face with a beard and was none other than the commander of the Azure Falcon Guards who had saved Su Zimo the previous night. Earlier on, the bearded man was summoned by the Emperor to the Imperial Court where he recounted the events of the previous night in detail. Does that mean that this Mo Ling is truly able to refine supreme-grade spirit weapons? After pondering a while with his eyes closed, the Emperor opened his eyes and asked with a burning look. His tone revealed the doubts that he had. "Yes," the bearded man replied. "Not only can he refine supreme-grade spirit weapons, he only took 6 hours. Furthermore, be it Mr. Mo or his maidservant, they gave me the feeling that he's able to conduct spirit gathering with 100% certainty." 100% confidence in spirit gathering? The Emperor murmured and narrowed his gaze. If that was truly the case, this news could shake the entire cultivation world. "Perfected Lord Mingzhe, what do you think?" The Emperor glanced askance. The title of Perfected Lord meant that this person was a nascent soul. The scholarly man standing behind him said, "In Tianhuang mainland, 100 Refinement Sect possesses the most brilliant techniques for weapon refinement. It's said that 100 Refinement Sect has techniques that can increase the success rate of spirit gathering, but it's definitely impossible to claim a 100% success rate." The Emperor nodded. This person must have some sort of a unique spirit gathering technique. Even though it's not 100%, The success rate must be extremely high. Fufu. Not bad. This Mo Ling is quite a character. The emperor smiled as he nodded his head with a hint of admiration. Your Majesty, you're keen on this talented person? Perfected Lord Mingzhe asked with a chuckle. That's right. The emperor replied. Wait for a while. When I'm free, we'll go to Mo's spirit weapon workshop and meet this person. Perfected Lord Mingzhe frowned and advised against it. Your Majesty, you are the emperor. Even if this person is quite a character, he's not worthy of you making a personal visit. You can just summon him into the palace. Furthermore, even if he can refine supreme-grade spirit weapons, he's nothing but a weapon refinement master. As long as his cultivation realm is not at nascent soul, he will not be able to refine dermic weapons, and he will never become a weapon refinement grandmaster. Attaining nascent soul realm meant that the cultivator had made yet another critical step on the path of cultivation. At perfected golden core, it meant that one was at the end of the path for core formation. Born in one's dantian, the golden core was round and golden like a fetus. One could only attain a breakthrough in their cultivation realm and achieve a new life after breaking the golden core and allowing the fetus to be born successfully. That fetus was what was known as the nascent soul in the cultivation world. Therefore, there were many rumors about how to break the core and attain a nascent soul in the cultivation world. Nascent soul perfected lords were completely detached from the realm of spirit energy and have control over a completely different form of energy, dermic powers. This was an energy that was stronger and more terrifying than spirit energy. That was also why only nascent souls could release Dharma arts. Dermic weapons were used by nascent souls. In the world of weapon refinement, only cultivators that can refine dermic weapons could earn the title of weapon refinement grandmasters. That was why perfected Lord Mingzhe was direct to point out that Su Zimo was unable to refine dermic weapons due to his limited cultivation realm. As such, he was not worthy of the Emperor of Great Zhou's high regard for a personal visit. No matter how strong the spirit weapons he refined were, they could only attract golden cores. However, for the Great Zhou dynasty that ruled over 4 regions, golden cores merely belonged in the middle of the forces. Their main pillars of support were still nascent souls, void reversions, and even stronger existences. When he heard perfected Lord Mingzhe's remark, the Emperor of Great Zhou was indifferent and shook his head. You're wrong, Mingzhe. What I value is not his current ability, but his potential. Perfected Lord Mingzhe nodded thoughtfully. The Emperor's eyes shone with wisdom as he continued. He has already attained such achievements at such a young age. This proves that he's an unprecedented talent in terms of weapon refinement. It's hard to imagine just how strong his potential in weapon refinement is. I got it, Your Majesty. Perfected Lord Mingzhe lowered his head and replied. Fufu. The Emperor chuckled softly and praised. To be able to refine supreme-grade spirit weapons at Foundation Establishment Realm. This Mo Ling is truly a Jenny dash suddenly. The Emperor's expression changed and his voice stopped abruptly. The smile on his face was frozen. The bearded man raised his head while perfected Lord Mingzhe looked sideways. Both men sensed the abnormality in the Emperor. Perfected Lord Mingzhe asked concernedly, What's wrong, Your Majesty? The Emperor narrowed his eyes and tapped his fingers on the table in deep thought. After a long while, he asked suddenly, Dongqing, you mentioned that Mo Ling was only a Foundation Establishment cultivator? That's right. The bearded man was stunned for a moment and nodded vigorously. Your Majesty, I definitely did not see wrong. He's at late-stage Foundation Establishment. The Emperor took a deep breath of air and asked slowly, Can anyone tell me how a Foundation Establishment cultivator managed to last 10 breaths against the combined assassination attempt of 2 golden cores? All of a sudden, the hall fell silent. The bearded man was shocked and perfected Lord Mingzhe was equally dumbfounded. If the Emperor had not mentioned it, both of them would have missed out on this detail. The previous night, the bearded man was too focused on his supreme-grade spirit weapon that he did not give it much thought. Suddenly, he felt an inexplicable sense of fear as he gulped and continued. Furthermore, by the time I arrived, one of the golden cores was already dead. The emperor leaned against his throne and smiled leisurely with a deep gaze, as though he had discovered something extremely interesting. That's right. Who can explain this? A late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator, and a black dog at foundation establishment realm. A trio like that not only managed to last 10 breaths against 2 golden cores, but they even managed to kill one of them. The bearded man and perfected Lord Mingzhe frowned and fell into deep thought. I'm getting more and more curious about this person. Rising, the emperor smiled. There's no need to wait any further. We'll go this afternoon. Mingzhe, accompany for a trip to Mo Spirit Weapon Workshop. We'll pay a visit to this Mr. Mo. Understood. Perfected Lord Mingzhe bowed in reply. The emperor was about to turn and leave when he suddenly stopped his tracks. Glancing sideways, he asked, "Do you have any clues about the identity of the 2 dead golden cores?" "No." The bearded man shook his head. The emperor scoffed coldly. "Even though there's no evidence, there's a high chance that it was done by True Fire Weapon Workshop, right? Your Majesty is wise." The bearded man cupped his fists. The emperor's hands were behind his back and he had a stern expression, radiating with a chilling intent from his eyes. "Make a notice and spread it out. If any rogues dare to plot in the capital again and try to assassinate virtuous talents, they'll be killed without mercy. The masterminds will not be spared either." If the emperor was angered, millions of people had to die. A steely, murderous aura exuded from the emperor that made one's heart palpitate. The bearded man acknowledged loudly. Perfected Lord Mingzhe felt his heart skip a beat. While the notice did not mention Mo Ling's name, the fact that the notice was sent today after the previous night's assassination attempt was clear enough to everyone that the virtuous talent mentioned was referring to Mo Ling. On the surface, this assassination attempt was a conflict between 2 weapon workshops. However, in reality it was a conflict between Mo Ling and True Fire Sect. As one of the 5 major sects, True Fire Sect was powerful and had a deep foundation. Normally, the emperor would not interfere personally in something like this and would close a blind eye to let it pass. However, the notice was an indication of a stance. It was the emperor's stance towards this matter. The emperor of Great Zhou had chosen to stand on Mo Ling's side. "Seems like your majesty truly thinks highly of this person," perfected Lord Mingzhe thought to himself. The bearded man thought for a moment and asked, "Where should I paste the notice?" The emperor replied indifferently, "Yongxing City, at the entrance of True Fire Weapon Workshop." Pest! The bearded man sucked in a breath of cold air. The emperor was not merely expressing his stance. He was giving a warning. He was warning True Fire Weapon Workshop to not act recklessly. Even though the emperor gave True Fire Sect some face and did not pursue the matter, the fact that he chose to stick the notice in front of True Fire Weapon Workshop was a clear indication of his intentions. Yongxing City. Ever since Su Zimo started customizing supreme-grade spirit weapons, the weapon workshops around here regained their bustle and the crowds returned. After all, supreme-grade spirit weapons were out of reach for most cultivators. If one wanted to refine inferior, middle, or superior-grade spirit weapons, they would still have to come here. Actually, what True Fire Weapon Workshop did was a little inappropriate. While nobody knew the identity of the 2 dead golden cores, most cultivators knew what was going on. In the capital, True Fire Weapon Workshop had the strongest conflict with Mo Spirit Weapon Workshop and had the power to command golden cores. That's right. Even though we also have a weapon workshop and are competitors with Mo Spirit Weapon Workshop, there's nothing wrong about them being famous due to their own capabilities. Furthermore, Mr. Mo is now in the business of supreme-grade spirit weapons. There's no conflict with us. Some shopkeepers of several weapon workshops gathered in hushed discussions. I'm guessing that this matter will likely go unresolved. Furthermore, there's no evidence left behind. That's right. True Fire Weapon Workshop is backed by True Fire Sect, one of the 5 major sections. There's no reason for the Great Zhou dynasty to go against a major sect just for a mere weapon refinement master. I don't think that this matter is over yet, a shopkeeper said in a shocking manner. Old Zhang, what do you mean? Someone else asked. Old Zhang scoffed coldly. Think about it. True Fire Weapon Workshop lost 2 golden cores and suffered a massive loss. Do you think they're going to take it lying just like that? Even if they can't take it lying down, what can they do? It's not as if they're going to send a nascent soul next, right? Someone else was rattled. Hee. That's hard to say. The few of them were discussing when a figure appeared in the sky not far away. It was extremely fast and arrived in the blink of an eye. Greetings, sir. The few shopkeepers stood up hurriedly and greeted. The person who arrived was the commander of the Azure Falcon Guards, the bearded man. Someone asked with a smile, "What are you here for, sir? Do you want to customize a spirit weapon?" The bearded man did not reply and waved his robes, erecting a tall notice steel that was enveloped in strong spirit energy. Expressionless, the bearded man carried the stone steel and walked forward silently, attracting countless gazes. Back hall of True Fire Weapon Workshop. Elder Zhang did not sleep for the entire night. The night was just too arduous for him. He had failed. The assassination that he had planned for so long had failed. Even though Liang Qiu and Meng Han were nearing the end of their lifespans, they were still golden cores after all and had died just like that. Elder Zhang could not take lying down. This was something that did not merely concern the rise and demise of True Fire Weapon Workshop, it concerned the reputation of True Fire Sect. Gu Yong, the shopkeeper of True Fire Weapon Workshop, walked into the back hall. When he saw Elder Zhang's dejected expression, he could not help but sigh internally and stepped forward to persuade. "Elder Zhang, take a rest. It's almost been an entire day. The incident last night has spread, right?" After a moment, Elder Zhang's lips moved and he asked. Gu Yong nodded with a terrible expression. A look of hatred filled Elder Zhang's face. Clenching his fists slowly, he said in a vengeful voice, "Even if you don't say it, I can guess it. Everyone out there must be gloating at our misfortune and laughing at True Fire Sect. Gu Yong, let me tell you, I didn't lose. Our True Fire Weapon Workshop did not lose either, and neither will True Fire Sect lose." Seeing that Elder Zhang was deeply agitated in a frenzied state, Gu Yong said hurriedly, "Elder Zhang, since things have come to this, you—" Elder Zhang interrupted abruptly in a cold voice, "I'll relay the sect a message right now and have them send even stronger cultivators over. We must kill this Mo Ling in the capital." Gu Yong could vaguely sense that Elder Zhang was losing his mind. However, he could not express his thoughts and instead said in a tactful manner, "This is an extremely grave matter. I don't think the sect's going to agree to it." "The sect will definitely agree to it. True Fire Sect has never suffered a loss like this before. Are we going to be scared off by a mere unknown weapon refinement master?" Scoffing coldly, Elder Zhang said grimly, "After 2 years of observation, I'm certain that Mo Ling must have mastered some sort of unique spirit-gathering technique with a high efficiency rate. If we kill him, that spirit gathering will definitely belong to True Fire Sect as well. However, last night's events have already alerted the Azure Falcon Guards, and I'm sure the Emperor of Great Zhou knows about it too. I don't think we should strike in the capital." Gu Yong frowned slightly. "Don't worry," Elder Zhang replied. "The Emperor will definitely give face to True Fire Sect and not interfere in this matter." Boom! The moment Elder Zhang said that, a deafening sound could be heard outside as if a meteor had crashed right in front of True Fire Weapon Workshop. Elder Zhang furrowed his brows and waved. "Go take a look at what happened outside. I'll pen the letter right now." "Yes." Gu Yong turned to leave. With a sullen expression, Elder Zhang took out a letter from his storage bag and wrote furiously. Not long after Gu Yong went out, he ran back into the back hall with a flustered expression and panting. Elder Zhang took up the letter he had just written and swayed to dry the ink before handing it to Gu Yong. "Send this letter to the sect as quickly as possible." "This?" Gu Yong did not receive the letter as he stopped talking midway with a pale expression. What happened out there?" Elder Zhang asked with a raised brow. Gu Yong gave a bitter smile. "Elder Zhang, you had better go see it for yourself." Elder Zhang held the letter in his left hand and strode out with a grave expression. Before he arrived at the entrance, Elder Zhang heard a commotion outside True Fire Weapon Workshop, as if countless people had gathered in discussion. True Fire Weapon Workshop has truly fallen greatly this time round. That's right. They've embarrassed themselves entirely. This is a complete defeat. I wonder whose idea it was to assassinate Mr. Mo. That person is the biggest sinner in true fire sect. A series of chaotic voices could be heard as Elder Zhang's expression turned uglier. The moment he stepped out of True Fire Weapon Workshop, the noise outside quietened down instantly. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Everyone turned to look at Elder Zhang with a strange gaze as they muttered softly. Surveying his surroundings, Elder Zhang's eyes finally landed on a huge notice steel on the other end with a brand new notice. If any rogues dare to plot in the capital again and try to assassinate virtuous talents, they'll be killed without mercy. The masterminds will not be spared either. It was a murderous sentence. At the end was a square pattern. It was the Imperial Seal. Upon seeing those words along with the Imperial Seal, Elder Zhang felt as though he was struck by lightning. His head spun and his body swayed, nearly falling to the ground. Guyong hurried forward to support Elder Zhang. After a moment, Elder Zhang took a deep breath of air and looked at the bearded man at the side, asking with much difficulty, "May I ask, Lord Commander, is this notice truly the intention of your Majesty?" "What do you mean by that, Elder Zhang? Are you suspecting me of faking a message from the Emperor?" The bearded man reversed the question expressionlessly. Elder Zhang's heart skipped a beat as he replied hurriedly, "No, I'm not." Scoffing coldly, the bearded man turned and pointed to the Imperial Seal at the bottom of the notice, saying with a deep voice, "The Imperial Seal belongs to your Majesty. How dare you question it, Then, for this notice to be placed here." Before Elder Zhang could finish, he was interrupted by the bearded man again. "By placing it here, it's a warning to evildoers that they had better watch themselves beneath the feet of the Emperor of Great Show and not thinking about creating any shit." With every word spoken by the bearded man, Elder Zhang's face turned paler. By the end of it all, Elder Zhang's eyes were dim and his heart was filled with despair. He also churned his spirit energy, crushing the letter in his hands into dust. There was no longer any need for the letter. After all, the Emperor had expressed his stance and had given a stern warning to True Fire Weapon Workshop. If True Fire Weapon Workshop dared lay their hands on Mo Ling again, they would offend the Emperor directly. Even if there were cultivators who did not know better yet, the fact that the notice was placed here would have them realize instantly that True Fire Weapon Workshop was the mastermind behind the previous night's assassination attempt. This was a complete defeat. Elder Zhang gave a long sigh and seemed like he had aged considerably in an instant. Turning around, he returned to True Fire Weapon Workshop with a dejected back view. For that brief moment, Elder Zhang felt regret. Perhaps he should not have been so misguided to attempt an assassination on Mo Ling. Even though it was only afternoon, True Fire Weapon Workshop was closed for business. Everyone dispersed, but the discussions towards the matter did not die down. "Your Majesty is really something. Placing the notice in front of their place? He might as well just say it out loud. What do you know? True Fire Weapon Workshop is backed by True Fire Sect, one of the 5 major sects that has been around for many years with a strong foundation. Even the Emperor has to give them some face. If he were to say it out loud, it would be akin to falling out with them. There's no need for that." One of the cultivators smiled. "That notice sure is interesting. It didn't mention anything about True Fire Weapon Workshop or Mr. Mo, and yet even a fool can tell what it's referring to." "I know, right? It's just one step away from your Majesty declaring that he's got Mr. Mo's back in the capital from now on. I believe that no one in the capital will dare harbor any ill intentions to Mr. Mo from now on. Mo's Spirit Weapon Workshop is also going to be an unshakable existence within the capital." Mo's Spirit Weapon Workshop. Su Zimo walked out of his room and squinted his eyes at the noonday sun high in the sky. The sleepiness in his eyes gradually dissipated. Shuddering momentarily, a series of crackling sounds came from within his body. It was as though he was frying beans as his tendons and bones sounded together while his blood churned like a tsunami. Swoosh! When Su Zimo opened his mouth, he breathed out a long stream of white gas that was solid like a sword. The stream shot out for a few meters before dissipating gradually. In the folklore of mortals, Immortals could soar through the skies and spit out flying swords, slicing the heads of their enemies from thousands of miles away. The scene that had just happened was extremely similar to the flying swords that were spat out in the folklores. If any mortals who did not know about cultivation were to catch sight of it, they would be shocked to death. In reality, that stream of white gas was no flying sword. It was because after refining the organ's refinement section, Su Zimo's organs turned stronger and resulted in the phenomenal sight of him exhaling his breath like a sword. Of course, that stream of white gas did not have any killing power, let alone kill anyone from thousands of miles away. After the assassination attempt of the previous night and refining a supreme-grade spirit weapon for the bearded man, Su Zimo did not sleep for an entire night and was mentally exhausted. He rested for the entire afternoon and had only just gotten up. The wound on his arm had healed and his spirit had recovered as well. The moment Su Zimo sat down on the stone bench in his courtyard, the door of the entrance was pushed open. Xianxia was eating a string of candied hawthorns as she entered merrily with smiles on her face, seemingly having encountered something fun. "Sir, you're awake." The moment Xianxia caught sight of Su Zimo, she greeted him with bright eyes. Nodding, Su Zimo asked with a smile, "What's the matter? Look at how you're smiling." "Hee. I can't hide anything from you, sir." Xianxia ran over with a smile and sat beside him. In 2 years, Xianxia had changed a lot, and it wasn't only in terms of her cultivation. 2 years ago, when Xianxia had just moved in, Su Zimo could sense that she was still extremely guarded against him. As time went by, she was less guarded as well. At the same time, Xianxia became more cheerful and lively. Mysteriously, Xianxia remarked, "Sir, guess what I saw at Yongxing City earlier on? Something related to last night?" Su Zimo raised his brow and asked. Xianxia's eyes widened and she nodded her head repeatedly, revealing the emperor's notice. "Sir, you didn't see the look on the face of that elder from True Fire Weapon Workshop. It was truly exciting." "Humph! How satisfying!" A look of surprise flashed in Su Zimo's eyes. He had not expected that the Emperor of Great Zhou would express his stance at this moment. "Sir, all the cultivators in the capital are discussing this right now. They're saying that you can do whatever you want in the capital from now on." Xianxia mimicked the tone of others and said it in a rough voice, looking rather comical. Su Zimo smiled. Clang, clang, clang. Right then, a series of knocks rang from the entrance. Su Zimo exchanged glances with Xianxia, both confused. It was already in the middle of the month now. If anyone wanted to customize supreme-grade spirit weapons, they would have to wait for the following month. Why would anyone turn up now? Xianxia dashed over and opened the door. 2 cultivators stood at the entrance. One of them was a middle-aged man in yellow robes. He had a wide forehead, a deep gaze, and an extraordinary aura. The other person was more scholarly, standing behind the first person as his white clothes fluttered in the wind. Xianxia frowned. She could not detect the cultivation realms of the 2 of them using her spirit-peering art. There were only 2 possibilities. First, the 2 people in front of her had cultivated some sort of a cultivation realm concealment technique. Second, the cultivation of the 2 people had already surpassed Golden Core and were at nascent soul realm. Instantly, Xianxia eliminated the second scenario. As nascent souls, there was no reason for them to be here. While Su Zimo could refine supreme-grade spirit weapons, he would not attract the attention of nascent souls. "Fellow Taoists, what brings you here today?" Xianxia stood at the entrance and asked the both of them, blocking their way. The yellow-robed man smiled and said, "Young lady, that's not the right way to treat guests, right? To speak to us while blocking us from entering. What do you have to say that you can't say from out there?" Xianxia tilted her head and asked in seriousness. The 2 men outside exchanged glances speechlessly. The yellow-robed man smiled. "Young lady, I came here today due to the reputation of Mr. Mo. I wish to see him and ask for a favor to refine a supreme-grade spirit weapon." No, before the yellow-robed man could finish, he was interrupted by Xianxia. Xianxia continued, "Our young master only refines a single supreme-grade spirit weapon every month and will sell that offer through an auction at the start of every month. If you wish to customize a supreme-grade spirit weapon, you'll have to come for the auction next month. The yellow-robed man was stunned for a moment. For such a long time, there had been no one dared to interrupt him or turn him away. The scholarly man behind him showed a look of anger. Frowning slightly, he said in a seemingly reprimanding tone, "Girl, you—" The yellow-robed man glanced sideways slightly and stopped the scholarly man. Turning back, the yellow-robed man smiled. "Young lady, tell me, what's the highest bid for a supreme-grade spirit weapon at this month's auction?" Without thinking, Xianxia blurted out, 1,200,000 superior-grade spirit stones. "All right," the yellow-robed man nodded. "I'll offer twice that amount for Mr. Mo to help me refine a supreme-grade spirit weapon personally." 2,400,000. Xianxia was shocked. That was a frightening amount, and most golden cores would not be able to produce it. Unable to make up her mind, Xianxia turned back to Su Zimo, who was in the courtyard, instinctively. Su Zimo had a calm expression as he sipped his tea slowly. Placing the teacup down, he nodded. "Let them in." Xianxia gave way, and the two of them entered Mo's spirit weapon workshop. The moment they entered, the yellow-robed man's gaze landed on Su Zimo with a look of interest as he nodded in acknowledgement. "Sit." Su Zimo did not stand up and pointed to the stone bench opposite him with that single comment. The yellow-robed man sat down while the scholarly man stood at the side, surveying the surroundings. His gaze lingered on Night Spirit for a brief moment and lit up. Su Zimo looked at the yellow-robed man and asked in a seemingly casual manner, "How may I address you, fellow Taoist?" "My surname is Zhou." The yellow-robed man's expression did not change. Su Zimo nodded, not saying anything. With a faint smile, the yellow-robed man asked, "I've heard a lot about Mr. Mo. I wonder what sect you're from and who your master is for your splendid weapon refinement skills." Raising his head, Su Zimo played with the teacup in his hands and looked at the yellow-robed man with a fake smile, asking instead, "Weren't you here to refine weapons, fellow Taoist? What's your motive for checking up on my background now?" "You're overthinking it, Mr. Mo. I was merely curious and asked out of instinct." The yellow-robed man's expression was the same, as if he had truly asked it casually. He nodded to the scholarly man beside him. Instantly, the scholarly man retrieved 30 sets of materials from his storage bag and 2,400,000 spirit stones. He put them all into a storage bag and placed it in front of Su Zimo. "Mr. Mo, do check through it." The yellow-robed man raised his chin and glanced, signaling for Su Zimo to take stock of the materials and spirit stones in the storage bag. A faint smile hung on Su Zimo's lips as he said nonchalantly, "You sure are generous, fellow Taoist. Most cultivators wouldn't be able to produce this much materials and spirit stones." The yellow-robed man's expression remained unchanged, and he did not explain himself either, merely repeating his specifications. After a moment of silence, the yellow-robed man continued, "After this supreme-grade flying sword is forged, we'll leave it with you. Mr. Mo, someone will come for it when the time is ripe. 1 year at most. Nothing later will be entertained." Su Zimo said indifferently. The sect competition was due to start in less than a year. By then, he would definitely have left the capital. The yellow-robed man stood up and bid farewell, leaving with the scholarly man. After leaving Mo's spirit weapon workshop, the yellow-robed man finally turned back on the main street and looked in the direction of Mo's spirit weapon workshop with lit-up eyes of great interest. The yellow-robed man was none other than the Emperor of Great Zhou. The scholarly man behind him was perfected Lord Mingzhe. If I hadn't seen it personally, it would be truly hard to believe that the person who could refine supreme-grade spirit weapons would be such a young junior. The Emperor lamented as he could not conceal the admiration in his eyes. Perfected Lord Mingzhe nodded. That person's cultivation is indeed only at late-stage foundation establishment, and he hasn't cultivated any cultivation concealment techniques. There was no one else in that residence too. There were many mysteries surrounding Mo Ling, but what the Emperor was most curious about was the assassination attempt of the previous night. Given Mo Ling's cultivation, he should have died. How did he manage to last for 10 breaths of time and even kill a golden core instead? Initially, the Emperor had two speculations. First, Mo Ling had cultivated some sort of cultivation concealment technique, and his actual cultivation was at Golden Core. Second, there was an expert hidden in Mo's spirit weapon workshop. On the one hand, their visit today was to check out Mo Ling. On the other hand, they wanted to unravel this mystery. However, after leaving Mo's spirit weapon workshop, the two of them were even more puzzled. Neither speculation fit the bill. They made a sudden visit, and both of them scanned Mo's spirit weapon workshop entirely with their spirit consciousnesses. However, there were no signs of any third party. In other words, they were back to where they had started. 2 Foundation Establishment cultivators and a black dog at Foundation Establishment realm. How did the 3 of them manage to last 10 breaths against the combined assault of 2 golden cores? Interesting, a mysterious person. The Emperor chuckled and asked, "What else did you discover?" Perfected Lord Mingzhe replied in a low voice, "That black dog is not simple. Even though it was lying far away looking like it was asleep, I could sense that it was watching us. Can you tell what spirit demon that is?" "No. It might be a variant spirit demon born from the fusion of 2 different spirit demon races." The both of them conversed and arrived at the palace before long. At the entrance of the palace, a black armored guard quickly walked up and knelt on one knee, saying in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, I've already investigated the background of Mo Ling. However, there's little to be known." The Emperor asked, "Oh? Tell me everything that you found out." The guard replied, 2 years ago, Mo Ling appeared outside the capital seemingly out of thin air. No one saw how he arrived. That's all. That's all." The Emperor frowned. This was as good as having found out nothing. All of a sudden, a thought flashed through the Emperor's mind as he suddenly asked, "The day that Mo Ling appeared in the capital 2 years ago, was that the same day of the dragon's attack?" "Yes." The guard nodded. Not long after Mo Ling appeared, the divine dragon descended. Thereafter, a mysterious expert showed up and pushed back the divine dragon. When he heard that, Perfected Lord Mingzhe came to a gradual realization as his eyes lit up. "Your Majesty is guessing that Mo Ling is related to that mysterious expert?" "Yes, Mo Ling might be the disciple of that mysterious expert," the Emperor said in a low voice. "Given the methods of that mysterious expert, even if his disciple is only at Foundation Establishment realm, there's a high possibility he could hold out 10 breaths against the assassination of 2 golden cores." Perfected Lord Mingzhe nodded. The mysterious expert appeared suddenly and was definitely not someone of the capital of Great Zhou. In that case, Mo Ling might truly be related to that mysterious expert. The Emperor laughed. Someone like that is definitely a talent in cultivation, much stronger than any Tom, Dick or Harry. Right? When is Xuer returning? "Don't worry, Your Majesty. The sect competition will start in less than a year. The 3rd princess will definitely return prior to that," Perfected Lord Mingzhe consoled. Furrowing his brows, the Emperor said, "Because of that Su Zimo or whoever, Xuer has been fighting with me all these years. She hasn't even bothered to come home at all, really now?" Perfected Lord Mingzhe seemed to have thought of something and asked, "Your Majesty, for you to suddenly mention the 3rd princess, are you thinking of introducing Mo Ling to her and matchmake them to be Dao partners?" "I do have that intention," the Emperor continued. "At least to me, this Mo Ling is worthy of Xuer, and he's much stronger than that so-called Su Zimo she mentioned previously. Fufu, the son of a general of a vassal state and a trash without a spirit root. Someone like that wishes to join the Ji family?" "Yes, the 2 of them are similar in terms of age and cultivation. Furthermore, Mo Ling is a top-notch weapon refinement master. He's rather fitting." Perfected Lord Mingzhe nodded. The Emperor scoffed coldly. "Xuer is pure and innocent with a narrow vision. That's why she was hoodwinked by some scheming people. Once she returns, I'll have her meet with Mo Ling. Even if they're not compatible, it'll open her eyes to what a true genius is really like." Perfected Lord Mingzhe commented. "Your Majesty is not stingy with praising him. Seems like you truly have high hopes for this person." "Yes." The Emperor nodded. "You heard my conversation with him earlier too. I wanted to check out his background, but he was so vigilant. Not only did he handle it with ease and not let anything slip, he even tried to check out my identity in reverse. Fufu. The emperor laughed. It's truly remarkable for someone his age to have that sort of mentality and wisdom. That's right. Perfected Lord Mingzhe agreed. That lad is composed, calm as a lake despite containing boisterous thunder within. He's truly quite a character. The emperor continued. Furthermore, that Su Zimo was chosen by Shuer herself after all. If he could be half of what Mo Ling is, or even 1/10, I don't mind letting him be her Dao partner. By the way, do you think he saw through our identities? The emperor asked in a seemingly joking manner. How is that possible? Perfected Lord Mingzhe shook his head with a smile. If he could tell of your majesty's identity through just that brief contact, he wouldn't be a genius. He would be a demon instead. Mo Spirit Weapon Workshop. Xianxia sat opposite Su Zimo and praised. Sir, you're amazing. Even cultivators from afar are coming because of your reputation. How do you know that they're from afar? Su Zimo asked with a smile. Xianxia replied. Mo Spirit Weapon Workshop has been open for 2 years now. The fact that those two turned up in the middle of the month means that they don't know our rules. It's likely that they're cultivators from outside of the capital. Fu, you're truly mistaken then. Su Zimo smiled faintly and shook his head. Not only are they from the capital, they're from the palace. The palace? Xianxia was shocked and probed. Could they be royalty? Su Zimo nodded. The yellow-robed man in front is not simple. He carries a majestic aura that most cultivators do not possess. Not only that, he's extremely generous and can offer 2,400,000 superior-grade spirit stones right away. How can normal cultivators possess such a capability? Xianxia nodded, not fully understanding. Su Zimo continued. Furthermore, that person exuded a domineering presence. While he was trying his best to conceal it intentionally, that sort of presence is formed after a long time of being at the top. It's something that's difficult to hide entirely. Oh! Xianxia let out a look of realization. No wonder I felt that the yellow-robed man had a strong aura. Every single word and action of his carried authority with it. Rubbing her chin, Xianxia seemed to have thought of something inexplicable as she fell into deep thought. Su Zimo smiled and did not say anything to interrupt her. Dipping his finger in tea, he wrote a word on the table and stood to leave. The royal family's surname is Ji. However, that person said that his surname was Zhou. Was he lying? Seemingly in deep thought, Xianxia mumbled, Zhou Zhou Zhou. After a while, her gaze turned around and landed on the table inadvertently where she caught sight of the word that had yet to dry up and emitted a faint fragrance of tea. Emperor! Xianxia exclaimed, seemingly realized something. After the emperor's notice, the capital indeed calmed down. No faction dared to be stupid enough to challenge the royal family's authority at a time like this. As for Mo Spirit Weapon Workshop, its status in the capital grew daily and so did their reputation. Every auction at the start of the months would attract many golden cores and most of them were at late stage or perfected golden cores. The golden cores were either extremely strong or had powerful backgrounds. Otherwise, they would not have been able to gather that many spirit stones. A few months later, even cultivators from outside the capital rushed thousands of miles over just to auction for a supreme-grade spirit weapon at Mo Spirit Weapon Workshop. Naturally, the guesses and rumors about Mo Ling's identity, appearance, and background had never stopped. Many cultivators claimed to have seen Mo Ling personally and were proud of it. However, their descriptions of Mo Ling varied completely. There were all sorts of versions and all kinds of strange. Only a few pieces of information were widely accepted by the masses. First, Mr. Mo was a golden core and was strong. The reason for this piece of information, apart from the description of some cultivators, was due to the assassination on a night a couple of months ago. Second, Mr. Mo had a unique technique for spirit gathering that had a high success rate. That was something everyone acknowledged with ease. Not only that, the masses even came up with a name for that spirit gathering technique, Mo Clan's spirit gathering technique. Third, Mr. Mo was definitely someone not to be offended in the capital. Even the Emperor of Great Zhou had specially issued a notice to refer to him as a virtuous talent. Because of this, even True Fire Weapon Workshop, which was backed by True Fire Sect, was utterly defeated. Who else would dare offend Mr. Mo in the capital of Great Zhou? Furthermore, one could dream of customizing a supreme-grade spirit weapon in most Spirit Weapon Workshop once they offended Mr. Mo regarding the rumors out there. Su Zimo could not be bothered to clarify things. Naturally, he was not hiding his identity intentionally. It was just that he had been well off and rarely appeared for the past 2 years, therefore giving off a sense of mystery to everyone. Su Zimo had reaped a lot from his 2 years of cultivation. Thanks to the large amount of spirit stones replenishment, Su Zimo's cultivation was already approaching perfected foundation establishment. While his cultivation speed was a little terrifying, it was understandable as well. For foundation establishment cultivators, it would be fortuitous enough for them to have sufficient spirit stones to cultivate with. As for Su Zimo, he had a constant supply of superior-grade spirit stones, and as such, his efforts were naturally halved. It was also partly due to his weapon refinement. To outsiders, Su Zimo could only refine a single supreme-grade spirit weapon once a month. But in reality, he would spend every single afternoon refining supreme-grade spirit weapons to hone his skills. As time passed, alongside the continuous practice, Su Zimo's weapon refinement technique was at a point of proficiency where it was difficult to improve further. At this point, Su Zimo also realized that it was immensely difficult to refine perfect spirit weapons. Success was only possible when technique, mental state, and environmental factors were interlinked seamlessly. Since it was called perfect, it meant that there could not be any flaws right from the very first step of weapon refinement, material selection, up till the very last step of quenching. Any single slight mistake in the middle would fail to make things perfect. Initially, Su Zimo intended to create a set of perfect-grade flying swords for his sword formations. However, now that it seemed impossible, Su Zimo could only compromise and refine a set of supreme-grade flying swords. Of course, Su Zimo's compromise was something that could not be better in the eyes of outsiders. A supreme-grade spirit weapon was enough to attract countless top-tier golden cores to fight for it. A set might attract a massacre. This day, Su Zimo came forth from his room with a faint smile on his face. There was slightly more than a month to the sect competition, and the dragon egg's essence energy in his body had been refined and absorbed completely. He was at greater mastery of his organs refinement section. His 5 organs chi circulated continuously, nourishing his skin, flesh, tendons, bones and marrow, and forming a minor heavenly cycle in his body. Prior to his at lesser mastery of the organs refinement section, Su Zimo had killed the blood-robed youth who was at Formeridian Foundation establishment back in Dongling Valley when he released all his might with the power of blood chi. Now, Su Zimo estimated that even if he did not reveal his demonic chi or channel his bloodline, his physical strength alone would be enough to suppress Formeridian Foundation establishment cultivators. If he were to channel his bloodline, it would be more than enough to take down 5 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators. If he were to release it together with his blood chi, Su Zimo's combat strength would be even more terrifying. Of course, that was referring to the difference in strength. After all, there were way too many variables that affected the outcomes of fights on the battlefield. Now that he had refined the dragon egg's essence energy completely, he had also removed the latent danger of being hunted down by the dragon race. Prior to this, Su Zimo did not even dare to step out of the capital. But now, he felt as though he was relieved of a huge burden and broken free of his shackles. He could not help but feel delighted. "Sir, what are you so happy about?" Nian Qi sat on the grass and hugged her knees, turning to ask with her clear eyes. In the past 3 years, this was a rare time that Nian Qi had seen Su Zimo reveal such a smile. Waving his hand, Su Zimo said, "Let's go out for a walk and get some fresh air." "Sure." Nian Qi clapped and smiled like a flower, jumping up from the ground. Ever since Nian Qi moved in, this was the first time the two of them had gone out together. After 3 years, there hadn't been much changes in the capital. However, as the sect competition was approaching, their number of cultivators going about had increased significantly. For the past 3 years, Nian Qi's hair had been yellowed, withered and curled up, looking disheveled. However, she was more beautiful. Slim and elegant, her skin was fair and tender, looking delicately sweet. While Su Zimo could not be considered as extremely handsome, he had delicate features and a steady aura. His green robes fluttered in the wind and he exuded an extraordinary aura, emitting a unique sense of charisma. The woman was beautiful and the man was charming. Walking on the streets of the capital, the two of them looked like a match made in heaven and attracted everyone's attention. Isn't that the maidservant called Xianxia from Mo's Spirit Weapon Workshop? In the crowd, some of the cultivators that had seen Xianxia before recognized her. It really seems like her. Who's the guy beside her? He looks unfamiliar and I've never seen him before. I've got it, a cultivator said hatefully. That green-robed cultivator must have gotten close to Xianxia because he wants to approach Mr. Mo. What a scheming person. Yes, that seems to be the case. Enlightened, everyone agreed readily. That's not a bad idea. To think that he beat me to it. Even though the surroundings were bustling with noise, Su Zimo and Xianxia's ears were extremely strong and could hear the discussions of those people. Sir, they're so stupid, Xianxia whispered and pursed her lips, smiling. Suddenly, a weak voice rang from the crowd. Actually, I feel that the green-robed cultivator could be Mr. Mo. The moment that voice sounded, it caused a burst of ridicule. Fellow Taoist, you're an outsider, right? Don't talk if you don't know anything lest you embarrass yourself. Fellow Taoist, don't tell me you don't know how to use spirit-peering art at all. Can't you tell the cultivation of that green-robed cultivator? Fufu. Everyone in the capital knows that Mr. Mo is a golden core. Furthermore, Xianxia is Mr. Mo's maidservant. Have you ever seen a maidservant that walks side by side with her master while chatting and laughing without any respect? For the past 3 years, Su Zimo spent every day with Xianxia. Outsiders thought that she was his maidservant, but Su Zimo had never seen her as one. The reason why he was willing to take in Xianxia initially was out of compassion. The two of them continued strolling idly. Before long, a young foundation establishment cultivator popped out of nowhere. He lifted his hair and smiled to Xianxia, saying in a gentle voice, Miss Xianxia, please don't be taken in by the sweet nothings of this man. He has a purpose for wanting to get close to you. The young cultivator pointed at Su Zimo with conviction and an unfriendly expression. Su Zimo even suspected that if they were not in the capital, this cultivator might have rushed up and challenged him to a life-and-death duel. None of your business, go away. Xianxia berated him as she pulled Su Zimo around this person and continued forward. What's interesting about the capital today? Let's go take a look. Su Zimo glanced sideways and asked, Interesting things? Pondering for a short moment, Xianxia said, There's an elixir competition at Yongxing City today. I heard that 2 cultivators from True Fire Elixir Workshop and Azure Frost Elixir Workshop got into a conflict and both parties decided on today to determine who is better in elixir refinement by comparing to see who can refine higher-graded elixirs. The security in the capital was extremely tight as the sect competition approached. From a single guard squad shift, it was now 2 guard squads on a single shift. In other words, there would always be 2 guard squads on patrol in the capital daily, and they could arrive immediately should any trouble arise. Under such circumstances, no cultivator or faction dared to start a fight in the capital. If they wanted to resolve grudges, a way of doing so was to compete in elixir and weapon refinement. Furthermore, this was a grudge between 2 major elixir workshops in Yongxing City to begin with, and a competition in elixir refinement was the most logical way of settling things. True Fire Elixir Workshop, Azure Frost Elixir Workshop. Su Zimo murmured softly and smiled. Let's go and check it out. True Fire Elixir Workshop was backed by True Fire Sect, while Azure Frost Elixir Workshop was backed by Azure Frost Sect. Those were 2 of the 5 major sects, and furthermore, Su Zimo had dealings with both of them. There was not much to say about True Fire Sect. In the past 3 years, they suffered a huge loss in his hands. As for Azure Frost Sect, Xianxia was in Azure Frost Sect and had even invited Su Zimo to join back then but was rejected by him. Su Xiaoning was also cultivating in Azure Frost Sect. Before long, the two of them arrived at Yongxing City. Hurry! Let's go take a look. It's already begun. I heard that this person from True Fire Elixir Workshop is a talent in True Fire sect in recent years. His name is Xianxia, and he'll definitely have a spot in the elixir rankings of the sect competition. I heard that the elixir refinement master from Azure Frost sect is a young lady, but she isn't famous. I wonder how she got the courage to compete against Xianxia. Su Zimo and Nian Qi quickly reached their destination as they followed the flow of the crowd. In a corner of Yongxing City, there was an empty space in the middle of a dense crowd. At that moment, a man and a woman were wielding elixir furnaces in their hands while pouring materials into it. The man had a dignified appearance, but his lips were extremely thin, as if symbolizing that he was a heartless person. The man was smelting the materials, but his gaze was on the woman beside him. He had a relaxed expression, and he was smirking with a flash of mockery in his eyes. Su Zimo looked at the girl and could not help but shudder, almost exclaiming. While it was only a side profile, Su Zimo recognized the woman instantly. It was Su Xiaoning, the young lady that was competing against True Fire sects. Xianxia in an elixir refinement competition was none other than his sister that he had not seen for many years, Su Xiaoning. Su Zimo initially thought that he would have to wait for the sect competition to begin officially before he could see his sister again. He did not expect to meet her here today. "What's wrong, sir?" Nian Qi was the closest to Su Zimo, and she asked hurriedly when she noticed something amiss with his reaction. "It's nothing." He had a smile and his gaze lingered on Su Xiaoning, warm and tender. After not seeing her for a few years, Su Xiaoning had grown up quite a bit. She had a slim figure and her long hair was draped over her singlet, tied up with a blue ribbon. Wearing white robes, she was immaculately clean and bore the demeanor of an immortal cultivator. Actually, Su Zimo had been thinking about Xiaoning all these years. She had a poor spirit root, and even with Ji Yaoshua's help, she might suffer from endless bullying and trampling in the sect. If not for the fact that his own future was uncertain back then, Su Zimo would have definitely brought Xiaoning with him. Taking a close look, Su Zimo saw that Xiaoning had only just entered Foundation Establishment realm. She had a pseudo-spirit root, and it was already remarkable for her to reach this realm within a few years. It was not hard to imagine that Xiaoning must have suffered a lot in this process. Song Qi had a pseudo-spirit root, and he had cultivated for most of his life, but he was still unable to attain Foundation Establishment realm. What surprised Su Zimo the most was that Xiaoning was an elixir refinement master. He had some knowledge of elixir refinement and could naturally tell that Xiaoning's was proficient in it. Furthermore, she was extremely focused throughout the entire process and was completely unaffected by her environment, possessing the mental fortitude required of an elixir refinement master. There was only a single word of difference between elixir and weapon refinement on the surface, but in reality, there was a huge difference. Weapon refinement required a high level of spirit fire. The higher the level of spirit fire, the higher the efficiency and outcome of the smelting process where impurities were purged. However, it was different for elixir refinement. Elixir refinement placed a huge emphasis on the mastery of spirit fire. That was because spirit herbs were different from the materials used for weapons and they had a low burning point. Even a level 1 spirit fire could refine most of the spirit herbs. In elixir refinement, there were 2 extraction processes which required a precise mastery of the spirit fire's temperature. If the temperature was too high, the spirit herbs would be burned to a crisp. If it was too low, one would not be able to extract the essences of the spirit herbs. While elixir refinement did not require spirit gathering, it required an in-depth knowledge towards the thousands of spirit herbs out there. The higher the grade of the elixir, the more complex the recipe was, and the more things one would be required to remember. The true top-tier elixir refinement grandmasters even had to memorize millions of spirit herbs. In the empty space, the elixir refinement master from True Fire Elixir Workshop, Xianxia, had a level 2 spirit fire and a proficient mastery of it as well. Su Xiaoning only had a level 1 spirit fire, but she was not weaker in terms of temperature control. The two of them were refining an extremely common elixir, Spirit Regeneration Elixir. There were 3 grades to the Spirit Regeneration Elixir, and it was used for recovering spirit energy. Naturally, the difference in grade affected the effect of the elixirs. Both of them were refining grade 2 spirit regeneration elixirs, and there were up to 28 different types of spirit herbs required in the recipe. Of the 28 herbs, a mistake in a single stalk of herb would result in a failure of elixir formation. He Xing's technique was evidently slightly more brilliant. However, that person's gaze was extremely evil and would fall on Su Xiaoning's body from time to time, scanning her from head to toe boldly. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes and a killing intent flashed. Sensing something, Nian Qi looked at Su Zimo with a strange manner before turning to Su Xiaoning in deep thoughts. He Xing's elixir refinement techniques are decent, but his methods are somewhat despicable. A cultivator from the crowd muttered. Someone else covered the former's mouth immediately. Hush! Softer. Lest you get yourself into trouble. The spectators were clear. Most cultivators could tell that He Xing's intention of looking at Su Xiaoning that way during elixir refinement was to disrupt her mental state. The greatest taboo of elixir refinement was to get distracted. Be it during extraction or formation, one's efforts would go to waste the moment they were slightly distracted. However, Su Xiaoning was seemingly oblivious to He Xing's provocation as she extracted the ingredients in her hands with focus meticulously. She was careful and her focus moved the crowd. To everyone, it was clear that Su Xiaoning's technique in elixir refinement was inferior to He Xing's. However, her focus was countless times stronger than his. Su Zimo nodded silently in satisfaction. What grudge do these two have with one another? Why are they challenging one another in elixir refinement here? Su Zimo glanced at a cultivator beside him and asked softly. The person answered, Actually, it's nothing much either. I heard that it's because of an elixir furnace. This lady cultivator from Azure Frost sect took a liking to it first and had already paid for it in spirit stones. However, He Xing came across it and insisted on paying double to buy the elixir furnace. Because the lady cultivator was unwilling, both parties bore a grudge then. Later on, He Xing kept trying to cause trouble for this lady cultivator time and again. Annoyed by it, she agreed to this elixir refinement challenge. Su Zimo frowned. That lady is an elixir refinement master from Azure Frost sect, but her sect mates are all right with her being bullied by someone from True Fire Elixir Workshop? I don't know about that. The person shook his head. However, He Xing comes from a strong background and he's the most promising elixir refinement master of his generation in True Fire sect. His brother, He Jiang, is said to be extremely strong and is the #1 of all Foundation establishment cultivators in True Fire sect. He's definitely going to make the top 10 of the spirit ranking list in this sect competition. Of the He brothers, one is strong in elixir refinement and the other has terrifying combat strength. They are famous and hold a high status in True Fire sect. I reckon that the head of Azure Frost Elixir Workshop must be trying to avoid trouble between the two sects and does not want to offend He Xing. Su Zimo nodded expressionlessly. In this short while, He Xing and Su Xiaoning were already at the 4th step of elixir refinement, the secondary extraction. Seeing that Su Xiaoning was indifferent, He Xing's gaze got even more daring and he gave off a series of strange laughters. Su Xiaoning seemed oblivious to it and stared at the elixir furnace before her intently, using her spirit fire to control the temperature of the flames before purging the impurities in the combined essence of the spirit herbs bit by bit. He Xing stood there laughing nonstop. Su Xiaoning remained silently, merely focusing on her elixir refinement. It was as if she was immersed in her refinement process and had forgotten that she was surrounded by people. The difference in strength between the both sides was obvious. He Xing was stronger than Su Xiaoning in terms of elixir refinement technique. But now, in everyone's eyes, He Xing was just like a clown. The warm sunlight shone on the girl's body, as if she radiated with a glow as colorful lights appeared. The girl's nose was sharp and there was a thin layer of sweat on her forehead that glistened in a beautiful manner. At this moment, a thought flashed through everyone's minds. This was truly elixir refinement. This was how elixir refinement masters should be like. In the hands of that lady, elixir refinement seemed to possess a soul and a life of its own. She was not refining elixirs, but giving birth to a brand new life. Looking at the lady refine elixirs, Everyone felt an inexplicable sense of gratitude, as they found themselves immersed in the world of elixir refinement masters, witnessing the birth of a new life. Right then, Su Zimo smiled. He smiled brightly. Xiaoning had finally found her path. Su Zimo had dabbled in elixir refinement as well and had even obtained number 1 of elixir peak back in ethereal peak. But at this moment, he could not help but admit that he was far inferior to his sister in terms of elixir refinement. What he knew was the basics of elixirs. However, what Xiaoning knew was the truth of elixirs. Gradually, an invisible aura formed around Su Xiaoning, growing stronger by the moment. This was the aura of a top-tier elixir refinement master. Xing's expression changed. Under the repression of Su Xiaoning's aura, his heart was in a mess and his flames fluttered, almost burning the herbal essence in his elixir furnace. Taking a deep breath, Xing composed himself and focused on his elixir refinement. However, it was too late by then. Su Xiaoning was a step faster in ending the secondary extraction. A fragrant medicinal aroma wafted out of the elixir furnace. Everyone around them could feel invigorated and the spirit energies within their bodies stirred. Su Xiaoning closed her eyes and rested for a while. By the time she opened them, her gaze was resolute as she began on elixir formation. At that moment, Xing was just done with his secondary extraction. While there was also a medicinal aroma floating out of Xing's elixir furnace, it was faint and no one felt anything from sniffing it. If nothing unexpected happened, Su Xiaoning's elixir would definitely be better than Xing's after the formation process. Through the medicinal aroma, the surrounding elixir refinement masters could already vaguely tell that Su Xiaoning's elixir might even be a perfect elixir with 5 elixir patterns. Junior sister Xiaoning is going to win. Yes. This will count towards improving Azure Frost Elixir Workshop's reputation as well. Within the crowd, a couple of disciples from Azure Frost Elixir Workshop discussed softly with excited expressions. It's just a grade 2 elixir. Even if she wins this, what does this have to do with our reputation? The reputation of Azure Frost Elixir Workshop has been built up over thousands of years. What has it got to do with her? The person who spoke was a female cultivator in a long yellow dress. She had a voluptuous figure and her chin was slightly raised, revealing her neck that was slender and fair as a swan's with a haughty expression. It was obvious that the yellow-dressed woman held a high position in Azure Frost Elixir Workshop, as the few cultivators who were discussing earlier shut up immediately in fear after hearing her speak. Senior Sister Yang is absolutely right. A disciple from Azure Frost Elixir Workshop replied with a smile. On the other side, a group of disciples from True Fire Elixir Workshop were also watching the situation unfold with grave expressions. The situation's not good. Senior brother, he's going to lose. Don't worry. There's no way that woman from Azure Frost sect is going to win today. Wait for senior brother, he's gazed to act. The person who spoke wore a faint red robe and his lips were slightly curled with a cold expression. His name was Pang Ming and he was a perfected foundation establishment cultivator. Beside him was a ferocious-looking spirit lion. Digging into the ground with its feet, the beast's mouth was opened slightly, revealing its sharp fangs within. In the empty space, the elixir furnace in front of Su Xiaoning exuded a fragrant medicinal aroma that grew richer by the moment, spreading through the crowd. White smoke wafted through the holes of the elixir furnace, changing the mist of the surroundings while shrouding Su Xiaoning within. The vague concealment of her body made her seem like a fairy that had descended on the mortal realm. A white-haired elderly man sniffed the fragrance that drifted over and closed his eyes in an intoxicated manner. Based on my experience, this girl from Azure Frost sect should have refined a perfect spirit regeneration elixir. Upon hearing that, everyone's hearts skipped a beat. That elderly man was the most famous advanced elixir refinement master in Yongxing City. The result wouldn't be much different from his claim. Xing could also tell that if this continued, he would definitely lose. A glint flashed in his eyes as he looked at Pang Ming, who was in the crowd while condensing his elixir. Pang Ming understood and nodded the head of the spirit lion beside him. With a swift motion, the spirit lion growled deeply and leaped forward, waving its paw while slapping towards Su Xiaoning's elixir furnace. The change was way too sudden, such that even the onlookers did not expect it, let alone Su Xiaoning, who was focused on her elixir refinement. This was the capital of Great Zhou after all, where fighting was prohibited. Now that they were close to the sect competition, the atmosphere was even more tense. Not far away, a guard from one of the 3 great guard squads, Scarlet Vulture, rode on his Scarlet Vulture and patrolled in midair while wielding a dagger axe in his hands with a stern expression. However, no one expected that this spirit lion from True Fire Elixir Workshop would leap out at a moment like this. Piak. With ease, the spirit lion sent Su Xiaoning's elixir furnace flying with a single slap. It fell to the ground with a bang, and the elixir within the elixir furnace erupted, causing black smoke to billow out. It was clear now that the elixir formation had failed. The greatest taboo of the elixir formation process was for one to be disturbed. A slight fluctuation in one's mental state could cause elixir formation to fail, let alone having their elixir furnace knocked away. Ah! Su Xiaoning shrieked and blood flashed on her arm. When the spirit lion knocked the elixir furnace flying, Su Xiaoning sustained a scratch from the spirit lion on her arm because she had reacted slower. While it was not a serious injury, her shirt was stained red. After knocking the elixir furnace and injuring her, the spirit lion ran back under Pang Ming's reprimand. Coughing gently, Pang Ming gave a fake smile. Fellow Taoist from Azure Frost Elixir Workshop, how sorry. I have failed to control my beast properly. To think that it would have ran out and shocked you. I'll punish it right away. With that said, Pang Ming tapped the spirit lion on the head lightly. It shrugged its head indifferently before rubbing against Pang Ming's body. Ha ha! A burst of laughter broke out from the crowd of True Fire Elixir Workshop. Everyone could naturally tell that Pang Ming had ordered the spirit lion to hurt the girl and knock the elixir furnace over. Looking at the elixir furnace that had fallen not far away on the ground, Su Xiaoning pursed her lips. She had forgotten about the pain on her arm, and her eyes were reddened, slightly teary. At that moment, the first emotion that gushed into Su Xiaoning's was not anger, but sadness. Right from the beginning, she had not been distracted at all, and was wholeheartedly focused on refining her spirit regeneration elixir. She was not wrong. She was extremely focused. However, it was destroyed by others and her efforts were in vain. She was just a little short. Sigh! A perfect spirit regeneration elixir was just about to be born, but it was gone just like that. Everyone shook their heads and sighed in unison. Su Zimo's gaze turned cold. Because the spirit lion was not targeting him, his spirit perception had no reaction. Furthermore, he had not expected that cultivators of True Fire Elixir Workshop would dare command their spirit lion to attack someone in front of everyone in the capital. Looking at Xiaoning, who was standing on the spot tearfully, the killing intent in Su Zimo's heart surged, and it was almost impossible to contain. Nian Qi, who was standing beside him, was the first to notice it. She felt an unprecedented sense of trepidation coming from Su Zimo. Glancing askance, Nian Qi's heart skipped a beat when she caught sight of Su Zimo's gaze. She had witnessed that terrifying gaze one other time. That was the same gaze that Su Zimo had during that night half a year ago when he was faced against 2 golden cores. It was cold, indifferent and calm like a sea of extermination. Nian Qi pondered for a moment before leaving the crowd silently. She looked around and sped off to somewhere nearby. When faced with such an unforeseen situation, Su Zimo did not appear right away. Instead, he was calm and looked on coldly. He was waiting for the reaction from both factions. At this moment, the ones who should have the biggest reaction should be the Scarlet Vulture guards who were patrolling an Azure Frost Elixir Workshop that Xiaoning was from. However, Su Zimo was disappointed. He personally witnessed the gazes of 2 Scarlet Vulture guards staring at this place. Lingering shortly, they chose to turn their heads away and pretend as though they did not see anything. True Fire Elixir Workshop is really too much. That's right. It's obvious that the spirit lion was deliberately causing trouble, but they're pretending to be innocent. Among the crowd, a cultivator frowned and asked, "The Scarlet Vulture guards are nearby. They seem to have witnessed everything. Why aren't they rushing here yet?" "I think you don't know, right?" An elderly man said. It's said that the commander of the Scarlet Vulture Guards, the Golden Corps with the nickname of Bald Vulture, once stayed for a period of time in True Fire sect and as such is considered as half a disciple of theirs. Since these Scarlet Vulture Guards are his underlings, they'll usually give True Fire sect some face. Furthermore, this matter is not a big deal. Even if anyone chooses to pursue it further, it'll most likely go unresolved. Why do you say that? The spirit lion came out to create trouble by knocking the elixir furnace away. If he Xing and the others insist that they failed to control it properly and the spirit lion did it on its own accord, what can anyone do to them? It was as the crowd had said. The Scarlet Vulture Guards were clearly biased and chose to be oblivious towards everything that was happening. Some of the cultivators from Azure Frost Elixir Workshop were furious and were about to step forth to argue when they were held back by the sharp gaze of the yellow-dressed woman and retreated helplessly. The majority of disciples from Azure Frost Elixir Workshop were indignant, but none of them dared to speak against the authority of the yellow-dressed woman. Su Xiaoning turned back instinctively and saw the cold face of the yellow-dressed woman. At this moment, the two factions that should have stood out chose to remain silent. In the middle of the crowd, Su Xiaoning appeared lonely and helpless. She was at a loss. Done! Right then, He Xing shouted softly. An elixir with a refreshing medicinal aroma burst out from his elixir furnace and spun in midair. Everyone focused their attentions. 3 elixir patterns. A superior grade spirit regeneration elixir. Fufu. He Xing waved and pinched the elixir on his fingertips and chuckled at Su Xiaoning, who was not far away. You've lost, junior sister Su. Bravo, senior brother He. I guess that senior brother, he only used 70% of his skills this time round. 70%? No way. 30% at most. The cultivators from True Fire Elixir Workshop praised shamelessly, but cheers from the surrounding crowd were sparse and almost non-existent. Everyone was not blind. While superior-grade elixirs were rare, Su Xiaoning would have most likely created a perfect elixir with 5 elixir patterns if not for the unforeseen situation. It was obvious who would have won. Now that He Xing had the cheek to speak of such words, everyone cursed internally that he was shameless. However, they had their reservations and nobody would stand out blatantly. Junior sister Su, since you've lost, we'll follow our initial agreement. Hand that elixir furnace over. He Xing smiled smugly. I didn't lose. Su Xiaoning was fearless. She did not retreat and her voice was firm. The smile on He Xing's face froze momentarily before returning to normal in an instant. Don't worry, junior sister Su. Even though you've lost, I'll still fork out double the price to purchase that elixir furnace. I won't take advantage of you as long as you hand it over. I didn't lose. Su Xiaoning repeated the 3 words. Instantly, He Xing's expression darkened. Su Xiaoning, don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Azure Frost Elixir Workshop's reputation is going to be affected because you went back on your words and have no credibility. He Xing's words not only turned the facts upside down, it even laid down a huge burden for her. Su Xiaoning raised her head with an unyielding expression, showing no signs of bowing down. Xiaoning. Right then, the yellow-dressed woman from Azure Frost Elixir Workshop stood out and said indifferently, hand that elixir furnace over to fellow Taoist He. Frozen. Su Xiaoning's eyes were filled with disbelief. A stir broke out amongst the crowd as well. Su Zimo watched everything quietly with a dark gaze. There was another doubt in his heart. Why was this yellow-dressed woman targeting Xiaoning? He was waiting for an answer. The yellow-dressed woman continued slowly. Since you chose to make a bet with him, you should admit your defeat. How can a disciple of our Azure Frost sect renege on our words? But I didn't lose at all. If he hadn't... Su Xiaoning was about to defend herself when the yellow-dressed woman cut her off. I don't want to hear of your excuses. I only care about the results, and the result is that you've lost. The yellow-dressed woman's voice was laced with a hint of sternness as the coldness in her eyes intensified. Su Xiaoning's figure swayed and the color from her face drained instantly. Earlier on, even when He Xing was being overbearing, Su Xiaoning did not show the slightest bit of fear. But now, when even her own sect mates chose to stand against her, Su Xiaoning's final pillar of support had collapsed. The yellow-dressed woman glared at Su Xiaoning coldly and said in a deep voice, "Azure Frost Sect has always been on good terms with True Fire Sect. It'd be best if our relationship isn't affected because of you. Hand over the elixir furnace and apologize to fellow Taoist he, and we'll let the matter end here." Apologize? Su Xiaoning gave a wretched smile, her eyes filled with mockery. "May I ask Senior Sister Yang, what did I do wrong? You dare to disobey my orders?" The yellow-dressed woman's expression darkened as she spoke sternly. "Don't think that you can be so impudent just because Yaoxue is backing you. Let me tell you, putting aside the fact that she hasn't returned yet, even after she returns, I, Yang Yu, will be the one calling the shots here in Azure Frost Elixir Workshop within the capital of Great Zhou. While outsiders would not be the wiser, Su Zimo caught a few pieces of information from that. First, Ji Yaoxue had yet to return to the capital. This was normal. There was more than a month left before the sect competition and most sects had yet to move. Second, there must be a feud between Yang Yu and Ji Yaoxue. Furthermore, Yang Yu did not know of Ji Yaoxue's true identity. If Yang Yu knew of Ji Yaoxue's true identity and dared to be so brazen, it would only mean that this woman was an idiot. Back when the two of them first met, Ji Yaoxue hid her surname and identity. That was indeed her style of doing things. Third, Yang Yu was most likely targeting Xiaoning because of Ji Yaoxue. In Yang Yu's eyes, Xiaoning was on good terms with Ji Yaoxue and was an enemy. Hence the reason why she kept making things difficult for Xiaoning. Su Xiaoning pursed her red lips with tears that brimmed in her eyes but refused to fall. Slowly, she took out an elixir furnace from her storage bag. It was a small furnace and seemed a little old. Extremely worn out, it was covered in mottled bronze. There was nothing special about that elixir furnace just by looking at it simply. However, at that moment, fresh blood dripped onto the bronze furnace from Su Xiaoning's previously injured arm. The moment it made contact with Su Xiaoning's blood, the elixir furnace illuminated with a dazzling glow that made everyone gasp in shock. Right after, a faint medicinal fragrance wafted out from the elixir furnace. This time, even a fool could tell that the elixir furnace was definitely a treasure. He Xing's eyes lit up as greed flashed past his eyes and he licked his lips. Back then, he could vaguely tell that the elixir furnace resembled something that was described in an ancient book in True Fire Sect. That was why he pestered Su Xiaoning multiple times to try and buy it. This was also because they were in the capital. If they were outside, He Xing would have killed her and stole the treasure. Now, it was clear that the elixir furnace was indeed not ordinary and could highly likely be that item described in the ancient book. The thought of it being described in the ancient book caused He Xing's heart to burn with passion. He was even more determined to get his hands on the elixir furnace no matter what. Yang Yu looked at the elixir furnace in Su Xiaoning's hands and froze for a moment as astonishment flickered in her eyes. She had obviously not expected that elixir furnace to be a treasure. For a brief moment, a trace of regret flashed past Yang Yu's eyes. If she had not allowed Su Xiaoning to hand that elixir furnace over, given her authority in Azure Frost Elixir Workshop, she would most likely be able to claim that elixir furnace for herself. Under countless greedy gazes, Su Xiaoning felt as if she would be torn apart at any moment. She was frightened and helpless while her limbs went cold. For some reason, a figure suddenly flashed across Su Xiaoning's mind. That figure was dressed in green robes. While he was not tall, bulky nor stalwart, he could shelter her from wind and rain. At that moment, Su Xiaoning seemed to have heard a gentle voice. "Xiaoning, don't be afraid." That figure appeared in her mind and that voice reverberated in the depths of her memories, giving Su Xiaoning a sense of warmth. Right after, Su Xiaoning caught sight of someone. A man in green walked over slowly. His figure was not tall, bulky nor stalwart. However, it overlapped gradually with the figure in Su Xiaoning's memories. When she caught sight of that person, Su Xiaoning's lips opened slightly. Her body trembled and her eyes were filled with disbelief. How was that possible? How was that possible? It was a hallucination, right? Su Xiaoning could not believe it. She raised her sleeves and wiped away the tears in her eyes. looking at the approaching person with widened eyes. Even though they hadn't met in years, the green-robed man's gaze was still warm as before. Su Xiaoning clutched her cherry lips with her petite hands and her body shuddered slightly. Once again, her eyes were covered in a misty fog. Coming before Su Xiaoning, the green-robed man smiled and extended his slender fingers to try and wipe away the tears on her face, saying in a tender voice, "Don't worry, I'm here." At this moment, Su Xiaoning was finally certain that everything before her was not a hallucination. Su Zimo had truly appeared. He did not descend from the skies, nor did he arrive with rainbow colors and an imposing grandeur. While it was just him, Su Xiaoning felt a sense of warmth that she had not experienced in a long time. She could no longer control herself and was at a loss for words while tears gushed down her face. At that moment, all the grievances in her heart seemed to have been vented out. "Who are you? This is none of your business. Don't cause trouble for yourself." Xing frowned and berated Su Zimo with a cold gaze. Su Zimo turned askance and eyed Xing indifferently. While his gaze was calm as water, for some unknown reason, Xing's heart throbbed with a sense of fear. Pointing at the elixir furnace in Xiaoning's palm, Su Zimo smiled. "Keep it. You didn't lose, so why are you giving that to someone else?" "Yes." Su Xiaoning nodded heavily and put the elixir furnace back in her storage bag with a flip of her palm. She did not want to give in. However, no one had ever helped her right from the beginning or even spoke up for her. Even her sect mates from Azure Frost Elixir Workshop were forcing her to hand over the elixir furnace. At that moment, Su Xiaoning felt cold and helpless. Her path forward was dark and she had no other choice but to give in. But now that Su Zimo was standing beside her, she possessed immense courage. She had not been in the wrong and there was no need for her to compromise. Xing's expression darkened and he said in a gruff tone, "Su Xiaoning, what's the meaning of this? Are you going back on your words after losing?" Su Xiaoning replied, "Xing, I will say it again. I did not lose. Everyone present witnessed what happened earlier on and you know it best as well. My conscience is clear." Su Xiaoning's words were firm and powerful, causing Su Zimo to nod with a look of approval flashing in his eyes. Xiaoning's personality had grown much stronger after cultivating in Azure Frost sect for the past few years. "So, you're telling me that you don't want to be let off?" Xing clenched his fists tightly with a fierce gaze. Su Zimo turned around and strolled in front of Xing, asking expressionlessly, "This is the Great Zhou dynasty. What do you want to do under the nose of the emperor?" "Ha ha ha ha." Xing burst out in laughter and pointed at Su Zimo with mocking eyes. "You're truly way too naive." "Oh." Su Zimo raised his brow. Xing grinned hideously. "Indeed, I wouldn't dare to kill anyone here. But do you believe that I'll slap you a few times right here, and even when your dignity is trampled on? The Scarlet Vulture guards aren't even going to care." When they heard that, the crowd shook their heads and sighed. This was a complete act of bullying. Since Su Zimo's life would not be endangered even if he was slapped a couple of times by Xing, the Scarlet Vulture guards would turn a blind eye to it and ignore everything completely. However, if Su Zimo were to retaliate, the Scarlet Vulture guards would definitely step in. By then, Su Zimo would definitely be the one in the wrong. Upon hearing Xing's words, Su Zimo's expression was calm as usual. "You don't dare to kill, but I do. Do you believe that I'll kill you on the spot if you dare lay a finger on me?" The moment he said that, the crowd fell into an uproar. That was tit for tat. What did the green-robed man mean by that? He was declaring that he dared to kill under the nose of the emperor in the Great Zhou dynasty. This person was either a lunatic or someone that was spouting nonsense. "Fufu, trying to scare me?" After a brief silence, Xing suddenly laughed. He could tell that Su Zimo was the same as him and was only at late-stage foundation establishment. Notwithstanding whether or not Su Zimo dared to attack, even if he truly did not care about his life and tried to attack, Xing knew he could definitely back off right away. By then, the Scarlet Vulture guards would step in and suppress that person. At that thought, Xing extended his palm and slapped towards Su Zimo's cheek with a cold scoff. At the same time, Su Zimo made his move. It was the exact same motion and stance. However, Su Zimo's speed was much faster than He Xing's. He Xing merely extended a palm, but for Su Zimo, the end of his palm seemed as if it was a millstone moving with a sharp killing intent that arrived instantly. He Xing's face was met with a gust of evil wind. He could not dodge it at all. The aura of death enveloped him, almost suffocating him. He Xing had miscalculated something. At this distance, he would not be able to escape at all if Su Zimo made a move. Bang! Su Zimo's palm landed heavily on He Xing's cheek with a dull thud. Poof! Under countless gazes, He Xing's gigantic head was ruptured by Su Zimo's palm. His brain juice splattered everywhere as blood flowed out. He Xing's headless corpse was still standing on the spot, convulsing uncontrollably. The crowd instantly went silent. Everyone watched the unbelievable scene with disbelief in their eyes. While Su Zimo had already laid down his warning, nobody expected him to really make a move. Furthermore, he was so decisive and merciless. The feeling was as though the green-robed cultivator was looking for a random excuse just to kill He Xing. As one of the most promising elixir refinement masters amongst the younger generation of True Fire sect, He Xing was still in high spirits and looked down on everything moments earlier. In the blink of an eye, he was turned into a headless corpse against a single slap from this unknown green-robed cultivator. Everything had happened too quickly. Everyone looked at Su Zimo as though they were looking at a dead man. If this was a fight and the Scarlet Vulture Guard stepped in, the most that would happen was that the party in the wrong would be kicked out of the capital. But if someone died, the murderer would have to pay with his life. That was also the reason why even He Xing had to acknowledge that he could not kill within the capital despite having the Scarlet Vulture Guards as backing. Murder! A shriek broke out from the crowd. Not far away, 2 Scarlet Vulture Guards witnessed everything that happened and their eyes flashed with disbelief. Taken aback for a brief moment, they shouted before rushing over furiously on their Scarlet Vultures while wielding their dagger axes. Everyone from True Fire Elixir Workshop looked murderous as fire spewed from their eyes. Pang Ming said coldly, "It's over for you, lad. No one can save you today." The spirit lion beside him lowered its body and roared at Su Zimo angrily as well. Su Zimo's gaze was cold as he said indifferently, "Worry about yourself first." Pang Ming's heart skipped a beat when he heard Su Zimo's words. What did that mean? Did it mean that this green-robed cultivator still dared to? Before Pang Ming could finish his thoughts, Su Zimo's figure flashed with a swift motion of divine steed fleeting and appeared before the former instantly. He said coldly, "Since you can't keep your beast in control, I'll control it for you." A ferocious aura engulfed him, suffocating him as his heart trembled. Suddenly, Pang Ming felt like it wasn't a human who had charged at him, but a demon beast that was even scarier than the spirit lion beside him. The spirit lion seemed to have sensed danger as its fur stood on end. Its already huge body expanded once again, looking extraordinarily brave. Roar! It hollered towards Su Zimo, trembling the void as it bared its fangs in a feral manner. The lion's roar was extremely powerful and carried an immense might. The sudden burst of power would indeed be shocking to ordinary cultivators. However, Su Zimo did not seem to have heard anything. It was no exaggeration to say that after cultivating the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, Su Zimo was much stronger than this spirit lion in all aspects of his body. It wasn't just an ordinary spirit demon. Even the roar of an ancient remnant beast might not be able to shock Su Zimo. At the same time as its roar, the spirit lion leaped into the air and waved its paws, opening its mouth to chomp down on Su Zimo's neck viciously. "You must be courting death." Su Zimo scoffed coldly and extended his arm, pressing the lion's head down to the ground heavily with a backhand palm strike. This was not any exquisite move, but a battle of brute power. The spirit lion made use of power from all limbs and leaped up. Coupled with its powerful body as a demon, it should have the upper hand. However, in front of everyone, the moment the spirit lion leaped up, Su Zimo pushed it down in an even more ferocious manner. Bang! Pressing down on the spirit lion's head, Su Zimo smashed it into the ground barbarically, as the stone slabs shattered and fresh blood spilled everywhere. A large crater was formed on the ground and the lion's skull was completely shattered. It was clear that it died. Pest! All the cultivators witnessing the scene gasped in shock. How strong was this person's body? He had actually crushed a spirit demon to death with a single palm. That person must have cultivated some powerful body tempering technique. He looks frail, but his body's burst power is too immense. Could he be from Southern Mountains sect? I heard that they have the strongest body tempering techniques amongst the 5 major sections. He doesn't seem to be from our Southern Mountains sect. Has anyone seen this guy before? A Southern Mountains sect cultivator asked puzzledly. Just as Pang Ming pulled out a middle-grade flying sword, the spirit lion in front of him was already dead. It was too fast. Ah! Pang Ming shivered in fear when he saw Su Zimo's gaze as his scalp tingled while his legs went weak. At that moment, he finally realized that the green-robed man had no intention of letting him off at all. Stop! Not far away. 2 scarlet vulture guards hollered and charged over. The scarlet vultures they were riding on gave off a sharp and piercing screech, glaring at Su Zimo intently with ferocious intent. Shoo! Shoo! The 2 scarlet vulture guards wielded a dagger axe in one hand while slapping their storage bags with the other, summoning their flying swords that shot towards Su Zimo when they pointed it forward. Go! At the same time, Pang Ming composed his mind and injected spirit energy into the flying sword in his palm crazily. It shone brightly and stabbed forward with a whoosh. 3 flying swords tore through the air at the same time in 3 different directions. Su Zimo gave a slight sneer and bent down, almost sticking to the ground as he slithered forward. His body contorted to an unimaginable degree like an anaconda, barely dodging the 3 flying swords without any injuries. The next moment, Su Zimo stood up before Pang Ming and extended his arm, grabbing the latter's throat with a tight squeeze. Snap! Pang Ming's Adam's apple was shattered and his eyes nearly popped out. With a tilted head and outstretched tongue, he collapsed limply to the ground, already dead. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo had already killed 2 men. The crowd was in chaos. This was the capital of Great Zhou. In broad daylight, under the circumstances where the Scarlet Vulture guards were nearby, no one had expected that this green-robed cultivator had dared to murder not 1, but 2 people. That person is crazy. That was the thought that flashed through the minds of most cultivators as they quickly scattered, afraid that they would be implicated. How dare you act so brazenly in the capital, ruffian? Within that short period of time, the 2 Scarlet Vulture guards had arrived. Off in the distance, other Scarlet Vulture guards were speeding towards this place with some other white spots rushing over like lightning. Today was Scarlet Vulture and White Hawk's turn to patrol the capital. The white spots in the skies were White Hawk guards. Su Zimo looked at the Scarlet Vulture guards that rushed over and scoffed coldly with mocking eyes. So, you 2 aren't blind after all. You came in time this time. Everyone present could hear the sarcasm in Su Zimo's tone and were secretly shocked. This man was truly audacious and dared to provoke anyone. At the next moment, an even more shocking scene happened. Su Zimo did not avoid or dodge against the incoming Scarlet Vulture guards. His eyes lit up as he extended his arms and leaped, grabbing the claws of the 2 spirit vultures that were in midair. The spirit vultures were shocked and flapped their wings, causing strong gusts to blow and gravel to fill the skies. They were using all their might to fly upwards. On the other hand, the 2 Scarlet Vulture guards riding on the spirit vultures were indifferent. Their eyes gushed with killing intent as they stabbed their dagger axes towards Su Zimo viciously. Come on down! Su Zimo gave a loud shout and exerted strength in both arms, yanking the 2 spirit vultures down from midair in an unreasonable manner. The strength of 2 spirit vultures could not compare to this seemingly frail scholar. Bang! Bang! Almost at the same time, the 2 spirit vultures landed heavily on the ground, letting out mournful wails as dust swirled around them. As for the 2 Scarlet Vulture guards, they lost their balance and they nearly ended up stabbing one another with their dagger axes. Immediately, the 2 men leaped down from their spirit vultures, looking extremely pathetic. Poof! Su Zimo took a big step forward and trampled the spirit vulture beneath him to death immediately. With a flip of his body, he plunged straight into the arms of a scarlet vulture guard and leaned in fiercely. Thud! 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 The person stumbled back 3 steps before stopping. Immediately, the blood on the person's face faded, while the armor he was wearing was still intact. His body within had already exploded into a blood mist as his limbs flew everywhere. That seemingly simple lean contained all of Su Zimo's strength. Although that scarlet vulture guard was at perfected foundation establishment, there was no way his body would be able to endure such a terrifying burst of power. The other scarlet vulture guard had just channeled his spirit energy and his dagger axe shone with a bright light. He was about to go forward when he caught sight of what happened and hesitated, shuddering. The nearby scarlet vulture and white hawk guards were rushing over. There was no need for him to risk his life against this lunatic just for a moment of anger. When everyone arrived, this person would naturally be executed. Su Zimo's gaze was deep and unfathomable. It was as if he had seen through the man's intentions instantly as he stepped forward and said indifferently, "Don't think about leaving, hand your life over." Ah! The remaining scarlet vulture guard let out a loud roar and a vicious light flashed through his eyes. From the way Su Zimo attacked earlier on, there was no way he could escape at this distance. The only shot he had at living was to contend with Su Zimo for a couple of rounds while waiting for the reinforcements of the other scarlet vulture and white hawk guards. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo was already before him. The dagger axe in the hands of the scarlet vulture guard shone brightly. Exerting strength in both arms, it shook and the scarlet vulture guard drew a semicircle in midair, slicing towards Su Zimo with chilling intent. Spirit energy surged and the dagger axe seemed to have gathered a typhoon of spirit energy that was extremely terrifying. Su Zimo's expression remained unchanged as he extended his palm in a simple manner, welcoming the incoming dagger axe without any perceivable force. A coil and a tremble like a tongue. The typhoon of spirit energy surrounding the dagger axe dissipated instantly. Buzz! The dagger axe vibrated immensely and the scarlet vulture guard could no longer hold it. His palm cracked and was filled with fresh blood as he let out a pained shriek. Under the watchful gaze of countless people, the moment both sides made contact, the weapon of the scarlet vulture guard was already taken away by the unknown green-robed cultivator. Everyone's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He was only a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, but he was able to go head-on with a spirit weapon using his body alone? Just how strong was this person's physique? Su Zimo's gaze was cold as he gripped the dagger axe. He snatched over and stabbed it upwards in reverse. Poof! Flashes of blood appeared. The throat of the scarlet vulture guard opposite was pierced and his eyes dimmed as he collapsed to the ground in a thud. Everyone looked on in shock as their jaws dropped open in disbelief. The situation had changed way too quickly that many people were unable to react to it yet. From the time Su Zimo attacked till now, for people had already died on the spot in no time. It was already shocking enough for everyone when Su Zimo killed 2 cultivators from True Fire Elixir Workshop. When he decisively suppressed 2 scarlet vulture guards with extreme dominance later on, everyone was horrified. Decisive to kill. It's been a long time since I've seen such a ruthless cultivator. Within a crowd, an old man lamented and was secretly shocked. Humph, so what if he's decisive to kill? He's still a dead man. That's right. That person might have a chance of surviving if he had only killed disciples of True Fire Elixir Workshop. But now that he even killed the Scarlet Vulture Guards, that's akin to openly challenging the authority of the royal family. Everyone's gazes were fixed tensely on Su Zimo as they conversed, afraid that he would rush into the crowd and kill them wantonly. After all, Su Zimo was already a dead man in their eyes. Since he knew that he was going to die, it was only normal for him to kill a couple more people. Unexpectedly, Su Zimo placed his hands behind his back with a nonchalant expression after killing the 4 people without any other extreme actions. The Scarlet Vulture and White Hawk Guards had already arrived and were forming an encirclement. Su Zimo did not escape either, as though he had already given up. However, what puzzled everyone was that there was no trace of panic or fear in Su Zimo's eyes. They were deep and dark like ancient wells without the slightest bit of fluctuation. At that moment, the green-robed cultivator with 4 corpses surrounding him turned into a mystery. No one could read him at all. Initially, everyone was unprepared over how sudden that man had attacked. In the end, his calmness confused everyone. Suddenly, an old man said in a low voice, "Actually, that green-robed cultivator might not die." "What do you mean?" someone asked. The old man continued, "Did you guys notice that the real fault does not lie in that person since Xing was the one who struck first? If we look at things from that perspective, it would be a reasonable explanation for the man's actions thereafter, even if they may be extreme. While fighting was not allowed in the capital, if someone strikes another person, it was impossible for the latter to receive the attacks motionlessly on the spot. He was definitely free to retaliate. The old man's intentions were simple. If everything was established on the premise that Xing struck Su Zimo first, Su Zimo's actions later on would be considered as self-defense. That's not going to help. This person is dead for sure. That's right. Even if he has the side of reason, he's faced against the 2 powerful factions of True Fire Sect and the Scarlet Vulture Guards. What status does he have to contend against those 2 factions? Unless this person's status is so high that even the Emperor of Great Zhou has to give him some face, there's no way he's going to survive from this. Not far away, Su Xiaoning had just snapped out from her shock and was about to run towards Su Zimo when she stopped. Su Zimo's eyes were narrowed as he shook his head imperceptibly with a sharp gaze. The situation was complicated and uncertain right now. He was not sure what would happen in the end either. Given such circumstances, Su Zimo did not want Xiaoning embroiled in it. The siblings' hearts were closely linked and Xiaoning understood. Even though she did not step forward, her eyes revealed a deep worry. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Before long, the Scarlet Vulture and White Hawk Guards closest to the place arrived. Looking at the few corpses on the ground, most of the guards had cold expressions as they glared at Su Zimo with boundless killing intent. What's going on? Right then, a cold and sinister voice was heard. In front of everyone, a figure flew over with lightning speed and appeared in midair in the blink of an eye, standing upright in the air without anything beneath his feet. It was a golden core. The person wore scarlet robes and had a bald head. Carrying a cold aura, his gaze was sharp as an eagle's. "Greetings, Commander." In midair, many Scarlet Vulture Guards called out in unison. The person who had arrived was the commander of the Scarlet Vulture Guards, the man nicknamed Bald Vulture, with vicious methods and a violent temperament. Bald Vulture had a unique set of torture that would ensure living hell for any cultivators that fell into his hands. It was said that some cultivators who had offended Bald Vulture previously were tormented by it for an entire month until their minds broke down into insanity. Finally, they were killed bit by bit in a miserable manner without resting in peace. There was a saying in the Great Zhou dynasty that one would rather commit suicide than land in the hands of Bald Vulture. Right after Bald Vulture arrived, another figure descended as well. Wearing a pure white shirt, the woman had extraordinary features as a long sword hung on her waist. She was graceful as a feather. "Greetings, Commander." Upon seeing this person, the numerous White Hawk Guards in midair cupped their fists and bowed. The White Hawk Guards were all female cultivators. Now that they shouted in unison, their clear voices attracted the attention of everyone present. The person who had arrived was the commander of the White Hawk Guards, Bai Yuhan. As the sect competition approached, the capital had 2 guard squads patrolling in daily shifts, leaving the other guard squad to rest before rotating. The guard squads that were on patrol in the capital today were the Scarlet Vulture and White Hawk Guards. Now, the 2 commanders of the squads had arrived. As she looked at the 4 corpses on the ground, Bai Yuhan frowned slightly. Her gaze scanned Su Zimo before she shook her head. To her, this green-robed cultivator was unfamiliar and did not carry a sect badge on his waist. It was highly likely that he was an itinerant cultivator from out of the capital. If so, that person's fate was already decided.